There we go. There's the microphone. It was dead set on not letting me start this stream. Like, there we go. There's the microphone. No, not me double again. Jesus. On not letting. Okay. 2 landmines dodged. Good. It did not want me to start this stream. With that said, I just realized that there was an issue. With which version of the game I'm playing that can be resolved, and if it's one way, then it's one way. If it's another, it's another. I have to do a poll with you guys. For those who are here, they get to decide on the poll. I will post in Discord that I'm doing a thing, but I have to. All right, I have to click all the buttons real quick, but I have to do a poll, and it will determine. Hey, Micah. I was just talking about redoing family game nights starting next week, possibly when Rowan's not here, so he can't hear shenanigans. Hey, Micah. Hey, Amarok. Would it let me start a poll, please? All right. Boom. I appreciate the support all this time. Okay. See, the thing is that depending on how I play it, is which console if I play it in first person, I can just play it on my PS5. If I play it in third person, I need to switch over to PC. So people who are here now actually get to dictate something. And I'm going to go ahead and put in the Discord, blah, blah, blah. So I know what to switch to and what to do and everything depending on what you guys do. And I'm assuming you guys can hear just fine in the background the amazing music that is like that crystalline theme with the awesome sauce sprinkled on top of it. Let me. Where's the share button? Copy link. Discord, open up, please. Oh, I'm waiting for more people to say whether I'm doing it. I am not gonna start. It's at 59%. I am not starting a stream just to have people complaining. Oh, why don't you try it in third person? I have tried it in third person. Oh, well, Deviant Bot Leader already says something. Starting this stream now. Everyone. And there's a poll within the next few minutes on whether we play a first or I like first person. That's my personal preference, but I don't care. Whee! Boink. Yeah, so that's the whole thing. If I play it as first person, the stream starts faster. Because I can play it on my PS5. If we play it as third person, I have not bought the DLC for PS5. I need to start up my gaming PC to do that because that's where the DLC is. But like, if we get through all of Resident Evil 8 in one sitting tonight, I'll be proud already. I do not think we're gonna get to Shadow of Rose tonight. I don't even have everything hooked up to That's a lie. I do. I have everything hooked up to be able to record Shadows of Rose in 4K. But I don't even know what to expect in Shadows of Rose. So, play it with fixed camera angles. Is that even a thing? Is that a thing? Can I play it in second person? Coon, I've actually gone down the rabbit hole of what second person would actually look like. And whether we actually say third person, but we're actually talking about second person. That's a long development rabbit hole. Because we say you as being second person, if you think about it. So it's I, you, they type, them type deal. Or that, if you think about kind of like, and you're not, when you're playing as first person, you're playing as I myself. And then as third is they are, but you are playing as them. So is third person technically second person because you're still them, just not through their eyes. That, holy crap, is that a big rabbit hole? And don't go on to Reddit to ask about it because no one there knows what they're talking about anyway. I'm not, you haven't played Resident Evil 8? Sheeta, you can leave if you're that impatient. When I ask people their opinions, I'm waiting on it. I don't bow down to impatient fucktards. With that said, no, let's not take a trip down that hole, Coon. So, I'm glad it was helpful. My channel can be helpful, Noah. Hey, Marcus, it's been a hot second. Okay, so still having the quick question. Hey, Jordan, what's going on? I like first person better. And people, from a chest perspective, is that really second? That's like nipple perspective is not second person. That can't be second person. That's like that's just accidentally putting your camera a little far down and getting caught. That's all that is. Hey Gabby. All right, so yes, if I do it first person, we can just start up and play. If I do it third person, we need to wait for my gaming PC to do its thing real quick. Third person on RE8 is a coin toss for naming. Yeah, it has been. All right. I'll give it just a few more because it's so on the fence. Once again, the big perk to first person is that I can just start it right now because everything's hooked up for the PS5. If you guys really want it in third person, I'll play it in third person. I don't know if, and yes, right now we're playing the base game. We're playing Resident Evil 8, not the DLC. I just played quickly Madhouse Resident Evil 7, the entirety of the game, to recalibrate my brain towards the deepest lore of Resident Evil and everything to do with like the mutant seat and everything. So I've got my brain recalibrated to all of the things that I should be looking out for. But now I'm playing the base game Resident Evil 8. Should I do it in first or third? Oh my god, you guys at 50%. Once again, first person is one, I think, scarier. Second, we can start up right now. And third person, I need to start the gaming PC and modify a few settings. I was trying to wait until it said 75 votes. Hey Ian, thank you for your support. Well, they're doing them in trilogies. So first person is like 7 through 9. Fixed camera is 1 through 3. And over the shoulder is 4 through 6. All right. I guess the next 2 votes decide it. The next vote, when I see 75 votes. And end. There it is. All right. First person. Gonna boot it up as it is right now. Thanks for popping that up. I'm signed out. Wait a second. I am a subscriber to my own channel. Why is it telling me subscribers only chat? Yeah, I know. Subscribers only. On my alt account, I'm subscribed to my own channel so I can chat if need be. Why is it telling me that in the pop-up? Wow. He's being a jerk to me. Why would I? That is the weirdest thing. Alright. Give me Navi's. I'm starting it up. I can start it up from where it is. I mean, I enjoy this background music. I wish I could just play the game with this. This is what happens when Soken, one of the best composers ever to walk this earth, gets a hold of the Final Fantasy iconic crystalline theme and is just like, I'm just gonna do a thing. Soken knocked this one out of the park. He was just like, nah, bro, hold my everything. I gotta make a new theme for a franchise that's been alive for a long time. Let's see what's happening. All right. So I do like this little background loop. This is just a, yeah, this background music is just a start screen. Final Fantasy 16. Hey, Blue Knight, Michelle, Coon, Shadow Pockets, Micah, Roses, Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, it's not quite the theme, but it's like a theme. Gus, welcome back to the family. I appreciate the support. Thank you. My brain is fried. Where is the disc for it? Now I can actually do a thing where I can pop up that the screen is ready to go. Welcome back. Thank you. Where is my... It doesn't have to say nobody panic. I can just put back up on there where's the Elgato? Elgato! Are you Elgato? You're Elgato. There's the Elgato. I just have to pop one disc out, put another disc in. It's good, isn't it? Everything's Soken writes. Even if you don't like Final Fantasy games, go look up just get the soundtracks for Final Fantasy 14 and 16. Just get them. Own them, have them, love them. One song for the boss fight, I listened to it afterwards. There's the boss fight that I did on one of my Final Fantasy 16 streams. Holy smokes. There are actually ripping acts to it. It's like it's actually like classical music written in the background of the biggest, I guess you call it, first boss fight. And it's really well done. Like I'm a music nerd junkie person. And to have music just rock my socks like that is kind of crazy. Usually it takes a lot for me to be excited about music. Because I think a lot of music right now is redundant and repetitive and bland, and that it takes a lot of special talent. Be it the people producing the music in the background or the whatever. It takes a lot to bring together music worth listening to now. And that makes me sound like a boomer, but no, I think a lot of music lately is just, and I guess in generations past, like 90% of music would be crap to me as well. It's just that now it's so accessible that I can easily access the crap music. And I can see that it's crap music way faster than I would have seen it's crap music, because I would have never just seen it. But now with being able to just hear everything at any time type deal, it's a different thing. And it's nice to hear composers and artists and everything that I listen to it. I'm just like, this is actually good music. It just so happens Soken most of the time knocks it out of the park. So Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 16, we won't talk about 15's composer, but Bastion had one of the best soundtracks I've heard in a long time. I'm gonna have to, I've got a playlist of now about 900 songs of stuff that I need to categorize, because right now it's 900 songs of just like garbled everything. Undeterred Soul Slay. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make the whole stream about like what genres of music and what time periods of music are like the best, but like, God, there is something to be said about music theory and shut up, watch. There's something to be said about music theory and crafting good music and having good producers being able to tell artists what's going on. I will just say this. It seems like the idea of music theory was traumatized so many people in my generation that they really backed off of it. And so I would argue slightly towards the idea that quality of music in the past 10 to 20 years has gone down. And I would only argue that for the idea of a lot of people write music not knowing what makes their music good. So there's a proliferation of lots of music, and they make something that's good, and then they don't know how to recreate what they did. And a lot of music theory will tell you like exactly what did you do and how did you create it and how can you recreate that essence or an essence that you're looking for. And so people like don't know, for example, like why Metallica's stuff has survived test of time and stuff like that. Why the song One is really, really powerful. If you listen to the lyrics, whether you like Metallica or not, One is devastating as a song. Like AC/DC, I think Metallica in general, because a lot of people don't like Metallica. But if you listen to the way their songs are written, I would argue that their songs are composed, not written. It's better to say most songs you say composed, but it feels more composed. And then you find a lot of bands that like the sound of Metallica, and they started a different kind of, not a different genre, but a different upswing of bands that try to be like that. And a lot of copycat bands off of that off the back of like Kurt Cobain and people like Lars and whatever, that they didn't know why it sounded so good, but they tried to just make that hard metal sound, and it just didn't sound good, and they don't know what it is. But when you go and listen to like the Unforgiven series, Unforgiven 1 and 2, you hear these keys that are going into crescendos, that are going into these very distinct patterns and beats and everything that lead up to lyrics that match the beat. That, like, if you go, I always say Unforgiven 1 and 2 because they're two sides of the same coin. They are supposed to be direct parallels and opposites, all the way down to the horns that start both of the songs are the exact same thing. And if you go and ask a music composer or somebody or a producer or somebody, even if you ask someone like Patrick Carey, I don't know if Patrick Carey is here right now, but if, you know, someone who actually works with artists all the time, they can tell you there's a big difference between someone like that and a lot of artists who come in and just they think they have something good, and maybe they have one thing that's great and the rest of it is just garbage. They just don't quite know what they made. They don't know why it's good. Soken is obviously a composer that knows exactly what a mood is and what music and what keys and what everything makes that mood, and then is not afraid to pass the ball off of being like, this is what I composed, since he's the composer, and pass it off to a band like the Primals and be like, this is what I wrote, now as a band, can you like shred this on a guitar? Let me hear what it sounds like. And it comes out sounding awesome. I think the lull is basically everyone in my generation got really scared of music theory. If you were in orchestra, you had to take music theory. If you're in band, you had to take music. Everyone who thought that they were gonna write music and then they didn't realize that music theory is like, I don't know why teachers make it so difficult and so scary. It's not. It's just the idea of like, oh, this key goes with this key. This minor key goes with this major key. What's the difference between like these stages? Like, what's your arpeggios, your progressions, your everything? What goes together? And then like, what makes you feel a certain way when it comes to different musics? And I think Western culture got really scared of all of that and just like yeeted out of that as fast as possible. From what I heard on the radio, remixes of classic music with modern technology is pretty genius because it's nostalgic and new enough to be young and old listeners. Yeah, I think I'm speaking more to just like new stuff written, new stuff. When I hear older stuff being remixed into new music, usually there's the air of they don't have to necessarily know what made it great. They just have to know that all the things they're sampling from fit the mood that they're going for. And so I wouldn't call it cheating because back in back in Shakespearean time, the idea of plagiarism even was, yeah, I was just asking for you, Patrick. The idea of plagiarism wasn't actually a bad idea. So like Romeo and Juliet is not like the original poem. It's not. If Shakespeare was actually a person and an author, Romeo and Juliet is not their work intrinsically. They borrowed it from like Tristan, whatever. I think that I can't remember the name of the original poem, but it was the idea that it's not bad to plagiarize because you shouldn't have to start from scratch. And as we've gotten later and later in culture, there's so many things written that plagiarizing is bad because we know where it came from, so we don't want to read the same thing. But there wasn't as much literature back there, so if it was a good idea and you want to make a better idea, don't start from scratch. Just use the good idea someone else came up with and then build on it. And I think that's the same with music. That like, I wouldn't consider that. It's like, you know what's good, so you want to build on it. I think I'm talking more about like people who are trying to write original music and they're not sampling, they're not doing anything. And I think music theory, the reason why I'm like stuff like you're hearing in your headphones right now, Soken knows his music theory, and Soken works with bands like, I think he works with, doesn't he work with Sam Carter as a vocalist? I think he works with Sam Carter. He works with the Primals. He works with a few others. He works with people, and then that makes me go off on the side note of bands like Corey Taylor actually writing. It makes me go off on thinking like Disturbed. I always forget his daggum name. But the guy who lead frontman for Disturbed, his name is right there, who did the Sound of Silence, redoing that. He and his producer talked a lot about that he was going to go hard with that song and then to actually dial it back. And so he does an interview you can find on YouTube about basically he used a lot of his knowledge about music theory to like dial it back into what you hear now. David, thank you. David Draymond. So yeah, the David, the lead singer of Disturbed, you'll hear a lot of the idea of when you listen to Disturbed, you might not like Disturbed, but you hear the music theory is there. He knows what he's doing melodically. There's no question. You just might not like the music. And it's kind of the same thing with like Corey Taylor. He knows what he's doing melodically. You just might not like Slipknot, but I'm gonna give you a little hint. If you don't like Slipknot, just check out Stone Sour. It's the same guy. It's kind of like when Pharrell decided to make like 4 different outlets of bands. Like he had NERD, he had Pharrell, he had I can't remember the other 2. Well, like when Pharrell was doing everything so he could just do all genres of music and decide what he wanted to do. We're not about to play, by the way, we're not about to play the DLC. We're playing 8 so that my mindset's in the mindset for playing the DLC. But I was saying, Patrick, what I was saying earlier, that like if you had the chance to back me on just a quick thing before we started the game, my idea, the idea of music came up, and it was like someone said like 70s to 90s music is best. And I was saying, like, I would actually argue slightly onto the side of there, it has been a lull in good music the past 1 to 2 decades. And your job is to know all this shit because, you know, you actually, your job depends on it. You get to be in front of a mixer that costs almost $1 million and you just send me a picture of it and make me lose my mind during a stream. But what I was saying is that a lot of musicians now don't know enough music theory to know why they can make a song good. So they don't learn their craft well enough to know how to basically make lightning strike twice. And with the proliferation of things like Spotify and being able to publish on your own, you don't need to sign with Sony. You don't need to sign with whatever. You don't have to be in the end of a movie soundtrack to be known as an artist. You can start up on your own. You can do a lot of things. With the proliferation of basically the ease of starting off in music, and with the idea of there's always been crap music, but you didn't actually have access to it. So there might have been bands you would never listen to, but they were on vinyl. You weren't just going to search the internet and find it. There might have always been crap bands, but it feels like there's more, and it feels like it's come from the idea of people don't know what they're doing more because more people are into it. And I attribute that more to a hobby and people being scared away from music theory. And that's just what I was saying. I was saying that, do you agree with that? Your job is to know this, Patrick. You work with artists like this all the time that come in and come into the studio and absolutely sound awful. I've already said the beauty of modern tech and music is that anyone can make music. The problem with it is that anyone can make music. Yep, there you go. You heard it from I would say an industry leader, but literally, if you like Lizzo's latest album, Patrick, you like thank him for that. He helped make that shit happen. So, like Patrick is no noob to it. I was waiting for this is where I was waiting for my expert opinion to come in. Grammy Award winner, yeah. Patrick is over here helping people win Grammys. He knows what he's talking about. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, thank you. You put it in a better way than I could have said it. The beauty of modern tech and music is that anyone can make music. The problem with it is that anyone can make music. Yeah, some people just need to stop, or they need to learn their craft. I'm gonna say 80% of them just need to stop. They had lightning strike once. Let it go. Like, grab what's yours, grab your dollary dues, yeet on out, and I hope you didn't quit your day job. And if lightning strikes again for you, more power to you. Otherwise, just stop, because the rest of us have to hear what you did. We have to listen. People like Patrick have to record you, and it's like me when I was working as many jobs as I could, and I was a photo editor for other photographers. When I got other photographers' work and I was looking at it, being a professional photographer myself, looking at it being like, there is no amount of Photoshop that will fix your bad photography. That's like Patrick's job. There is no amount of anything he can do to fix your bad composition. There's only so much that can be done. Anyway. There have always been people that make great baby making music. Jordan, that's like the premise for half of all of music. Polishing a turd, which can be done. You can polish a turd to a shine. And when I'm so glad Mythbusters covered that one, what a shine counts as, what there's an index for how much a shine. You can polish a turd. However, there's just some photography you just can't make work. I'm only 2 more mercenary essays away from lightsaber and platinum for Village. Hope you enjoy the playthrough of Darkness. Have a great day, chat. Thank you, Undeterred Slow Slayer. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the
All right, let's go.
Can I get a 5?
We're playing through this for my mind to recalibrate.
5 in the fish.
Oh wait, there's a message on my phone.
I didn't think I'd ever say ever. Can I mention ever again?
Well, hold on, I have to reply to something. Okay. So I just I have a patient advisor. I'm not allowed to even try to eat a salad or lettuce right now. And I had to sort all that out right before we started the stream. Since they have to scope me from the entirety of my insides on Monday, starting now, I have to do my best to, well, it's actually starting tomorrow, but starting now, I really need to stay away from leafy greens. And starting tomorrow, basically, I don't get it. If it's not clear, I don't get to eat it. Think of everything that for anyone who's been through a colonoscopy, for like a colon prep of any sort, think of that, but then on crack, because they need to make sure that the entirety of my intestinal tract is cleared out just in case, because they ran into a problem the first time, so they can't run into it a second. So I also got the very strict warning from my actual doctor that I might be stuck on not touching solids again, and he gave me the honest truth of a week, a month, a year, I don't know, but with me having to prep for that. Well, I mean, it is like it's on crack, and they'll be in my crack. They have to scope me from both ends. It's not fun because it's not a colonoscopy. What it truly is that I am actively bleeding, but it obviously is not like hemorrhoid or colon, so they need to go find it. But also, they're pretty sure that they need to figure out what this lump in my throat is. And they also know that there's a problem with my, they're gonna confirm celiac again and know what's going on with that. There's a few things going on wrong that when I went in for what was supposed to be a mild procedure that I told you guys like a week and a half ago, and I went and did, they turned me away, and this one got scheduled instead. Apparently they got the scope about this far down, and it's the scope that had a camera here and a camera on it, higher up. Somewhere in there, I was not allowed to see the image anymore, and they turned it all away from me, and they stopped all of it. I asked to be scoped awake. Usually that's an odd request, and you have to have whatever. Don't worry about that. Point being is that something was wrong enough that now I have to go through the whole rigmarole, and even the doctor's write-up to my general doctor would not address what it was of why she wouldn't continue the procedure. So now I have to actually be put under, which is fun. Options. I have to change all my options. So yeah, hopefully they can give me some answers, and they won't give me more like the $307 bill that I still haven't paid, and then the $10 bill, which is not bad, another $40 bill for the whole pack of me eating solids, and then another $150 bill that just came in for another one of my checkups. Not to mention halfway through this month they wanted to charge me $800 more to fix the other 2 cracked teeth when I was in pain. Oh my god, I'm going to get kicked out of my house for lack of money, because who is supposed to be able to afford this much? It's the dentist stuff that threw me off. I did not plan on dentist stuff. Dental insurance is a scam, and if you're not in America, congratulations, you don't have to deal with that. If you live in America, do not take for granted the idea that you need to be on your dental plan for like a year before it actually kicks in. So I am so far $2,700 out of pocket from the dentist. I was not planning on that part, so that's the thing. Am I doing it on Village of Shadows? I don't know. I'm thinking about exactly how I'm doing it. When you hear the cool music in the background cut off, I've decided what I'm doing. Subtitles? No, we're doing this for my sake. So subtitles get to be off. Sorry, I have a whole playlist of this in 4K. If you really need to see subtitles, it's there for you. Am I... What do I have unlocked here? And what do I feel like using? I'm trying to decide what I'm doing. No. This is for my edification. So if I make it challenging for myself at all, I am giving myself some slack. Let's just make that clear. I am not here for a challenge run of Village of Shadows. I have beaten Village of Shadows on new game, not new game plus, no unlocks. I did that when the game, you can go check out the playlist. When the game first dropped, I did on PS5 my 4K uploads for everyone to watch, and then live, I actually got Xbox Series X. I got the game a second time, Deluxe Edition, Deluxe pre-ordered, let you play Village of Shadows without ever beating the game, and I beat the game the first time ever on Xbox on Village of Shadows, which means I had no unlocks, no anything, no nothing. So I did my shit. Like I paid my dues. If you want to see me do that, there are other, go check out my live streams playlist or the playlist for Resident Evil 8. It's all there. I'm deciding how I want to do it today. Naked new game Village of Shadows was hard the whole time. Do I hide my streams? They're unlisted. Yes, YouTube gets onto me big time for putting them up. Because I do recorded videos, any live stream that I do not edit, and I can't edit any live stream over 6 hours, gets put in the live streams tab. And if I don't have for every live stream I do a video uploaded to match it, YouTube changes the way the algorithm looks at me and takes money away from me, takes a lot of things. They screw me over big time. I have to keep them unlisted. They are in the live streams playlist, but very soon a lot of things that have been streamed will be put up as I've been recording them as 4K. That's why I haven't been talking to chat nearly as much when I did Amnesia the Bunker, when I've been doing Dead Space Remake, doing what else? Final Fantasy 16. I'm uploading those all in 4K with Facecam and without me talking to, so that YouTube's happy. It's all in a playlist. Just scroll down to and you'll find it. But they are unlisted. They're not private. They're not all the live streams I've done in the past. They're all unlisted in the live streams playlist unless they had something personal that I probably shouldn't have said in the first place. Then I kept it unlisted. What am I doing? I'm gonna use something that's unlimited, but me and the Lemmy are just not gonna. We're not gonna have a good time, are we? I'm going to give myself the shotgun unlimited, the first one. This is the cheaty one. If you put on the grenade launcher infinite ammo, the whole game gets super easy. However, I have actually never done that. I have actually never. Yes, Wolfpack, I've been trying to actually do record enough of these in 4K of newer games. Like tomorrow I'll probably play more Dead Space Remake. I've been trying to do enough so that I can have a consistent schedule of 1 to 2 uploads per day on top of the streams. Hey Jordan, shut it. Just had to go there. All right, how about this? Do I get the infinite grenade launcher? Do I get it? I'm not gonna put the Magnum on infinite because that would be. I got that Magnum on infinite. Do I get the infinite grenade? I've never used the infinite grenade launcher. I don't think I've ever used it. Do I get it? You guys, like, I'm not. It's a straw poll, really quickly. What you guys say in chat is what's going. I've never done it before. If I do it, I'm doing it on Village of Shadows. But after every shot, I have to switch to let me screw that. Oh yeah, we're doing Visage this week. We're doing another chapter and uploading all that stuff. The only thing I can come up with is that I can't beat the house because I haven't beat that other chapter I haven't opened up. So it's gonna be a very disjointed like upload for Visage, where I'm probably gonna upload all the new Crutch chapter. And then what I played before, the other live stream I did, that'll all go up. But we're continuing Visage this week as well. Yeah, I've got everything. I don't have it scheduled out yet. I've got a literal procedure where they gotta put me to sleep later in the week. I've been a little nervous about that. Plus, you know, when people keep throwing around the term cancer, you get a little antsy, and then when people slam you with about $2,400 more in bills than you can pay, you get really, really antsy. So. Cancer, a few grand that I owe by the 20th, or I don't get to keep this house, and you know, a few other things, and you get, you know, maybe it slips your mind to tell everyone you're playing Visage a little later in the week. You get a little antsy. Hey, Pyre Kitty, what's going on? Fidelio, what's going on? Back looking? Okay, I'm doing the grenade launch and we're going. All right. How do I make sure that we can do, and then we can read the Baker report again if we need to for anything. How do I make sure that infinite ammo is on? Is that just an options? Do I choose that before I go into the game? Infinite ammo on. Reticle green. Cool. All right. New game. Village Shadows. And...
Long ago, a young girl went with her mother to pick berries for her father, who was hard at work.
I guess I better hit the ad button.
The dark, cold silence, the bushes empty. Yet determined to find the berries, the rascal broke free from Mother's grasp and vanished into the trees. Mother's worried cries faded fast as the girl ran on, over vine and under branch, and into the forest deep. Feeling strange eyes upon her, the girl recalled Mother's scary bedtime tales, and her throat became bone dry.
I know I hit the ad button, so I waited for Riley B. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Please.
Oh, it did the one child alert. We would like to buy one child, please. I don't want to scream it. Hello, Darkness. Remember I was in the last week. I would be a backseat gamer. It's all right. Everyone gets one. I was being entertaining. I heard you need treatment. Oh, every bit helps. Trust me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Especially when everyone keeps saying I'm overqualified to work jobs, and I'm like, you're never overqualified to get money. And I don't want to go back to being a cook. I don't. My dad's. My only personal note before I start all this, the one job I know I could get right now and actually get paid a decent wage is as a cook. And it's not even a decent wage. It's just, I know it would help make ends meet. Let me explain myself of why I have not done that immediately. My dad, who I looked up to, who taught me how to be a man, is currently dying from being a cook for so long. And it is because of him working over a grill at Waffle House. I was told by doctors he is going to die from his emphysema, his COPD, his lungs are shutting down, and he's on 100% oxygen. All of that from being a cook for 17 years. I was a manager for Waffle House for 2 years, and a manager of a pita pit for half a year. The whole time I was cooking. I have an actual fear of going back to being a cook and being over those grills. And so that's why I haven't taken my one out of knowing I could, get out of some of my financial stress. And some of the places that offer for you to be a cook offer free education, so I could get some education paid for, because it's not like I don't have a degree. I just want more degrees with more options later. Thank you, Amarok. I really appreciate that. So I just want to explain myself of, if you hear me bring up sometime of being a cook, I'm explaining that I do have a fear of that it's my last resort, but I do not want to suffer the same fate as my dad, where I am dying at 70 or so because I slaved over grills. I'm already gonna die early because I'm half black, bad heart because half black probably, and I own my own business. And look it up statistically. You own your own business, you cut 7 years on average off of your life. Owning your own business is stressful, and I've owned my own businesses since I was 15. So now that I'm 37, someone was wrong on the last stream. I was 36. Now I'm 37. Yeah, I would like to have. At this point, I'm pretty much asking that I'm at midlife, and that if I make it to 61, like, if I don't want to do more things to wreck me. That's what I'm in. Yeah, I mean, I was Olive Garden. I've looked at their kitchens, are at least better than Waffle House. The vents were good enough. I know where I could get offers from, and Olive Garden would be better, but Olive Garden wouldn't pay me enough. Olive Garden would absolutely not pay me enough. Not to be worth my time of not just trying to work on my own. Like, it would just not be enough. So anyway, I just don't want to. If I'm gonna go down swinging, let something random happen to me, or old age, not stress of my own job and being over a grill.
Gifts we gave, but more you
Thank you,
took.
Coon.
We would like to buy one child,
So
please.
For lore's sake. Can you run the whole game unassisted with the Albert? What?
Did you say something?
Nothing. I'll put her down.
And Amarok, thank you once again, and welcome back to the family. J.E. Pantheon, that's a welcome back. Panic Man, I think that's a welcome back. Aiden, welcome back. Ellie, definitely welcome back. Marcus, welcome back. JP, welcome back. Baby Taz, Jason Newton, welcome back. Thank you, Kuhn. I appreciate that. YouTube upped the price of memberships. I thought it was $5. I think it's $7. I think when I do it, it's $5, but I think it's $7. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't like Olive Garden, the treat family like shit. I got actually okay. I have a story about Olive Garden. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, Kuhn, what am I supposed to do to that? Can I run the game unassisted with the Albert?
I'll be right downstairs.
You know.
Those weird fairy tale monsters get
You know. To ask me to run the game unassisted, what are you channeling GJD? Does someone need to give him a ring? Jordan's here. I figured I would hear that out of Jordan too. Why you got to do me dirty like that? Olive Garden, they treat family like shit. Okay, you know how their whole thing is when you hear your family? I've embarrassed more than one person that's ever been with me before, to the point of they ask me to just not do it. So he's not here. So, by the way, the phone call right here. This is why.
Hello, Mr. Winters. I've got your daughter's results back, and I'd like you to come in to talk about them. How about next Thursday, 4 o'clock?
No problem. We'll be there. That was the doc. She'll see us next week. Hey now, think positively, all right? We talked about this.
I know. We hardly talk about anything else. I keep telling you, it's not Rose that I'm worried about.
Well then what are you worried about? Look, she's gonna be fine. I just know it. What else matters?
We matter, Ethan. You matter. You just
Mia, what are you talking about? Is there something you're not telling me? Come on, talk to me. Damn it. I have to take this.
See, that's what I'm talking about. She's not. It's not the same. Mia is not intrinsically just straight up lying to Ethan like she was before. So from my perspective, and this is for me to play to get the deepest lore. From my perspective, the way I see the story so far, and the way I've seen it is that Mia does want to talk to Ethan, but Ethan is so hung up about the events of what happened, and then like their daughter, and then worried that what happened to him and what happened to Mia, because they were infected by Evelyn. He knows he was infected because he could see Evelyn, and Mia was one of the caretakers on the project, which means that she is a scientist of some sort. She knows what's going on. She at least knows some of the... Basically, she knows something is wrong. And Ethan is basically hyperfixated on their trauma and then moving and training with Chris and changing like their whole identity, getting to this new country. And then they actually start a family. Mia gets pregnant and he's worried about Rose. Rose is a newborn and they're talking about going to the doctor. And that cutscene perfectly puts together what I was talking about in last time in Resident Evil 7. I don't think that Mia is actually lying to Ethan this time. I think Ethan is so fixated on talking about the past and trauma and their daughter that every time that she's trying to bring up Ethan, that Ethan's been shrugging it off of like, I'm not the issue, Rose can be the issue. We need to make sure she's healthy, she's safe. And that Mia's been trying to broach the subject of, honey, I think you're different. And so they get the phone call of like the doctor appointment, and that phone call infers that there's been phone calls for Ethan as well, and he's not taking his health seriously. It makes me think Mia knows, but to her it's a hypothesis. As the events of the game go on, when she runs into Chris Redfield, it would behoove her at that point for her to mention, like, when she's in the middle of the Mutamycetes, that like Ethan is special. She should know that. because remember, while she might have been under the delusions of Evelyn in the first game, she knows she cut off Ethan's hand. She knows that Ethan got waffle stomped in the attic. She knows what happens to people who are infected with the mutamycete. So she knows all of that stuff, and yet Ethan's still alive. She has not only a plausible reason, but a very big reason to believe Ethan actually had already died. She has a reason to believe, and if not died, that the mutamycete is running more of his body than he knows, which means, what about the daughter? And that's all he's thinking about. I think that's the issue. I don't think it's like Mia is now still a liar. How and when was Mia replaced by Miranda? Right then. It's between that and what you just saw. So they're off the books, but when they went to a doctor, they put them back on the books. That's when it happens, Kuhn. Unless I'm forgetting something or the lore of everything, I already figured that out, I believe, when the game first dropped. So Miranda finds out about Rose because of the doctor's appointment of checking up on Rose. Because she's trying to because Ethan is so fixated on something could be wrong with Rose. And the doctor's appointment of, like, they'll meet us. They had already taken blood. They'd already taken samples. They already know something's wrong. And Miranda had been trying to track down the entire project with Evelyn and the survivors. So Miranda had been making moves. And obviously Chris's team and the notes from Chris's team show that Miranda has been looking for Ethan in particular. But Ethan and Mia and anyone connected with Evelyn. For any of the research or any of the things with the group, the connections, the group she technically started, when they go to the doctor, it puts them back on the map, and that is when she abducts Mia and takes her place. So it's about right then, between that phone call, and that's probably the last time Mia is talking to him seriously, and then she all of a sudden is, Ethan makes the very distinct thing of, like, oh, you've really taken to, like, life here. You notice he didn't talk about, like, we never talk. All of a sudden it went from a flashback of we never talk about anything else to she's reading scary stories, she's cooking local cuisine, she's doing all this other stuff. That's not stuff Mia would have done. So yeah, basically that's your timeline. She gets they take Rose to the doctor. Miranda's able to find out about Rose because of her being on record because of the doctor. She tracks him down. Her objective is to abduct Rose under the radar without Ethan finding out, because Ethan, while being a setback, is like my whole theory is hinged on the idea of why didn't she just take Rose and run? But I think it's because she knows she's being looked for. Like, Miranda is a known variable to Chris's team. So she can't just, if Miranda plays her cards wrong, she has Chris and the BSAA on top of her ass immediately. So her best bet is to, because they're under the protection of the BSAA and Chris in particular, her best bet is to trick the family into believing everything is fine and to take Rose that way. Chris basically figures out that Miranda found the trail, caught up to them, and Mia is, he assumes, dead. She's MIA once again. That's the play on Mia's name. Her name is MIA, missing in action. She was missing the first time, now she's missing again. So her name is a play on words, play on acronym. But anyway, Miranda thought she was sneaky, thought she did everything under the radar. She thought she got away from Chris's team, and then Chris's team actually did catch up, was able to apprehend Miranda, but being transported, he did not want to tell Ethan because Ethan had already taken matters into his own hands. Remember, we just played Resident Evil 7, where a phone call and a random voicemail message was enough to get him to go to the bayou and go into the middle of nowhere. And when he could escape through a garage, Ethan refused to back down. And after having his hand cut off at a chainsaw, he didn't try to escape the house. Do try to remember Ethan's characterization to this point. People say Ethan is a very bland character. People who say that are very bad at picking up subtle clues, in my opinion. Ethan could have walked back out the front door. I don't know if everyone remembers that, but by the time like Mia is cutting off his hand, you can get back out the front door, and it's making it sound like there's like this big ass obstacle of not doing so. No. He could have turned around, and he could have tried to escape when the police officer got there. He could have tried to escape every single time he got access to the outside. He could have tried to escape it. He refused to escape without Mia. And when he gets they characterize him as someone who will not back down. So the opening of Chris like shooting and then knocking him out, Chris knows if he tells him that Mia's involved, that Ethan will get involved again, just like he did the first game. The events of the first game are Ethan got involved, therefore the first game happened. So Chris will not tell Ethan the truth, but Mia will not tell Chris the truth because it's speculation of why Ethan is special, and she already knows what the result should be for Rose, which is Rose turned out to be a healthy baby girl. And Mia, being on the project with the connections with the Mutamycete, would know for Rose to turn out to be a human shape, that Mia wasn't the issue. That Mia actually was infected by the Mutamycete, but her infection was indeed cleared up. However, for Ethan to survive his ordeal and to have limbs reattached to him, and to, you usually don't get it, but it is actually not just canon, but it is for story purposes, you do not escape into the rafters getting underneath the house from Jack Baker until he cuts your leg off. So Jack Baker does cut your leg off when it comes to what's the other C word for telling a story? Not canon, but when it comes to the actual events that tell the story. Canon is that it was just written ever. The other C word is the timeline of the real events that you kind of like Resident Evil 1, you do play as Chris. Jill is locked up. But you can play as Chris or Jill. Thank you. The continuity of the story is Ethan had 2 limbs severed in the Baker household, 2 separate limbs. He had it is canon that you can play it however you want to, but for the continuity of Resident Evil 8, we already know the events of a lot of Ethan, which is he had his arm cut off, but also his leg. His leg was cut off before he could escape under the house, and Jack did goad him into basically reattaching his leg. Those events alone, and basically them giving the debrief to Chris's team, lets them know that basically the Mutamycete, while cured in Mia, it is controlled in Ethan. It is Mia who knows that basically she's told everything, and she just says right there, it's the only thing we can talk about. Ethan has obviously told her he could see, her just fine. He faced her just fine. He was impaled in the leg in the very end. Remember that. He's picked up by, let's think about what Ethan actually went through. He's got an arm cut off. He had a leg cut off. He's impaled several times. In the final fight with Evelyn, he is beaten senseless, falls from the 3rd story from the attic, then is impaled through his own leg, picked up above where the house is, and falls about 5 stories and doesn't die. The average person will die from a fall of about 20 to 25 feet, which is about 2 to 2.5 stories above the ground. The average person will, like, their chance of dying versus not dying, that's where it is. The fatal distance is about that distance. After that, the idea is you're going to come away with serious injury unless you know how to fall properly. So if you know how to fall properly, you can actually fall from about 3 to 4 stories up. And as long as you don't run into any obstacles on the ground, a lot of people who are trained to be able to be stuntmen or how to fall, or are trained even like, special operatives, when they go through rough training like that, they might need to take a big plunge. And so the idea of never rolling onto your head, rolling onto a shoulder, knowing how to basically displace your weight, don't take it on the knees, on the hips, on the ankles, being able to, I got trained how to fall and how to roll out. I got trained on a tower that was 3 stories tall with mats on the bottom, and I had to take rappelling classes and had to climb that wall, rappel down, up and down, tandem rappels, spotting for others, and then had to learn 3-story falls. And I'll tell you that there is a very proper way to fall. Ethan falls flat on his back from about 5 stories up. No human survives that. It just doesn't. It can happen. You can find stories of it happening. You can find a story of the woman who survived the plane wreck. She broke off in the tail section of a plane. She survived the fall. It's argued whether they were at cruising altitude or they were lower than that, whether it was 14,000 feet in the air, 18,000, 20, whatever. She's one of the highest falls. There's someone who had a parachute fail on them. They landed in a marsh. They came out with 0 broken bones. True story. The marsh actually was able to cushion them enough that they reached terminal velocity, and only yards away from paved road, they hit marshland, which was a perfect amalgamation of different types of algae and water, with also different growths of plants, that they survived a fall from an airplane without a single broken bone. They walked away from it. People can't survive that. So let's put together what Ethan's been through and then say what Mia might have put together, but Chris might not have. Chris knows Ethan's been through this, but Chris is treating Ethan like he possibly was surviving like the Bakers were, but he's now being cured. Mia knows better. Mia actually knows better. And so she knows that if you start telling stories like a debrief to Chris, he knows that Ethan most likely was injected with something like the exact same mixture that was injected into Mia. They most likely did make in the interim a something to suppress the mutamycete in his system, like they did for Mia. So Mia gets the serum that they make out of the D series. They have enough of the actual E series on site to make the serum for Ethan. That is not a leap of logic. That is between the Baker report incident that you can read in this game and knowing the in-between events. It is quite obvious that's what happened, that he was treated, but he would have been treated for whatever everyone else that was abducted by Lucas. Lucas was the one covering up all the stories of like people going missing in the bayou and his family being there. So the connections could use his family as basically a test, because Evelyn is supposedly the perfect strain of the mutamycete, the perfected one. This is the original mutamycete that we're dealing with in Resident Evil 8. And so Chris might know to treat it, but he might not know basically that the treatment only works on people who are, let's just say for lack of better terms, mutated enough that it can calcify, just like it said in the reports. Ethan, on the other hand, had the mutamycete enhance his system and keep him alive. And a treatment for him, they literally said in the last game, would not work. It only works on those who are freshly infected or are full-blown infection. Ethan is neither. And let's really get that straight for like the continuity of the story they're trying to tell, and why it's important of why I'm playing both games before I go into Shadows of Rose again. That they are trying to explain Ethan's special because, as stated in the report, that the background organization that's doing all this, the serum only works if you're like in Mia or Zoe's shoes, that they are still in a human form, they haven't mutated out of control, or it will kill them if mutated out of control. So the serum was meant to either help people who had been infected on accident or kill Evelyn herself, or, you know, control it. That's basically what it was meant for. Instead, if Ethan received it, what would have happened to him? Well, he's not in the beginning stages because he did die. And he's not in the end stages because it didn't mutate out of control. Instead, it basically became symbiotic. And none of the reports from the original game say what happens to somebody who has a symbiotic relationship with the mutamycete. Now, this game actually explores that. It's a symbiotic relationship using the Kadao as the thing that basically infects you with the mutamycete. And the Kadao basically is the host, so the mutamycete isn't going out of control and is a symbiotic relationship with you. But Ethan is special. He never needed that. Ethan died. And because Ethan died and the mutamycete restarted his brain and his vitals before he could lose all of his memories and everything, as shown by the flashbacks of like him being carried, basically brain death didn't set in, so the mutamycete was able to keep him alive. And it was out of Evelyn barely having enough control from him and wanting a father figure. She wanted basically Mia's other half. And so Evelyn was willing to infect him and try to keep him alive. But in doing so, she made a symbiotic relationship with him, where treating him like everyone else will not cure him. Mia is the only one that should actually know that fact. Unless you are Lucas, who is killed by Chris, or you're with the Connections, or you're Miranda. And if you now finally get what I'm trying to drop, who else knows for a fact that Ethan is special? The 4 lords that I'm about to fight. And it is Heisenberg himself that says, you do not know how special your child is, but he does specifically say, you don't even know how special you are, much less your child. So it is known to Miranda that Ethan should be special. So by this point in the story, let's get it straight. Miranda doesn't go straight after Rose because it would get her on the radar of Chris. She knows she's being looked for. She knows she's not an unknown to the BSAA and other organizations. She's not unknown. They don't know how to, figure out everything about the Mutamycete, where it came from. They don't know that it's located here, but the Connections and the actual everything, Chris is investigating it. If she goes and steals somebody who is directly involved with it, they'll track her down, they'll find her. So instead, when she gets the doctor results, when Mia and Ethan get the doctor results from a local doctor, Miranda does intercept anything to do with possibly a fungal infection, finds it, knows it's her work, and goes and abducts Mia. Then taking the place of Mia and trying to take Rose without Ethan barely even noticing. She could have taken Rose while Ethan is on a work trip. They make it very prominent that Ethan has to take work calls. They're trying to make it look like Ethan might be busy enough that he might not notice not only the doppelganger, but who's to say that Miranda can't warp into also being the doppelganger for Rose? That is not beyond Miranda's power. As long as she's infected with the Mutamycete, she can not only just replicate Mia, she can be both. As long as she gets Ethan unaware, she can play whatever part she has to. She just has to get under Chris's radar. She wasn't good enough. Chris figured it out. Chris figured out that they had been tracked down because of the doctor's reports. He backtracked and saw somebody found their address. So he figures out that Miranda has been with the Connections and was studying the Mutamycete. He even knows that there is some connection in the past, and it's Chris during this that he finds out the connection with Oswald E. Spencer and the original Resident Evil. So it all comes full circle, but he finds out and he snipes Mia, who is actually Miranda. It's at that point he has to take both Ethan and Rose into custody. Rose because she is special and she might have already been abducted. Let's really also get that straight. He had to cover all of his bases, but he knew Ethan was actually still Ethan. Ethan would be harder to replicate. Ethan was fighting back. Ethan was basically acting like Ethan. So while a baby could be suspicious, he just did not want Ethan in the way, knowing that Ethan in the first game got in the way. Mia is now trapped and unable to tell Chris any of this shit. Now Mia is the only one other than the people in this village of Miranda that know that Ethan's near-death experiences weren't near death. He did die. And the only reason the green herbs from Raccoon City work on Ethan and reattach his limbs is because the Mutamycete is augmenting his system. And the only reasons that treatments like the serum from the E series wouldn't do anything to Ethan to do that is because it's not a symbiotic relationship like the Kadal that like Miranda's forcing with these other people. And it's not that he's mutated out of control, and it's not that he's at the beginning stages. The E series needs to survive by Ethan living. Ethan needs to live by the E series so the serum won't work on him. So now Mia knows that Ethan going on rants over and over about, I'm concerned about Rose and your health and everything else. She's trying to bring up, I'm concerned that you're bad off. Because while she might know that Ethan is different, she doesn't know if that'll kill him or not. Like Mia has no equipment there where they've located them. And since she hasn't told Chris, he hasn't been experimented on enough. She has nothing to be able to inform her if like he's literally dying right now from the serum they gave him. She doesn't know. So when you just saw that flashback, she's just all in a huffy that, you know, he's so invested in the daughter, so invested in Mia, and so invested in his CPTSD. And remember, it's CPTSD at this point. The C matters. Because otherwise I'd call it acute stress, but right at this point it'd probably be CPTSD. That she's getting upset that he won't look after himself, and the only way she could possibly get him to look after himself is to let him know of a secret she knows, which is you probably didn't survive all those near death. You probably actually died, and we know the mutamycete is able to bring back all of her friends like it did everyone on the ship. And the only reason the serum wouldn't be working on you is and the only reason Rose is like a human shape, which would make Ethan go all ape shit and all this other stuff. So Miranda's all hesitant to tell him in the first place. She doesn't want to tell Chris because it would make it'd make Ethan a test subject. Like, it'd put Ethan under a microscope if Ethan opens his mouth to Chris. There is no good reason for Mia to open her mouth other than to tell her husband, stop worrying about somebody other than yourself. Like, she's just not in a good situation. If Ethan opens his mouth to Chris, he's a permanent test subject. If he then tries to be like, but what about Rose? Then he could reveal more, and Mia knows better than to broadcast to the world about Rose's existence. Mia knows about the connections and knows they'd go after Rose. So what is Mia really in reality, what is Mia supposed to do? Like, really, what is she supposed to do? All of her options were taken away, other than she's trying to bring herself to try to, like, if Ethan could for 2 seconds think about himself, she figured out Ethan could hear him out and she could broach the topic. Is Chris ruthless? No. And Swedish, thank you saying so much. Thank you. You did catch me live. Thank you. So you want to know how many years of infections did Miranda investigate in order to determine if she had anything to do with the fungus she was looking for? How many yeast infections? Oh God, Jordan. That's a seriously deep V-neck. Yeah, I have streamer shirts. They cost like $7 a piece because I'm tired of trying to find lightweight shirts in my really hot office when my electric bill just jumped from $220 that I was expecting, because that's what I paid the last 3 years I've lived here for the month of July, to $470 some. So I decided that buying lighter weight shirts and not letting my AC run all the time and sweating my ass off is better than paying hundreds of dollars that I don't have. So
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5?
That's 5 in the fishnets.
5 in the fishnets.
Thank you. Everyone hashtag Swedish drummer. Thank you.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say ever.
Can
I mention ever again?
I prefer shorts not to be posted about me.
All the love, dude. Hope you're doing good. Less than 3.
Thank you. I mean, I can't stop people because I didn't disable it, but I guess people are free to post shorts for the moment until I disable it, right? Unless I already disabled it. I never liked the idea of shorts unless I made them. Much like I'm going to... Courtney is not hating on this deep V-neck. Trust me. Giorgio is not here right now. Do I really have to stick Giorgio on? Any question? I didn't read the chat while I was saying that. I will answer, is Chris ruthless? No, Chris is actually extremely caring. Chris is... I don't want to go into all the character stories because I'm more focused on the DLC that'll come at the end of this. But Chris's whole story is one of... he's the opposite of Leon. Leon's story is self-loathing that is personified in the idea of... I've explained this before. I don't want to break down a whole character analysis. But basically, no. Chris is going through a cycle of basically vengeance and anger. And every single time he drags other people into it, he gets them killed. I'm talking about Pierce from Resident Evil. Isn't that 5? Or is that 6? 6. And that's his whole squad as well. So he gets his squad before Foxhound killed. He gets Pierce killed. He in 5, he's not able to save everyone. He gets the informant killed. He's not involved with 6. In the events of 1, He's not able to save Alpha or Bravo team in their entirety. He's not able to stop Wesker. He's not able to stop the outbreak. He's not able to then fly to Europe. In Code Veronica, he's not able to stop Wesker from basically becoming the... For those who don't play Code Veronica, you probably don't know how Wesker became the Wesker from Resident Evil 5, but he's not able to stop Wesker there. He's not able to save his sister, Claire, from all the horrors of following him around. He's not able to save Claire later on when she joins the same organization and is, you know, basically there with Moira when they have to go through Resident Evil Revelations 2. Chris goes through this whole thing, and then in Revelations 1, he has to find out that the organization that predates the BSAA actually deceived him. So Chris goes through this whole thing of, he's in the Air Force. The Air Force, he feels like, deceived him. He gets angry, he lashes out, he trains, he joins another something to help people and to basically get at the heart of it. He joins STARS. STARS is supposed to be a tactical team to help out people. They're actually bait. He gets duped by their leader. Their leader tries to use him. They test on him. He feels deceived by the people. He goes after to find out answers. He goes to find out answers. He drags his sister into it. More people die. His sister almost dies because of his actions. He gets hatred for everything, whatever. He goes to figure out. He goes to solve it. The BSAA, or the precursor to the BSAA, is created because of his actions after Umbrella is shut down. He works for that. They actually are the ones that caused the first and second disaster, and they blame it on everyone else to make money off of it. He gets to the heart of it. He goes to save his old partner. Oh my God, does this sound repetitive? He gets angry. He goes after everyone. He gets on the wrong ship, the Zenobia or whatever. He goes after the people responsible. He uncovers it. Now the BSAA is created. He's one of the head founders. Then they go after Wesker to stop all of it. They think they can corner him. Wesker kicks their butt like they did in Code Veronica, but now Jill, he thinks, dies because of his mistake. Then he gets angry and now he's got a vendetta against him for taking his partner away not once but twice. And not only is like people close to him and killing people, so now he's got a vendetta against Wesker and his organization. So now he tracks down his organization now with the BSAA and gets to Wesker and finally kills him, but it doesn't actually end it all because he gets people killed along the way. So then he goes after in 6, and he's actually heading the BSAA. On an accident, he gets a whole squad killed and gets drunk and everything and gets a vendetta. But whoa, the pattern's broken one time. He gets drunk. He does get drunk. And then he goes on a streak of hatred once Pierce goes and gets him and everything. And then he gets Pierce, and then he wants to know what happened, and he goes on a vendetta and whatever. And then we were going to get a 7 that actually expanded on that, but then we didn't. We got this Resident Evil 7. Now we get 8, where obviously he is wary of the BSAA for some reason, so he makes his own unit, Foxhound. This time, his unit is very well trained and kept very low under the radar. And if you can't tell the difference between this Chris and the older ones, he does not follow the BSAA. The BSAA actually even give him a warning of, even though you're one of the founders, that doesn't mean you get to go rogue, but he does go rogue. He finds out that they're using bioweapons to go try to deal with the Mutamycete. He's like, what the hell, BSAA? This is why we got rid of the older organization. They were doing terrorist stuff. Now you're doing terrorist stuff. So he's going to fly to Europe again and do the same thing that he did in Resident Evil 1 and 2. Like, the guy has a little bit of a track record, but through that track record, he also has one other track record. He is very closed off to people he think, I don't know, might die by getting involved. What happened when he got Pierce involved? He let Pierce get his squad get involved. The squad dies. Pierce gets involved. Pierce dies. Like, he thinks Pierce got killed by 8 is what Claire, whatever, she gets killed. But basically, Chris cares about someone, they die or almost die. He cares about Ethan. Why would he tell? Like, what he did most recently, his most recent action was to absolutely try to protect Ethan. If he told Ethan, Ethan goes running after Mia and gets himself killed. Ethan thought he saw Mia get shot down, and Chris had no way of stopping Ethan. Also, it would make Ethan have questions that Chris can't answer. Chris cannot answer all the questions of their investigation about Miranda, which would make Ethan get vindictive. Ethan basically takes actions into his own hands. He cannot say anything. So, like, unlike Leon, who does overshare information, unlike Leon, who does try to bring people into the fold, because Leon's whole characterization is depressive and failure and I'll do better the next time. and depressive failure. I'll do better the next time. And he's self-sacrificing at the very end of all of his arcs. Leon's whole thing is, I will self-sacrifice. And even the newest Resident Evil 4, I've said that before, in the remake, double, triple, and quadruple down on what I've always said about Leon. In the movies, in the games, in the everything, Leon's just self-sacrificing. He believes he could have done better. People died on his watch. And Resident Evil 2 starts with him getting past the barricades because his girlfriend broke up with him. He failed in a relationship. He got drunk. Now he failed as a police officer. He didn't show up fast enough for his first day to report in. So the barricades got brought into the city. So he didn't know to turn away from the city fast enough. Runs into Claire, goes into the city, now knows about the zombie apocalypse. If you didn't know about that, that is actually how Leon gets into the city and gets past the barricades. They're brought into the city to keep people from getting into the actual city. They were barricading the outside of the city, and the police brought them closer in to try to contain it, and it failed. So that's how Leon gets so close. They were set further back out, and Leon gets past them because he got drunk after his girlfriend broke up with him. And then he's self-sacrificing he gave up 6 years of his life. The prologue to Resident Evil 4 does reconfirm that he was forced for 6 years to train. Why? Because just like they wrote in the books, just like they said in the games, just like they've done in the other things, the actual continuity story is that his deal was work with the government or we dissect Sherry for our answers. Basically, Sherry's life was threatened if he did not, because Sherry is basically Wolverine without the claws now. So Leon basically self-sacrificed his own life for 6 years. Goes in, tries to save everyone, wants to save Ada, now she's alive. Now at the very end of it, like, he's willing to die to the whole infection as long as, you know, Ashley's actually saved. Goes through that whole thing, goes to stop a terrorist thing in Damnation, I believe it is. 3 tyrants are coming at him, but he believes it's his fault for not being able to stop it fast enough. He could have stopped the uprising. He actually had to renounce his whole U.S., you know, citizenship, blah, 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 blah. He's about to face down 3 tyrants, and they actually all get shot down. He doesn't face them off with a knife. He's ready to die there. He gets drunk in another apartment. He gets drunk in another thing. He gets drunk. He's an alcoholic, if you didn't know. He gets drunk after Krauser. He thought he's Krauser's partner. He thinks he loses Krauser because of Project Javier. Project Javier is now set in stone as he was the lone survivor, basically, type deal. So now it's not that he wasn't the other continuity story. So there's all of that. Like, Leon's supposed to basically be the tragic hero of, he basically wants to die for the cause and he becomes a raging alcoholic that is, I will fix it or I will die trying. Chris becomes, I will fix it, and if I die trying, so be it, but I will uncover the truth. People don't get away with this, and he gets drunk once in there. Ethan is I'll fix it, but I have no training and no idea what I'm doing, but I'm gonna get in the middle of it. Ethan doesn't belong there. He's a civvy with training. But I swore from the first game, from Resident Evil 7, I will not back down off of this until the DLC proves me otherwise. He got training from Chris. I do not believe Ethan is a normal civvy. I want to know the rest of Ethan's story. I will not for 1 second believe Ethan is a normal civilian for one reason and one reason alone, if nothing else. And we'll get into the game after I say this one thing. A one-handed reload with a 1911 is damn near impossible unless you're trained to do it. Full stop, into discussion. And not only does it do it, he does it properly after finding the pistol. He is almost whites out. Yes, people who go through major blood loss and trauma don't black out. They actually do white out. People who have tunnel vision usually have it because their senses are focusing on one specific thing. Usually the idea of safety, the idea of if your peripheral is meant for movement. So it needs to focus on where is your Doppler, where is your binocular vision? Where is that? Where is it the idea that you can tell distance, depth perception is in the middle. So you focus down on that. When people talk about things going black, it's their brain trying to preserve that. When people white out, it's usually from their brain fighting the idea of they need more information. It's not just what's in front of them. Anything could be the danger. And people do actually talking about seeing the white light. Your brain does over-perceive stimuli. And one of the things it does over-perceive is light. And so any light hitting your eye at the point that you're in that mode will make you feel like you are whiting out, not blacking out. And so it is correct to show that Ethan, after getting his hand chopped off, is whiting out. he is trying to be so cognizant of what's happening around him that he is fighting and staving off blood loss, and he is staying conscious by force of will when his body, for all accounts, should be going into shock, whether it be by blood loss or just sheer trauma to his nervous system. And by doing so, you see the white go to gray, go to normal, which is normal. He lost use of his cones. He only needs rods because he needs white, black, and movement. And then he gets all of that stuff. And so he basically does exactly what he's supposed to. Ethan, though, when going up the stairs, proceeds to pick up a pistol, confidently load it, cock it, and reload that thing. And that is the biggie. There are not many civilians who have ever been trained to deal with pain, to deal with overwhelming stimuli, and to let something like whiting out happen to them. Hell, even some of the best trained people, and I'm talking about military that have been going at it for a long time, because usually police officers are not trained for this. Police officers usually have training that have to do with the idea of being introduced to pepper spray like that might use. They must be tased in many precincts before they're allowed to use their taser. It's less than lethal actions and everything like that. But they don't usually go through like Marine training where they have the gas room. They lock you in there. They make you break your air seal. And now you basically have something that's supposed to simulate mustard gas. You come out of there with snot. Your ears are leaking. Your eyes, your nose, your mouth. You can hardly breathe. And you're sitting there having to train to get through pain and to push out of your lungs clean air through the filters so you can get clean air back through your filter in case your gas mask seal is broken. It's training you go through. You go through training of, they simulate gunfire above your head. They fire so high above you and stuff. They go through ideas of, they put you through things that they know will hurt. They put you through, for Marines at the very end, the crucible, your test to make sure that you know everything. Like they put you through so much for so many weeks, for so much pain, that I'm saying that because even those who have been through that kind of training, those that go through, then they graduate as a boot, they go through the crucible, they get their they become a Marine, they go through SOI, they become infantry. I'm gonna tell you that we still can't deal with pain the way that Ethan does. Not everybody, not everyone's trained that way. Even those that are well trained, weeks, months, go through the rigmarole, they still can end up blacking out instead, where the shock takes in, and like one of the most horrific things you'll ever hear in your life is literally listening to somebody scream, "You've killed me," after they got shot. And it's because someone's natural reaction to something like a limb chopped off, being shot. I'm talking, heard it with my own ears. You killed me, I got shot. It was not a death shot. It was the fact that they felt the impact, it got past plates and soft, and they got hurt. And their reaction was, "You've killed me." And that can send you into a mental shock that will shut your systems down, cause mods, cause you to die. Ethan doesn't go through all that, and he's not infected with the mutamycete yet. He does not see Evelyn behind Mia. So I will die on that hill that Ethan somehow is not just a normal civvy. He has some kind of training. And when they talk about all the training they got from Chris and everything, Chris is, I think, at this point, to bring it all the way around circle, is Chris cruel? I think he's the opposite. I think it's the idea that since Ethan knows he can survive the worst, since Ethan, I swear to God, has a background that will train him on how to properly handle himself in a life and death situation before the events of Resident Evil 7, and they get more training from Chris's squad between the events of Resident Evil 7 and 8, that Ethan basically believes he's just as good as anybody else who could handle all of this stuff. He knows how to handle weapons. He knows. So Chris very well knows that if he tells Ethan any information, Ethan's just going to run off and take care of it. And that is a big deal because, once again, whiting out's a real thing. And on top of the idea of whiting out and that being a real deal thing, him reloading a 1911. And let's also get this straight. This is supposed to be set in 2004, I believe, right? Okay. There are no branches of the U.S. Military, nor any RPDs that I can think of that should be in Louisiana that would be issuing 1911s. So he knew how to operate that pistol. Now, if you guys think a pistol is so easy to operate that you just pick it up and you fire, that's how you get people who do accidental discharges and hurt themselves or other people and kill people on accident. It's not just so easy as picking it up and firing, especially in 1911, because it's cocked and locked. Like, you actually have to know how to operate it to at least a mild degree, because a 1911, unlike a lot of other pistols, does need to be cocked. The thing will act in as a double action. It'll be in double after you cock it. And if you want to carry a 1911, it's called cocked and locked. And any that don't decock, like the Beretta M9 or anything like that, like, to carry a pistol like that is actually considered dangerous. So a lot of precincts moved away from revolvers because revolvers are too slow to reload. There's an incident with a criminal who was high on a lot of different drugs that made the FBI reconsider the idea of using 45s, 45 ACP, 1911s, and everything like that. He took over 50 shots, and it took a vital shot to take him down. They were able to shoot through his arm, his leg. There's a lot of graphic stuff that goes behind the ballistics and what's used. Basically, shot placement is what matters. The argument of what caliber doesn't. But the idea that he's in Louisiana in 2004 when no military sect should be issuing a 1911, nor should any precincts in Louisiana, and I did look that up, should have been issuing a 1911, but he does know how to operate that weapon when he runs across it, much less how to successfully reload that single stack, small ass magwell magazine without one hand. And you're gonna try to tell me he does not have some experience? Like, no. Chris is not cruel. Chris knows that Ethan overestimates his ability. Mia knows that Chris underestimates Ethan's ability. And now you have the knowledge the knowledge triangle of everybody isn't in the full know, so nobody knows what to say. Everyone make sense of all that? Chris isn't cruel. Ethan is too gung-ho. Leon's too depressed. Chris is too angry at everything. And Chris is too afraid he's gonna get him killed. And I think it makes sense. I think I broke down everything that we should know together as we go through Resident Evil 8 again. This is all should be just known information that Ethan has... While Ethan has been panned by way too many people as being not fleshed out enough, I really underestimate people's ability to read between the lines or read at all. Ethan's characterization was made crystal fucking clear in Resident Evil 7. I mean, crystal clear. Amico Ultimate is suing Ethan over trademark infringement. That crystal clear. If you get that reference, thank you. This is crystal clear. That's how well they did the characterization of Ethan. We know what he's gonna do. Do not tell Ethan stuff. He's gonna run off and do it. Ethan ran off to the middle of nowhere to get his wife. Did he call the authorities? I mean, think about that very simple idea. Did he call the authorities first? The answer is no. You know how the answer is no? You know how for a fact I know he did not call the authorities? Because the authority that showed up said that we've been getting calls about random people going missing and sightings here and everything. The authorities that should have shown up had no idea he was there. So therefore, there is your in-game proof. He did not call the authorities, and when he was still in danger, he never tried using even a phone to dial out to get help, much less escape. When a police officer goes down and the garage is still fully functional, he does not leave it. Every time he's got a way to escape, he does not leave the scene. It is crystal clear that Ethan cannot be let in on information or he's just going to go into the thick of it. So, like, basically, you just can't tell Ethan anything. Ethan is just a friggin' wild card that's gonna run off. And yes, it is. He does whiteout. Did I get any of that? Oh my god! Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you for the tip.
I have two of
luckily,
them.
I'm not a female, so I don't mind just the tip.
For the V-neck.
Everyone hashtag Courtney for the V-neck. I have one in tan as well. They're both the lightest weight shirts I can wear and still feel like I feel professional inside my office. It almost on camera looks like scrubs, so I'm fine with that. So thank you so much, Courtney. I'm so sorry I didn't see that. Any questions before I actually just play the game and blitz through it? I think I did the best possible way I could ever of explaining all that, and we've been streaming already, supposedly playing the game for an hour and 20 minutes, and there's 7 minutes on the clock. Did I somehow leave anything out of the characterizations of how we got here and what's going on? Hey, Benjamin, it's been a hot second. Oh my God, Benjamin. Talking of cult, not too many streams ago, I could not remember what it was. It was something sacrifice a chicken, hashtag not a cult. Benjamin, I have missed you. What is it? I need to know. The hashtag not a cult. It was you. What is it? I don't want to go back to the old Dark Souls streams and figure it out. It is you. What is it? We're not a cult. But what are the other You gotta try to remember. Thank you. You know what I'm talking about. It was this whole thing during, like, especially Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 2. Like, you know, make sure you like do this, sacrifice a chicken, hashtag not a cult. Yes, I know exactly who you are. Hi, Benjamin. It's been a while. Don't think it's sus that Chris took the Winters to a village very close to Miranda. Oh, Coon. That's actually, it was back with RE7. Did we make the call back? Well, I played stuff after that, and it got repeated. I specifically remember doing Dark Souls 3 because us talking about the cult was in the same stream that Rusty Trombone came up in. And when I was traumatized by learning what a Rusty Trombone is, please don't look it up. Please, I beg of anybody who's watching this, don't look up Rusty Trombone. That was forced onto me. I didn't want to know that knowledge. Okay. Do I think it's sus that Chris took the Winters to a village very close to Miranda? The documents in the game prove he did not know. And the village was close, but he took them somewhere remotely in Europe. And it's remote enough that it's close to wherever, but look at it at the other side. No, I don't think that at all. It's his, I believe it's called Foxhound, Wolfhound, whatever it's called. His, Chris's personal squad confirms during the events of this game that the Mutamycete actually originated from this village. That is his first time finding out that the Mutamycete actually started here. While they were testing it underground, you can find where Chris in his lab has... Basically, here's the thing. The game is proving to you that Chris is on the trail, but no, he doesn't know. They are just gathering samples when Moreau attacks them. They are just finding out about the underground samples and everything. When you can take the boat and find out about the underground growth, that big one that I'll show later in the game. They were just finding out about that, and their own analysis say that it's very likely it started here. And then when they're going down, they finish their analysis, and it's then and there, during Chris's section, that they confirmed the Mutamycete, the strain, Evelyn strain, must have started here. Chris didn't know, but Chris's new headquarters, for continuity, canonically speaking, also Chris's headquarters is in Europe. Chris does not relocate to the U.S. Chris actually is one of the founders of the BSAA, which is located as headquarters in Europe, unless someone wants to correct me. And if it's not located in Europe, he is part of the European branch because he does not trust the Europeans in the slightest. He operates in the US a lot, but Chris basically moved to Europe after Resident Evil 1. He got suspicious. He looked into Umbrella. He shut them down. He looked into the organizations that were supposed to fight bioterrorism. He shut them down. He looked into the BSAA. He helped start that. He helped start the American branch, but went back over to Europe. And now he's talking about that they have to, for some reason at the end of this game, he says he has questions for Europe HQ, which again makes it sound like he just moved him close to home. So do I think that he's cruel at all? No. Thank you, Smooth. I appreciate it. Thank you. What I think he did is basically, he did the smartest, dumbest move ever. Chris tried to basically put, Ethan and Mia in his back pocket as like, you're basically, since you're closest to me and I can just get to you whenever, you're safe. What he didn't count on was, oh crap, you're like, just like 4 to 8 hours away from Miranda's base of operations, and he didn't know. So he basically, it's this idea where I can imagine this map of Europe, of like the idea of like Chris moves them. Chris's headquarters is like here, and it's like 4 hours away from where he moved like Ethan to like live a humble life, and then 4 to 8 hours away from that is where Miranda's base of operations are. So like it's, for Chris, if he's driving there, even as the crow flies driving there, it's like it's a 12-hour drive. And Chris has no idea that she's actually right there. And, you know, a 12-hour drive can actually get you, if it tells you how small land masses really are, a 12-hour drive will get you from the bottom of the UK to the top of the UK. So a 12-hour drive is nothing to scoff at. He could have accidentally just planted them in the wrong place and it'd just be that. It's just that simple. Europe is big enough. Unlike the UK, the rest of Europe, I know Britain likes to think it owns everything, but since it doesn't, the rest of Europe, you can actually make that drive and not find the other side of the sea and accidentally make that mistake. So you can go up and down the Mediterranean or the Atlantic or the seas in between. You can make that mistake. To be fair, Europe is so big. Yeah, that's true. In fact, nice little fact of the day for all of you guys. The population of the US and all of what we consider Europe combined doesn't even make up a fifth of the world's population. It doesn't even make up, what, an eighth or a tenth of the world's landmass? It's small. We think we're the big dogs. We're not. We just have the big guns and the big mouth, but we're not the majority at all. So but Europe, yeah, it is quite feasible that somebody in Europe you could just move stuff to Europe. I've briefly been overseas myself like that for orchestra, and it felt like no time at all to travel anywhere. Traveling in the US feels like an arduous task. Ask anybody who's actually traveled. I've shot weddings in a third of the states in the United States, like a third almost. Did I hit the third mark? I visited almost half the states in the United States, and I've driven 12 hours only to cross 2 state lines before. Yeah, the United States feels huge, and then to say like that kind of space, something 12 hours away from me, you can't make me like, I'm not gonna learn what's going on in Mississippi right now. I got shit happening in Georgia, bro. Like, I don't know every single thing happening in SSI, PPI type deal. So like, if I move someone to Birmingham thinking they were close enough to me because I don't want them to be in Atlanta, because I know that's about a 4-hour drive, but I accidentally underestimated that someone over in Mississippi also has eyes on them and is willing to go to Birmingham, I screwed up. It's that simple. It's really that simple. I don't think Chris did it on purpose. All right. Hey, Vamp Nemesis, what's going on?
Maybe they're out.
You say you're joining the U.S. Well, were they? Yeah. Well, I mean, I know that the UK's traffic, Britain screws things up all the time for everyone, including the traffic. I know that it can take to the midpoint of getting up towards Your major airport that's not there, that's going up towards the border towards Scotland, is like because it made news. It made news that because of the whole airport the airline strike, that the airline strike was twofold, and one of it was to purposefully during holiday season put cars on the road for longer. And so it made sure that people that were trying to travel from London back up north or vice versa would have their commutes go from 5.5 to and 6.5 hours, somewhere in there, to get halfway through the UK to upwards of 12 hours. So it was, so I know enough to be dangerous about the topography to know that, yeah, even when you think of like somewhere that feels like it should be big, it's not big at all. And so for the idea that basically Chris plopped them down in Europe, Europe is close to itself. Nothing in Europe is really far away from anything else in Europe. We have Alaska that the trek from Georgia to Alaska, someone can correct me, but I believe you can actually trek all of Europe and back. From the longest you can trek in, the longest distance you can make in Europe and go back, and traveling in one landmass, you can actually fit that in there 4 times to get to Alaska and back from Georgia, or 3 times. For one round trip, you get 3 for the, I can't remember all of the numbers anymore. I remember looking all that up and being fascinated on how small Europe actually is, and how big the US is, but then how big the world is, yet it feels like the US is huge. The world is getting smaller and smaller with more and more technology. But then it makes me think of things like playing the game Oregon Trail and just like, nah, brah. Yeah, just write me off. Let me just go ahead and die of dysentery. Please, before I have to actually make that trek, let's just let dysentery do its thing, all right? We didn't need Billy anyway. And that broken axle, he probably was the weight that weighed it down. So you know what? Donner, party of 50. Let's go ahead and bring Billy along for other reasons. I don't want to hunt rabbits. Thank you, Smooth.
I got 3.
I
Can I get a 5?
that.
Can I get a 5? 5 in the fish nest.
Hey,
5 in the
Amber.
fish nest. Can I get a 5 in the fish nest? Can I get a 5
Hey,
in the fish
Chadwick.
nest? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Are anyone else's channel emojis coming in huge? The ones on screen above me are literally from Firefox, so there's that as a litmus. We're on Village of Shadows. I cannot screw up right now. Hey, Undertow Soul Slayer, what's going on? I really need to go in and grab... Oh god, are the bolt cutters here? Okay. Hey, Amy, what's going on? How the fuck did they carry the bison they shot in the back of the wagon anyway? You know, I'd rather carry the bison than Billy. To be honest. Just let the kids die. The Oregon Trail, you can just make more when you make it the other side of the Oregon Trail. For anyone who actually had to play Oregon Trail and realize that that's way more realistic, I just had this talk with somebody. If you go look up Oregon Trail, it's made as more, it's a simulation game, not a game. It's actually, that when it was created, the terminology for video games was reserved for arcades, more or less. And so it wasn't really a video game. It was a simulation of the trials and tribulations of that. Thank you, Vamp Nemesis. I really appreciate that. YouTube also appreciates gifts, memberships. YouTube really thinks that I'm something special because I keep having members. And I know not all of you can afford to be a member, so it's not me going, please become a member to my channel. But like the more members I have, the more that YouTube gives me latitude. When I used to have 400 members, YouTube used to push my videos no matter what. Now that I've dipped back under to 200, some maybe getting towards 300, they don't give me that same latitude. So I really do appreciate every single time you guys do that, because when I see that it gets like close to those numbers, I prepare like the more members there are to the channel, the more I prepare things that I want to do and that might be special, because YouTube might tell the rest of the world I'm actually doing it. They might actually let everyone know I'm doing a thing. So I really, really do appreciate it. It really means a lot. I check those numbers very diligently because memberships are one of the biggest dictators in the algorithm on whether you guys even see my content or not. So I got a 25-hour trip that's not even 1/2 of Canada, 1/3 of Canada, really. To take it. Yeah, there you go. It's crazy. Oh, by the way, I have to do this on this difficulty. So this sucks. Everyone else remember how I always forget the easiest way for me to do this part, and so I forget how to stagger and push. I've already forgotten how to force stagger, which don't remind me, so hey, Tara. Hey, it's been a hot second. What's going on? You're green. Yo, listen up. Your shield is green. Your name is green. You got one of... Thank you. Peter, welcome back. Esteban. Since my name is Esteban in Spanish, I stumble on that whenever. Gabriel, Tiara, what's going on? I used to struggle with your name as being Tiara or Tiara all the time. Hi there, what's going on? It's nice to see you back. Someone I know is doing a bicycle trip from Alaska to... Oh, it cut it off part of it, and he's in his... Good God. Hiking the Appalachians was enough for me. I forgot how to do this part. Please don't hit me, game. Please, game, be nicer. Game, please. I forgot how to push them away. Dang it. You don't have to take damage during this part, and I always forget how to do it because I play Village of Shadows. It gives me anxiety. No. What? Oh, you clipped. You clipped through that and you know it. Oh, you are a cheater. You are a scoundrel and a fiend, my friend. He clipped up those stairs. He was not on the same level. He was not on my level, bro. He was not there. I forgot how to do it. No one remind me. Just let me suffer. I have unlimited weapons on anyway, so, I mean, how bad could it be? I don't have to resource it, manage like usual. See, I came out with green. All right, let's go. Is it over, Helena?
Is it over?
Is it over? It's not over. Hey, Micah, what's up? Hey, Justin Judy, what's going on? I see that. It's Village of Shadows because I'm an idiot. I'm doing it for the story, and I picked Village of Shadows, so I'm truly an idiot. What's up? You've been 2 stars for over a year? It must have dropped at some point. 4 stars is a year, but if it drops at any point, YouTube counts the days back. I'll make you a deal. By September, if people sponsor that stream, we'll talk about it in a month. If I don't have cancer, I have good news for what's going on wrong with my insides, and somehow I pay my bills and I do not get evicted, I will have a celebration stream in September, which is the month that my brother's born, so I like doing celebration streams anyway. And during that stream, I will have a goal that nipple tassels could come back temporarily. You're gonna have to remind me about it, though. But why? Why? Welcome back to the family, Benjamin. I appreciate that. But that's a lot of things that have to go a certain way. Also, that's another reason why you don't see me drinking and doing any of those streams right now. My system just simply can't handle that. People have asked about drunk live streams. I know they're entertaining. I'd like to be able to entertain you guys, but it could literally kill me at the moment, and I don't want to die stupidly. If I'm gonna die, let me at least die smartly in some way, not stupidly like that. Thank you, Roses. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome back to the family. Aaron. I see Chuck. Bob Ray. Frederick. And Tech Base Gaming. Thank you. Oh, sir, we will not forget. Oh, Jesus H. Some people might forget. It's possible. Let a man hope.
Okay. Damn it.
10-4. Hey. Don't give me that. I'm gonna have to break out my ham and make sure that my black ass isn't getting targeted now, knowing your profession. Can't give me that 10-4 anymore. Hey, Jesse, what's going on? What? I got the radio. I can re-up my license. I'm allowed to listen to enough waves to know what's going on.
There's no way to them.
And truckers talk about it all the time. I want warning if someone's gonna break into my house, say I did something wrong, and then sprinkle cocaine on my body just in case to cover the tracks. I need warning, and you tell me something like 10-4, my black spidey senses are tingling. Anyway, I'm only half black and I'm legally white, so whatever. Maybe it doesn't matter anyway. Black where it matters. Hey, Davey, what's going on? Welcome to the family. You're new to the family. Look at that wooden shield. It gets stronger over the time. It turns metal and gets stronger over time. Protect yourself, protect the family. Thank you. I would never bother you. You should know this. I'm not saying there's a difference between bother and arrest. No, I need to know if my black ass is in trouble. Hey, Peter Taylor, what's going on? Oh, when you have the unlimited shotgun, you can do this part this way, and I'm doing this part this way because my eyes are acting up. And that's my excuse. Please don't break the door. I did shoot. Please don't let him do that. You have to get them before they break the door. If they break the door, everything goes haywire. It all goes down the tubes. So if you're wondering how long this can go, it can go pretty far. I'm crying. You can actually farm right here, right now for a lot of supplies you can't get later if you need money. Because you can't be thrown out until you leave this position, so you can kill them all. Since I'm not going for time, and since you guys had me play Village of Shadows, I'm using infinite ammo to my advantage. And I'm gonna go back out the door. I'm gonna show you guys something special. I do not believe they can. I think I already proved this on another stream. When I can see straight, I can show you. I showed on another stream I can even kill that Urias' brother right there. Oh crap. I can kill him without actually spawning the end thing, so I can get the money from him too. Oh, why is my eye doing this? Not right now. Please, have mercy. Oh God. No, don't break it. No, don't break it. I'm farming. Yeah, you have to zone twice. So to make this fight end, you have to zone twice, and I've only zoned once. I started the fight, or rather 3 times. So I'm calling them zones because I don't know what else to call them in this game. After they're all dead, I'll show you guys. So to trigger the guy that actually shoots you in the leg with the arrow, you have to actually have changed areas enough. This obviously is a threshold because this starts the horde, right? Well, technically, stepping out of this threshold does not count you as zoning enough times. God, my eyes. So the trigger for the person to randomly shoot you and then throw you outside can't happen yet. I can walk back outside, and that counts as number 2. When I walk back inside, you're going to see the second I cross the door's threshold, I immediately get tagged. So it's 3. So going in once, I'm allowed to go outside and kill the guy with the big thing. And then I'll get, as soon as I said it. Oh my God, Argent Griever. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, hold on. I got an idea. Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out. What if?
At this point, I'd probably ask.
Hear me out. What?
I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Hold on.
Oh my God. Oh God. Ah!
That tag comes so bad. I need to post that short.
Here's hoping for a
Thank
celebratory
you.
stream in September.
I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Argent Griever. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I was going to say I'd ask for them because at least it's proof on my wrist that something happened, that I was detained, but that's not a good sentence to just cut off mid-sentence. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that what if was my death. In a different sense, handcuffs are like a hickey. You were detained in a different way, though. Okay, hold on. I can't finish statements right now. What's up, little boy? Hold on, everyone. One second. Grabbing food. Using the bathroom. Grabbing food for Ron. I'll be right back. It's like a 2-second. It doesn't even count. Oh, I have to hit the add button. It doesn't even count as a right. It doesn't even count. I said it doesn't even count as a break and people left. By the way, this was just supposed to be a very cheap Amazon shirt. I looked up linen shirts and I was looking for the cheapest one to wear in the office that looked nice. So that I had like literal office shirts because it's just so daggum hot. I was not expecting it to actually look decent. It looks like Scrubs when it's close up, but further away, I like the way it looks further away. And then I get in front of the camera and it looks like I just showed up from my shift as a nurse. And then I just decided to wear the deepest V cut I could find for my shift. Like, but at least I'm sweating up a storm in this office right now. Don't even feel it on the shirt. It's wicking up. It's nice. I'm happy. All right. Wrong control. I pick this one up all the time because it's connected to the PC. Come here, controller. Ooh, it's flashing pink. You see that pink? That's my health. My health is pink, apparently. Pink is my favorite color. Pink when you turn off the lights. Who we got right there? I'm looking to become a nurse eventually. That's a later time thing. I gotta get through the whole where are my credits and everything for being accredited in the state of Georgia, because passing the knowledge portion of the test apparently is not enough, and KSU is not keeping up their end of the deal of letting me audit stuff. So okay. I have to figure out where to get a piece of paper that says I have an education, even though I don't need the piece of paper because I'm educated just fine. Ooh, did the last one break through? Oh, I hate it when they drop the skulls now. All right, hold on. Look at this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Where is he? Where is he? All right, this is gonna take forever, but he can definitely die. Jake Mueller is an interesting one to talk about. After I see the DLC for Resident Evil, I'll tell you what I think, because I think he and Sherry run a line that actually is feels like it runs right here with the idea of Rose. And that line is bordering on the mystic instead of the science. Jake Mueller and Sherry Birkin both have an ability that make them seem more like X-Men. And that doesn't really align with the brand with Resident Evil. But then again, Rose really doesn't... What they've made the Mutamycete out to be, Rose shouldn't align with that either. So I won't play the DLC before I say it, but I think that the idea of something like that is sooner than you think, because it would give. I've already said before that if the DLC really is set years and years into the future, it means that there needs to be a new guard and an old guard, and they have to hand off the torch. And the best people to hand the torch off to would be like making people like Chris and Leon mentors and stuff like that. Like all of them as mentors because they're too old. They're now in their like 60s, some cases 70s. And it would be better to pass off the torch to the younger ones. Like Moira's a little bit younger, but it would be people like Cherry. And Jay could absolutely come back in that kind of picture. Jake isn't quite as X-Man as Cherry is, but freaking every... Well, my prediction already is you don't have an old and new guard change the storylines without killing off one, because it's always in just like, where's the other one? You usually have to kill one off. And it has a very specific writing purpose, and that is that it's a plot hole. If you don't actually kill one off, it's a big plot hole of like, why didn't you just solve this problem? The answer should be, oh, just send in like the vet or the whatever. But if they're still around, why would you send in the novice? Why would you send in like, why would you rely on Sherry first? Why would you rely on Jake first? Why would you rely on Rose first? Why would you rely on anyone that's new at first if you've got the old guard there? So I don't want Jill to die, so I'm not including her in the list. Because anyone I include in the list, I'm thinking totally gonna die. Supremely 100% gonna die. I can see Leon going out valiantly as a like self-sacrificing. He's older and dying in like Ada's arms type deal. As Ada gives you a lot of secrets of what's behind the scenes of blah 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 for whatever organization, that she finally turns her back on it because she could have like saved Leon or something like that. That kind of story. Like, I can see unsuspecting people becoming the mentors. Because Ada would be one of the best ones to be a mentor, and the only reason she would ever break her silence on contracts is if she accidentally cost Leon his life. And Leon is self-sacrificing, so their characterizations alone say Leon would be called on to take care of something because he's trusted by the US government. Leon would fail. Ada would have seen how he could fail but figured he could get out of anything, would have watched him die, and then side with you because she's just done with that shit type deal. You know, that's kind of how I look at it. You do not want to keep your older characters alive for too long. Hey, Ron, what's going on? Thank you. Hey, Darkness. Oh god, it's still attacking me. Hold on. This takes a hot second because these are starter weapons. This takes a hot second. Sorry about this, but he gives a good amount of stuff to upgrade with, so if me and this shotty gotta be getting some real business getting done, like with I have to be all three of the flavors with this stuff. I'm upgrading it. I want it upgraded. Is that a belated birthday? Hold on. Come on, Streamlabs, you can give me the message.
My little bean with your dirty eyes.
Catch you on a live stream again. Been busy with life lately. My birthday
Oh.
was Monday, so silly without expecting life. I'm glad I get to catch you with.
Your birthday was Monday? You share a birthday with one or two people I can think of in the community. I don't know if I can sing happy birthday right now, though. My throat is actually torn up. I'm even losing my voice right now talking. I started losing my voice last stream. Oh, happy birthday. Actually, whoops. I didn't put any distortion on that. You guys don't usually hear it like that. That's not... Where is it? Is it
this one? Oh, happy birthday.
I don't like the way my voice is just...
Oh, happy birthday. Babies crying, people dying. Happy birthday.
I don't think I can actually do all the voices for it. I don't think I can... Yeah, my voice... I have one thing that actually... Where's the setting? I have one setting to make my voice sound less dry, so it actually makes me a little less self-conscious. I can always do this. Go XLR. A little bit of reverb. Just so I don't feel like I'm so dry where I am. Because when I sing something like that, the oh, happy birthday. When it leaves off so abruptly, it bothers me. Oh, happy birthday. Babies crying, people dying. Happy birthday. I don't know how to... the voices, doing all the voices right now is not going to work out. My voice will get torn up. Still killing this guy. I can't do the happy birthday to ya. The Stevie Wonders. I usually give people a choice, but until they make it so my throat stops being so a jerk to me. Oh my god, please just die. He is not meant to die in this starting part on Village of Shadows, on New Game. He just severely is not meant to die. One day I might make it a challenge to be able to knife only him. Because I know how to make him stay. As long as down there does not count as another zone, he'll stay. So as long as I kill them also at the door like I just did, I should be able to see how long it takes to knife only him and if you can dodge his attacks. With that said, holy crap. This takes a while. No, but when he was human, if you didn't call him daddy, you're probably being sent to bed without dinner, so. He's the village chief's brother, I believe, or the village chief, one of the two. Can't remember if this is Urias, the actual, if Urias, the boss you fight later, is the village chief, and the mutated one is the brother, or, because this is the same guy you fight later. Technically, I think. It's him and his brother, and the infected one is you get the continuity's sake, this one does not die. This one I believe is the one you fight later. I think the clothes are all the same and it's the same ones. I have to look at the document. I can't remember. They're the chiefs, and for some reason the chiefs got special treatment because Mutant Mycete really does. They're like, oh, you have a position of power. Oh, I'm a fungus and I can tell you have a position of power. And therefore, I'm going to give you, like, a giant body. This shit's too slow. Just makes you run about Helena, too? Just like the first you die to get in again. That's the only thing I could think of. I forgot all the lyrics of that song now as soon as I started down that. I just remembered like 3 lyrics. And that doesn't count. I'd have to look. I don't remember. Urias' younger brother? Sure, why not? Given that I don't have all the things open in front of me. Why not? Wait, I'm remembering some of the lyrics all of a sudden. Matthew, strike to incinerate. Oh my god, it's gonna drive me crazy. I have to know the lyrics to Helena. So someone copy paste the first sign of lyrics until the. Somebody in the chat, please just copy paste them quickly so I can read them while I'm shooting the ever loving crap out of this guy. Everything through the first chorus, like copy paste, go! Help me! Help me! Now the song's like in my head and I can't remember the lyrics. I'm busy shooting this guy. He's taking forever. I just want his skeleton. Yay, thank you, Jeffrey. That's the whisper. I need more! I'm gonna have to look it up anyway. I'm disappointed in myself that I actually don't remember that song off the top of my head. Oh my god. I would have looked it up, but you know, I'm busy doing this. Which is getting early money, but like this. But at what cost am I getting early money? And the answer is at no cost, I'm earning money. I was shooting him and I almost said in his... That was some penis shots right there on accident. Oh, my finger is getting tired of squeezing the trigger. Such a first world problem to have here. As I'm showing you guys that with infinite ammo comes infinite responsibility of you can kill this guy as long as you don't zone more than once. You can kill everyone in the daggum village and they still surround you later. Everyone will be dead after he's dead. Like everyone that could have attacked me will be dead and they'll still surround me and pull me out of a house. How that works? I don't know. I was hitting his like little meat thing. I was hitting his meat a few times. Wait, Benjamin said it? Did Benjamin? Oh god. I can't scroll up. Oh my god, please die. I have to check it. It's important. Where'd Benjamin say it? No, 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 no. I don't see it. No! Where are we talking about? Oh, there it is. PSA number 3. Join the Discord, sub to the channel, sacrifice a check-in, hashtag not a cult. Thank you. Someone please quote that. That's a mod, please. That is a fine quote to make. Join the Discord, sub to the channel, sacrifice a chicken, hashtag not a cult. No, time isn't, and damage aren't, what were we talking about? Time and damage? This isn't on time and damage. I can stay in here all day. I can run the clock down for hours. There's no time for this part. There is time if you're running around, but it's, time and loading screens. That's why the ladder doesn't help your case. It doesn't count as load. You happy I remember it? Yeah, why not? Oh, there he is. Okay. So there he is dead. It just took way too long. And then, I'm glad I could do that, Benjamin. Welcome back, JP. So you see that everyone is dead? Everyone is dead. No one should feasibly be shoving me out of anywhere. The second I break a zone, it's a line of delineation of where the enemies know, the AI knows where to act and where to path and everything like that. As soon as I break that, it'll throw me out. Now, I'm about to test something. I know the door will do it. Will the stairs? Could I have knifed him? And the answer is... Nope. Cannot knife him. There is another zone literally at the bottom of the stairs. You cannot knife him. That's sad. So you can only shoot him. You cannot knife him to death. Because I do not know how... Oh, no, 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 no. That means that... Okay. That means that you can never use the stairs. That means you have to be able to figure out if you can knife him to death, you have to kill the whole village without going up the stairs, without backtracking to the cabin, without touching the lake, and without going through the door to the side. And then you can try to knife him to death. I said that and I think I threw up a little in my mouth. I think that the idea of that just made me very sick. Just Like, all you have to do is all of these things, and then maybe you can do something that is totally unnecessary. Subscribe to my channel. How do you add quotes anyway? All right, yeah, I'll do it. Should the quote have the stream or the? How do we name that? I just want it on record. Have it as Benjamin. I don't remember what, if Benjamin remembers what stream he first said it on, cool with me. Otherwise, just mark it down as Benjamin's PSA number 3. I just want to record it as, because I've tried to remember what he said so many times. Over the years, for those who have listened, I have tried to repeat what Benjamin said, and I've said that many times. That not a cult. The original stream was like 6 years ago? 6 years ago? Yeah. I've tried to, I've spent probably 4 years forgetting it straight up and not being able to quote it. So yeah, I want it written down. I just want it written down. We call doing way too much for unnecessary reasons pulling a darkness. Hey! Well, that might be apropos. I have nothing more to say after that sentence. So I'm leaving it at that. Yeah, it was from a while ago. Yay, that'll make me remember that. Because it feels like that should be another, like you guys talk about t-shirts. That should be a t-shirt. Hey, it's a map. What did I forget in here? Okay. Hey, Stephen B. What's your playthrough of Alien Isolation? Maybe want to do a play the hardest difficulty, try not to shit my pants challenge. Shark. Yeah, I'm actually gonna come back to Alien Isolation. It's been so long since I played it, I'm gonna do a live stream. And what I'm going to do, what I want to program in is that it's gonna be a simple voice translation thing where I want to use a voice translation program to make it that, and maybe not voice translation. I'm thinking about writing a script that's just how many decibels I go up. That if my voice goes up enough decibels, it forces me to move forward no matter what I want, which would give away my position to the alien. So basically, it's you guys' job, and I'll put on scary alerts and whatnot. It's you guys' job to try to accidentally get me to make a noise while it's around, because it'll force my character to move forward and get caught and get eaten. I want to do that as a stream. That's what I thought of. If I can't make that work, then I'm just gonna play it. But I want to make it interesting, where basically you guys have control over the character. 24 months already. You bet your sweet ass it's been. You got that 5-star shield swag. Ah! I forgot about him. I forgot about him. I forgot about him. Wait. The PlayStation version has an option of the alien hearing your voice. Wait, that's a thing in the game? That is a thing in the game? Oh, we'll totally do that. Yeah, screw me having to code stuff. My codes keep breaking, and I need to be able. I can't afford Chat GPT right now, but as soon as I can afford Chat GPT, I'll be doing more stuff with code, because Chat GPT is really good at correcting coding errors. It's not really good at writing code because it keeps writing recursive things that will actually break themselves, or just not. It writes coherent, simple scripts, but it's really good at picking out your mistakes. And since I don't want to sit here and bust my head over a lot of coding errors, because I keep trying to compile and I get compiling errors, and I'm just running things in Python because I was going to do C# and then I remembered that I'd rather be a castrati and cut my balls off than use go back to C# for anything. So yeah, I decided to hold off on any streams that involve me coding and fun stuff until I have ChatGPT to correct my stupidity. I'm sorry. I gotta do it on PlayStation. I gotta rebuy a game. We gotta afford to rebuy a game. Is this... Oh, is the crow dead? Did the other crow just not fly away? Was his friend dying in front of him not enough of a sign to leave? Is that another crow? Oh, the crow is dead, and the other one didn't fly. That was the first time I've ever seen this in this game. Are there any more crows? Do you have any more friends? I hear him. I hear that he's got more friends. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I didn't realize that there was a distance that you could shoot something and it not hear you. Oh, there's another one of his friends. Hold on. We're going back again. They don't run. What? Okay. All right, so that's the thing. If you shoot him from far away enough, take notes. Write that down. If you shoot him from far away enough, the crows don't fly away. They just stand there like a bunch of doofuses on their piddly two little crow feet. I'm shooting such a smart bird. That's why it's got money. It pilfered it. What is the bird that's commonly called a filcher bird in Japan? What kind of bird is that? Is it a type of crow? Because it's also apparently very smart too. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Filchers? The pilfer filcher bird, something like that. Anyone know what I'm talking about by chance? They're extremely smart, and they know to get people snacks and everything else, and they're very much known for being cunning, and they're a lot like crows. And I don't know if they are just crows. And I sound stupid and ignorant, but it's just called a filcher bird. Hey Siri, what's a filcher bird?
I'm listening.
What's a filcher bird?
I found this on the web.
No, not the filchers bird, not the German, not the Brothers Grimm. I would love something like that. The ravens? Thank you. Magpies? Oh god, I just got confused. The ravens? Magpies? Ravens. Final answer? Ravens are very smart. I know them by the name of filcher bird because of in Japan the translation for calling them by their name is usually done as filcher bird instead, because they're known to swoop down and steal your shit, and they're very smart. So when learning Japanese, I got to run across that and try to look it up, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I mean, that's really the extent of that story. Like, I'm sorry if I made that sound like more than it was, but that's like the extent of the story. Well, also one has a much longer lifespan than the other, and both of them are pretty the same intelligence. Like, one's bigger, one has a longer lifespan, one's smaller, one has shorter lifespan. And then other than that, they can both be jerks if they want to. They're cool. I love watching like crow tricks. I sound weird. I sound like just the dorkiest person when I say some things and I realize it came out of my mouth. All right, I know you're there. I know you're there. You are there. Show yourself. Out yourself. Oh, I can't even read that. Why is it chat for me? Japanese word for swan literally means white bird. Yeah, you know, straight to the point. Armored one. Jeez. I say armored one, and my head went da 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 da. Is it a Jäger? I cannot remember the German off of the top of my head. Ba ba da ba ba. Like I immediately thought Attack on Titan when I thought the armored one. It's the Armored Titan. There he is. Oh, hold up a sec. Let me holler at you. Hold up a sec. Let me holler at you. Hold up a sec. Let me holler at you. Hold up a sec. I didn't know you would jump like that. Hold up a sec. Let me holler at you. Like, what was that? What was that? What was that, bro? No, no, no. What was that? You can't do that. You've never done that before. Get that helmet off. You look stupid with it on. You look silly. Hold up, let me holler at you. Hold up. Listen. I need early money to make the flavors easier on me. Listen. I need early money, your early money, and then the rest of the game gets to be easier because I'm playing this on Village of Shadows like an idiot when I'm playing this for lore. Okay, your helmet's off. You don't look so stupid. You looked stupid. Now you look vulnerable in one specific area. He fired and he missed. Anyone else see why I'm desperate to have the money to upgrade all weapons immediately? You see this? You see this? I don't care if you're using bird shot. You take this many shots to the face, you're not walking away from that. I mean, this range point blank, bird shot will absolutely rip your face up. I don't care what's in this shotgun. That thing is dead. It should be, but it's not because reasons. Because video game. I'm not talking about it needs to pop the head off all graphically. I'm just saying that thing was dead so many times over. And it gave me a crystal skull instead of money, which means it gypped me out of money. Who is that? Who is that? Excuse me? You just gotta lob arrows at me from over there? No, bro. Two can play that game. It takes two, baby. It takes two. Me and you. Who wins? Me or it? Am I landing shots? No, he started this. We didn't start the fire. That whole spiel. Okay, I feel like he should be dead. I feel this is unfair. How come he can send arrows at me? He's not lobbing them from like a mystical place. It's right there. He's right there. Only difference is now I can't see the daggum arrows nearly as well. Oh, I heard the splat. It counted now. He started this. I didn't start this. Let the record show. Oh my God. Ain't this a little ridiculous? Please don't make me run into another one. How many arrows do you need, bro? In my defense, none of the... It's not even catching the hay on fire. Why would I think it would actually hit my face? It's just apparently an arrow. No one cares about those. Okay, as soon as my heart's finished thumping... Isn't there... There is another one that's just right here that I've got to deal with. Alright, hold on. Oh, God! Is Brosev's brother, Bro Jack. Are you kidding me? This is what... Village of Shadows is bullshit. This is bull. This is bull. There better only be one following me. What is this? Why is there another one? You better just drop Gil or whatever the money is. Well, well, well. Oh yeah, if you didn't know, you can actually kite a lot of enemies around objects. And knowledge is power, G.I. Joe. Can I really not get that helmet on? Is it just gonna be faster to do this? Oh my God, I just want your money. I'm basically pickpocketing you, but you're a wolf guy, dude. You're very hairy. No one's gonna care. Nair would love to sponsor you, but you just gotta do one thing. You basically gotta do like a Jared from Subway, but not the whole sex scandal thing. Please. Not now, Journal. Day one, Journal. I will get to you. Oh my God. No. Oh, wow. My sphincter. So hard closed on that one. I did not expect him to get me. Okay. If I die about right now, I will be so unhappy. Okay. Why give me the perfect crystal? I get more money from the money bags. Mr. Moneybags. I know this is gripping gameplay. Hear me out. You guys said I should do this on Village of Shadows. What did you think was going to happen for me to be able to get through Castle Dimitrescu with sanity at all intact? This was going to happen. There's an arrow at my door. Isn't there another one somewhere around here? Whoa, I can go through the fence. You could stop. Serpentine! 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 As a gentle reminder, my son is with me right now. So maybe I should have been a little more contained. I am such a salty Sandra. Come here. Come here. Fence hopping. Piece of crap. Yeah, a salty Sandra. What do you think I said? Is that not a common thing? Have I known too many Sandras in my life? And have most of them been sodium filled? Is Benjamin going? Bye, Benjamin. I can't read this and do it at the same time. Gotta go. Well, thank you for stopping on by, Benjamin, and for reminding not a cult exactly what to do. Check the Discord. Hit subscribe. Sacrifice the chicken. There we go. Could you just die? But in that way where you really do? This is the same problem I had before. I don't want to use the health yet. We should not have chosen Village of Shadows. I'm gonna just tell you guys that right now, that I've turned this into a challenge run on accident, And the only challenge is I want to be able to blast away the flavors without doing it 1,000 times, which means I want money, which means I kill these things and it takes forever. But if I wasn't so intent on killing the flavors so easily, then this would be happening. No. See, the thing is that I'd have to admit, like, some form of what some could consider defeat. And there's a part of me that's like, no, shut up, fire. It's not like the easier difficulties ever help me out. It's just the harder ones make it take longer to start up. The easier difficulties do me no favors. I don't know what makes it more fun from when I play things like this, I literally am trying to make it so that it many times it feels like the first time I'm playing it by making it hard on myself. Many times it's an artificial difficulty I'm placing on myself like this. Like I could blast through it easier, but it's like I don't know what compels me to be like this. It's not ego, cause it's I know what it is, but I just don't want to get into it. It's the exact reason why I like making puzzles for myself. It has nothing to do with ego, and I gave up pride, dignity. I've been married before. I mean, seriously, I know what it is to give up all that. Ego, like, it's more like when I start something that's more difficult to me, the second it feels like, oh, it's like a puzzle I gotta figure out, my brain switches modes to figure it out. Like, I have to figure it out now. Like, okay, so you're gonna do it this way. Okay, so you have to figure out how to do it this way. Well, you need to figure out how to do it this way. If something didn't work, well, you gotta have to figure it out. And even if I figured it out before, my brain goes, well, you gotta figure it out again because you figured it out before, so you know it doesn't count. Just doing it once doesn't count. My brain does this stupid thing to me of, like, if it's a puzzle, it's fun, and I have to do it even when it becomes less fun. I still have to do the puzzle because the puzzle makes my brain happy that I did it, and then I get the good dopamine drugs, and then I'm just like, yay, I did a thing. But it's the puzzle. I'm a puzzle addict. I'm sure if I got back into Sudoku, I'd be sitting there with my Kindle and my Sudoku all day, every day, and try to turn that into a career of being like, hi guys, we're streaming another Sudoku today. What's going on? This is DarknessJackson. While we're at it, we're gonna also be going through The Rights of Man, Thomas Paine. Most people don't read that. They only think about common sense. We're gonna do both at the same time. Holla back at your boy. Make sure you hit subscribe if you really like the content that you're seeing. We're about to put some numbers down on this paper. And ring that bell if you really want to make some sense. That's a little bit more comment out of Thomas Paine. Get some rights in this manhood. Am I right? And and hit that bell of liberty to be notified every single time I start my new Sudoku puzzle. And then just the most egregiously boring, just sitting there going, yeah, People going up to the stream being like, oh my god, he's doing the real challenge. He did it in pen. Oh hell, I gotta get my friends. We've never done a Sudoku in pen. Shit, look at it. He's got a pin. He's doing it in pin, bro. Oh my God, he's gonna do it. Like, yeah, people don't get hyped for that. He's gonna do that Sudoku in pin, bro. I told my friends about you. I got Reddit on it. There's a whole thread about how you made a guide to pin Sudoku. Well, some of you just want me to read to you. That's a different category altogether. I forgot about that guy again. Wait, there's two? Wait, what? What? Since when are there two? Why do I have two? You stop your shenanigans. Hey, Kale. Stop your shenanigans. Nope. Why are there two? Why are there two? I counted one, now I count two. Why are there two? The guy closed the gap. The gap closes. No! Got him. No, I want money. I don't want your chemicals. I have to look up. Will my internet work? Oh, I just saw that text message that I should have said something to. I'm sorry. I was let down. Okay. Because my brain did not let that go. Oh yeah, my voice cannot sing any of that now that I've read the lyrics. My voice is way too shot. I know it is, but it also has one extra ability, which is unlike the Lemmy, it does knockback. So they can't charge in this game nearly as well, and the shotgun later on is way more powerful. Shotgun is based in this game on distance and spread, and the thing that things I don't want to know because of the mod for Resident Evil 2 remake has all that on your UI to turn it from third person to first person. It talks about spread and all that. Apparently FOV and all that matters. It's not that it's weak, it's that proximity matters for the shotgun, but it does have extra effects like stagger. Are you dead? Did I kill all the things that give me money? Okay, I killed all the things that give me money. I can continue with the game. Is everyone excited that I'm going to continue with the game? I'm going to continue playing the game that I said I was going to play in the first place. But now I'm going to do it for realsies. And unlike the time I just said I was playing the game, this time I won't be just kiting a thing around a well. Hence me saying for realsies. Because when someone says that, you know they're at the height of their seriousness. This is super serial, yo. And you can tell it is for me because this is for realsies now.
Close the door. Please.
gunpowder. I forgot everything else. I'll get everything off you burnt dead corpses anyway later. Bye. Oh wait, I say hi to you again, but I'm gonna skip all the cutscenes that matter. And there's a save point where I get to say hi and then bye. This girl in like 2 seconds made me care more about her than I do about Mia. Like, I'm not even kidding. This should be your wife. This right here.
I'm sure Louisa will help.
That should be your wife. In 2 seconds, I'm more invested in what happens to her than Mia. I'm like, will you have my next baby? We can name her Flowers to go with Rose. We'll call them Tulips. Like, we'll name them whatever you want to. Just be my, please be my wife instead of the wife I've got. Turn the page. Wash your hands, turn the page. Wash your hands, turn the page. Anyone remember that? Wash your hands, turn the page. Wash your hands, turn the page. Anyone know? I'm not doing a dorky enough voice, like a nasally enough voice, but anyone know what that's from? Because I do, and I want to feel not so dorky for a second. Yes! Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life. Dude. It is Filbert. Spunky! Ow! Rocco's Modern Life. By the way, I've gotten older and realized his name, and correct me if I'm wrong, his name is Spunky. His dog's name, Rocco, they're all animals, but he has a dog that can't speak, and its name is Spunk. Gotta put that E on it. Gotta rub a little E on that or it goes horribly wrong. Okay. Is anyone seeing the problem that I'm seeing? Are we listening to the same word that I'm saying? His name was Spunky. And we watched that as kids. I grew up, I wasn't an adult. I listened to a dog be named that. I thought it was appropriate. I could have walked out of my bedroom and just been talking about Spunk. Damn,
the fire's moving fast.
My new wife is struggling to breathe. Hold on. Are you good? See, she's already pregnant. I'm that fertile. She's having to hold her stomach because like she came into contact with me and it was like, bam, baby. Anyway, Ren and Stimpy at least got canceled though. Well, moved to HBO. Rocky and Bullwinkle, if you watch old Rocky and Bullwinkle, are very suggestive as well too.
Don't worry. Try not to breathe in the smoke.
I know. Thank you, Ethan. You're kind.
Thank you, Ethan.
I hope your family is safe.
I do too. Once we get out of here, maybe you'll get to meet them.
That'd be good.
Courage the Cowardly Dog. I used to watch that. Yeah, of course. It was all on the same time. Yeah, Rocco trying to handle a nurse. Yeah.
I don't get it.
But for those who remember, only an hour ago, I'm still over here going, just like the hearse you died to get in again. We are so far burning on, just like a match you strike to incinerate the lives of everyone you know. And what's the worst you take? From every heart you break. And like a blade you'll stay. I'll be holding on tonight. What's the worst thing? I lost my voice. What's the worst thing I could say? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. I cannot reach those high notes. I've lost way too much of my voice. Way too much. Came a time where every starfall brought to you tears again. We are the very hurt you sold. I want to dip in the gritty and it's flat. And what's the worst you take? Like, yeah, that's still stuck in my head. For everyone who thought that song did not get stuck in my head and stay stuck in my head, it is living not only rent free, it just asked me to pony up $40 for the electricity bill. Like, who's ruling who about right now?
Stop!
Oh, God.
Death.
Shut up, Miranda.
Death has visited them all.
Which storyline should we see as lower in RA canon? Because like Resident 2 remake has a different backstory. Leon wasn't late because he was drunk. His girlfriend left him because he was told to stay away. No, both happened. Absolutely, both happened. He was late for both, and when he got a hold of them, he was told to wait. But that's not what made him stay completely away. He would have gotten there sooner if, and that's his first lines. No. When he first checked in, there was an emergency situation that he was to stand by and wait for further orders. He could not reach the station anymore. He went to the hotel he's supposed to be at. He got drunk because his girlfriend gave him the ultimatum that if he goes back to the precinct where he grew up from or wanted to serve at, Raccoon City, that she would dump him. He got drunk. He stayed late. He didn't check in again when he said he was going to check in. He couldn't get a hold of the precinct. He thought he had actually missed his check-in time because it was delayed. So instead, he goes in his civvy clothes to try to drive up to the RPD, and the barricades had already been brought back. It's not that there is anything separate. It's that they're both correct. Yes, he was told to stay away, and also that happened. They're not one like one or the other. They're both. They're both a thing. It's like saying, is the sky blue or is it orange? It's like, are you talking about sunrise or sunset? Like, it's not that it's one or the other. It's just what are we talking about? What part of the timeline? Because the books are referenced so hard, and then RE4 went hard on the books for that and Javier and all that. That it's both. He was informed to stay away, and that is why he did not check in earlier. But when he tried to check in later, he thought he missed his check-in time because he was at the hotel long enough, and that's why it's night and all the other things, blah blah blah, and then you get to basically see where he starts out. So remember, not everything, and when it comes to, especially when it comes to Capcom, because they're kind of sloppy every now and then, because they decided to let the books not only be canon, but actually be part of the continuity of the story they tell for them, because Trenchy and Mr. X come from the books, not from the games. So when they get sloppy, it's hard to be able to distinguish the two, and I know it's stupidly confusing.
The man is of no real use to anyone else.
Do I need to watch this for lore?
Do so love entertaining fools.
No, I don't.
Furthermore, I can assure you that you
Other than the doll is so far away from
My
Donna
daughters and I shall deliver to
that it's not a delusion right now. This is proof that the Kadao is partly in the doll and is in Donna. So this one cutscene is proof that the flowers that make everyone have hallucinations don't control all of Donna Moreau's doll's actions. That the doll has part of the Kadao in it, and she put part of the Kadao in all of her friends, her dolls. So that's how it can move on its own, and that's how you learn that that's the actual truth of what
Jesus Christ!
So, yeah, Angie has the biggest portion of one of her pieces of the dough on it. So, yeah, Resident Evil gets sloppy a little bit when it comes to storyline. It's not like... It is kind of hard to distinguish everything, and it's kind of hard to make sense of everyone's actions because they keep messing with the...
My word.
They keep screwing with it.
As strong as they say. Oh, you don't think I've let you get away, did you?
So
gotta keep Donna and Moreau entertained.
I would have used to say it was contested, but then they did the remake, and in the remakes, in the documents, in the actual game itself, they do, in the model of something I pointed out when I first played it, they do refer to him as Mr. X. That is not a reference in anything other than the books that were meant to supplement and be kind of a side story that aren't actually continuity at first when they were written for Resident Evil. They turned into continuity soon after because they started basing some of Resident Evil's development cycle of the early games, like Resident Evil 3, which was being made at the same time as Resident Evil 2, but for what system, and I can't remember what other. They started basing some of like the plot points and the character development and everything on what they had written in the books, and that's when it starts getting really, really sloppy on what do you pay attention to. The more that they pull from it, the more that you got to figure out, okay, what is actually just fluff and what not. No, it is definitely he still should have been able to reach them. If he was just told to stay away, it does not explain all of his actions. He does say he should have gotten there sooner. He talks about all of that. Why say he should have gotten there sooner and he should have been able to do whatever that to Marvin? And it's also important to note that his conversation with Marvin is not continuous with the whole storyline. Resident Evil 2 Remake has the other big problem of it is very hard to piece together what's actually happening and even how many Mr. X are actually after you. Because technically, both the original and this one lend credence to the idea that there are two of them after you, and the one you're dealing with is most of the time the original one you see dropped in front of you. But in Resident Evil 3, they do confirm there were multiple crates of a tyrant that they dropped onto the city to test the inhabitants, STARS members that were alive, and Nemesis was a special variant that were to actually test STARS members. But when you go and see the massacre of the mercenaries, you get to see the other tyrants that were dropped into the cities. The Mr. X we deal with in Resident Evil 2 is by far not. In fact, he is a guaranteed one of 6 shown in cutscene in original, in 3, and in the 3's original stuff in the background of when you fight the original Nemesis final form. He is one of confirmed 6 different ones in the city, and 2 for sure chased you at some point in time in Resident Evil 2 in the original and probably in the remake. So it's hard to put together the timeline. Him talking to Marvin and Marvin saying like I would have gotten here early is not what happens. It is still Claire who gets there first, and it is Leon who gets there later, and Marvin does not get to have most likely that conversation with him. Yes, there's in the original, and then Resident Evil 3, the last scene shows you what happened to all of the other tyrants, and it's a massacre of all of the Umbrella mercenaries that were dropped in. You get to see the massacre that occurred, and that's where you fight the last one. You get to see all the rest of where the canisters, and if you go count the canisters, you'll see that one is missing, and when they drop that one on the RPD in the original, it does line up with where Mr. X should be appearing in his appearance in the remake. That makes sense. his appearance in two places doesn't seem to make sense until you realize, yes, they did drop more than one tyrant near the RPD. So yeah, one can get ripped up and another one can go after, because they're all controlled by the exact same directive in that, with that chip in their head. That's now the lore. Before it was that they were all kind of test subjects. Now they're all controlled by a chip. That chip was in the books, wasn't in the game. Now it's in the game. So again, it's one of those things that never in the original game, was in the book. Now it's in the game. What do you take as continuity? Very technically speaking, while even the developers don't want to give a definitive timeline, it is still Leon who does not get to do all those things. So even getting the narration from Marvin of he would have been there sooner and he was told to stay away is misleading, because technically he doesn't talk to Marvin. Claire runs into Marvin. He comes through the back door. Marvin's already turned by the time he can get to him, because Claire's already gotten out of the RPD with the first set of whatever, which says, how do they reset and let Leon do it? Well, that's suspension of everything. But exactly, how does Mark get? I address that. The sentimentality, and again, that's one of those. Ugh. That's why they won't address it. The Capcom won't address the storyline. They just said both. You have to take elements from both, which is exactly what makes it confusing. But I don't want to sit here and talk about RE2. I'm playing Resident Evil 8. TLDR, it's very obvious that it has to be Leon first because of things like the ladder breaking. The ladder, Leon second. Claire can go up and down the ladder outside the RPD. Leon can't. Things are broken through by the time Leon gets there that he can get to the Clover Key. They're not broken through when Claire goes through. What that tells you right then and there is that the ladder was sturdy enough for Claire to go up and down and to get through the RPD. But the barricade that was a jump scare in the original, where they got through and bombarded you in that passageway, was broken between the time that Claire's there and Leon's there, which is why you actually can get to the Clover Key in the first place as Leon. It is for sure 100% Claire does go through the RPD first. How does he get Marvin's knife, and why is it sentimental? Well, Marvin is the person he was supposed to check in with. You can chalk it up to a few things of like, he kept it since his days in the RPD. He would have run into Marvin. It is canon no matter what, and it is continuity. They both do run across Marvin. Whether Marvin is actually a zombie and they both run across him, like if he's a zombie when Leon first sees him, but that first thing of him telling him to go away, one of them can't occur, and the one that doesn't occur is Leon. It is Claire who is told to go downstairs first, because Leon could not have been there, broken the ladder, and then Claire also get through, with them both also meeting at the gate. None of that can all simultaneously happen. Leon has to be there second. That is probably why they don't want to clarify the timeline, and that's why I don't want to go into it further today, because that whole timeline makes me want to slam my head into a desk. God forbid that people actually recognize Resident Evil 3 as being, when it comes to a storyline and being coherent, the very superior game on Capcom being very clear with their intentions, as if they were trying to tell a cohesive story that was going to have DLC, because the literal maker of Resident Evil headed the project for Resident Evil 3 remake, and then everyone shat on it and we didn't get more. So maybe we would have gotten answers to that. But the reason I don't want to go on about this is because the Resident Evil community is toxic as fuck. And if we had just shut our mouths, something I've talked about before, if everyone had just shut up, we probably would have gotten DLC that would have answered all of this in Resident Evil 3 and tied back to Resident Evil 2. And we couldn't shut up for long enough, so we'll never know, because the actual creator of Resident Evil as a franchise, the first one you ever could play on PlayStation, headed the project to make sure Resident Evil 3 was done correctly. So of course, if anything had to be cleared up in the storyline, kind of like Brad infecting Marvin, it's the guy who made the franchise. So it's one of the two guys that made the franchise. M2 Studios is headed by the two M's that make up the people who made Resident Evil. So I'm not going to go into it, because the reason we don't have all the answers is because the fan base didn't respect the creators, and instead of giving criticism that's constructive, they gave scathing bastardizations of critiques that turned into harassment. And so that's why I don't really want to talk about it all that much. the timeline is very skewed, and it obviously would have been made more clear if we could get a little more information. And the fan base went, ah! And so they stopped giving us information and went on to Resident Evil 4, the bigger project that they all needed to move to. Makes sense? Makes sense. So I get riled up talking about that because I would love to know a little bit more information about like exactly the timeline of Raccoon City, which would have obviously come in the one timeline where you're playing only one character and the other character does get to go through the RPD. And guess what? The hole's patched up in the wall. So who could we possibly have played through in a DLC? I don't know. Someone who's modeled to fight that you can find in files. Tyrell, what's his face? He is modeled. Of course you get to see him in action, but he just walks with you and dies. Who do you think stood behind and got damaged and then actually has to help you and then walks with you and dies? He got hurt in the RPD after Carlos. Of course we would have found all this stuff out, but we didn't shut up. So I can't answer all the questions. All I can say is Leon got there second, Claire got there first, Leon got the knife, he keeps it as sentimental, probably because it saved his life while he was there. He showed up and got in his blues. He had no experience other than his training. The knife might have been something that he grabbed from Marvin as being like, I failed you, Marvin. He would have known who Marvin was, his superior officer, before he reported to duty for the first day. So he could have just found it as sentimental as he got it as surviving Resident Evil 2. We'll just leave it at that. That whole thing is just frustrating because all the answers are there if we had just not opened our mouths. But we will never get it because that is kind of like telling a writer of their book, your book sucks. Write us another one. Okay. That is what their RE fan base is. And that is why many times you'll hear me go on tangents that can be like that. And I'll call it a tangent because I'm usually angry about it. Yeah, the RE fan base, maybe Undertale's fan base can be a little more toxic. That's it. Too bad I love the game so much that I had to actually get addicted to wanting to do challenges to them. And too bad YouTube actually will dox me if I don't do Resident Evil games. But with that all said, it is what it is, and I liked it before people could try to ruin it for me, so I still like it. And at the end of the day, it's, you know, first world problems. How much am I gonna really complain about it? Yeah. It's a good lesson on people needing to learn to, I mean, because really that's the best I can give. If anyone wants the true storyline of the true version of events, well, there's a creator who doesn't want to give it to you anymore. Because it was, think of a video game like a book that you play. He gave you a book that you can play, and he left out things like being able to read about what happens in the clock tower. For those of us who remember the original clock tower, it was one of the most asinine, shoehorned in parts of the entire game. You can electrocute the nemesis, make the whole ordeal nonsensical and a waste of time. So it basically has you chasing your own tail and adds nothing to the game. It doesn't. And they take out something that adds nothing, as obviously maybe later we can talk about, because Nikolai just shows up there. Nikolai, we didn't get to see his backstabbing. Somehow Tyrell gets hurt. You're there. It's like, and then people complain about a lot of things. But it's literally like, think about it as a book. The original author of the series comes back, and I'll just paint a picture for you. It's been 30 years. The original author's like, oh my God, everyone loves it so much. I will go back to my original works and I will write it the way that I think my audience would love today. That I made outdated references and my book talked about, I don't know, AOL or something like that. No one uses that. They use Skype and stuff like that, technology, and make it update. I know we're talking about in the past in 98, whatever, but you know, I could make it better. I know where to correct it. You got the original author 30 years later. And he finally does what everyone's been hoping for. And he writes it, and everyone reads it and goes, ah, and screams at it and says, this is crap. And then turns right around and says, but give us more. Do you really think the guy with the passion project that actually never had to come back into this front light, he chose to make M2 head of that project so that they could later make sure Resident Evil 4 is done correctly? Do you really think he's going to sit there and be like, no, let me expand upon the universe you shat all over? No, he doesn't. You think Harry Potter would have gotten to a conclusion if everyone sat there and on the internet by like Goblet of Fire was just like, this book is crap. Hogwarts can't exist. So many plot holes. I don't even like Cedric Diggory, but now I don't even like it more than that because this and that happened to him during that. I would have loved it if like, what's with Gillyweed? What's all this? Where's the 5th book? One of those things is not like the others. One of those things is not harassment and the rest are. No, you don't get a whole Harry Potter series if by book 4 you're sitting there and you're literally harassing the author. So if people are not happy that they did not get the full story of Raccoon City, your own damn fault. The guy who wrote the damn story came back to finish writing the story for you, and you didn't shut your mouth long enough for him to write it, so we'll never know.
Oh, yes. I've prepared a special present.
We'll never know, because the literal mind that made it will not tell you anymore, because he got mad. Lesson to be learned, pick your battles. You don't have to fight every one of them. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I figured would be in just DLC, actually, to be honest, for Resident Evil 3, so.
Little and often fills the purse,
Um,
as they say.
With me doing all of that, that only gave me enough to make this weapon serviceable. This is bad. All right, hold on. I need this. I don't get infinite mines. We will decide later. We're gonna make a pimp decision later, and that's whether the Dragoon gets to be used. If I have too much problem with the sisters with all the flavors, the Dragoon or the WCX, these basically make that fight a cakewalk. So I'm not gonna get them yet. I'll go ahead and get the Karambit.
You'll be slaughtering things in droves.
But I'll come to that bridge later, or I'll cross that bridge later.
Oh, excellent choice.
Hey, Darkstar. You can see why I tried to stay off Dragoon only. Maybe I'll try it on Lady D.
Delighted to.
We'll see. I'll have enough. I want to keep calling it Gil because I've been playing Final Fantasy anything. Gil is in a few of them, but Final Fantasy 14 in particular, Gil as money.
Pay me no mind.
All right.
Have a wonderful adventure.
Shortcut. There. Bam.
Seeking something in particular.
So, by the way, this is not to try to nitpick it completely, but you see this Karambit? That is a hard knife to master. And while I'm okay with that animation of swinging it, this drives me so crazy. Karambits are so hard to wield, but if you're trained with them, they are very, very lethal. And so it's not like, for some reason, I don't know why that irks me. I just know that any training I've ever had with a curved in blade, that something about the animation is wrong. It drives me a little crazy. But I'm going to have it anyway. Because, technically that's not wrong, but I'm not sure what's wrong about this. This is by far not my first time playing it. I don't know what it is about this animation that gets me most. There's something about it. Maybe it's the first person view, but I don't think it is. As soon as you turn to third person, I'd probably have more critiques about it. Curved in blades like that are very, very hard to get used to fighting, though most people don't know proper fighting stance with a knife anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't know how far I can go on talking about things like that with YouTube, but things like backhanding a knife, most people actually even think about that holding a knife wrong. You actually need to hold it the other side so you can do a move. And I'm pretty sure I will get that it's against YouTube's terms of service if I actually demonstrate the correct fighting style that isn't shown in Resident Evil 4, so I couldn't talk about it. I'm pretty sure actually describing how to take something that you could get out of your kitchen and turning it into something that's more deadly is bad. So I'm not going to. But the Krombit you just can't get out of your kitchen. It is actually something that's more, and it does drive me nuts a little bit. Mother Miranda meeting with Mr. Dimitrescu, the Duke, business discussions. Yeah, she actually is with the Duke. So it is interesting to know that the Duke just gets to talk to all these people, and they all like, what is the Duke? Is that guy's name Cinder backwards? That guy's name is Cinder. Why am I sitting here going Red Nick? I don't know all that much about the Duke. I know he's in the DLC, so I don't want to hypothesize too much for people who might have played it. The Duke is in the DLC. He is not finished. I have seen the promo shots, and I do know the Duke still exists. So but I do know that the Duke seems to have a knowledge of everything and is bringing outside stuff and is able to bring contraband, and no one seems to want to stop him. So the biggest deal with that is that you wouldn't want contraband to get in, but the Butcher himself talks about newspapers being brought in by the Duke. So the Duke basically has free reign, but no one wants to stop him or oppose him. And Miranda actually has a vested interest in not letting someone like the Duke have free reign, yet she doesn't do anything against him. So the Duke is an interesting character for me that I'll hypothesize about right before I play Shadows of Rose. I don't think it's respected. I think that there's something about him that makes it. I think this is the difference between respect, caution, fear. I get the feeling it might go that direction. Okay, here's our flavors. Never get to skip this cutscene because we always need to see our flavors on display. Did you want that in strawberry, vanilla, or chocolate? She wants you in vanilla.
Man blood.
I like how she says man blood. Sorry. Oh yeah, I have to play this in VR eventually. Is this available for VR on PC? If it's only VR for PlayStation, I can't ever do VR in this small office.
You crazy witches.
The lore connection between the Duke here and the Merchant in 4. I'm gonna start putting that together too. That one should be the easier one to put together. Because if you can put together at all what one of them does, you can almost guarantee the other one is actually doing the same. So all you have to do, this is one of those times where it might sound like guilty by association, but it's exactly what it is. If you can figure out one, you figured out both, because he makes strong references to he had a friend who used to say that, and his friendship would be by trading, but probably is by they're in the same profession because they happen to be doing the same thing. And so since there's so much correlational data, if you can figure out one of them, you figured out both. Which means that both of them most likely are involved somehow in things that are biochemical weapons of some sort. Now the remakes version of the Merchant shot down one of my first ideas, which is that he is actually infected with not the Lost Plagas that we're used to in Resident Evil 4, but the one that we'd run into in Resident Evil 5. Giving him free reign and not letting someone like Sadler get a hold of him so easily. So that's because of his character model and all these other things. Like I had looked into that. the fact that the Duke has the Cadao in his possession, and we know that Mother Miranda wouldn't want him to have that. Yet he's just carrying around, and then he knows about Angie and the doll. He knows about everyone. He openly trades with Dimitrescu. Like, I think he's got to be the easier to unravel, and then you can just, you know, backpedal and just say who the merchant in Resident Evil 4 is. Shouldn't be it shouldn't be too hard.
Where have they taken Rose?
You only know you can use VR 2. Steven, so didn't the sisters have different color hair though? Yeah. One had brown, one had blonde, one had red hair. Vanilla, chocolate, strawberry.
Oh, we meet again.
Duke?
The 3 flavors.
Why are you here?
Actually, hold on.
Where there's coin to be made. And have you found your daughter?
No.
If she is truly here, the lady of the castle would have kept little Rose in her private chambers, would she not?
Dimitrescu?
The very same. Why don't you take a look? Maybe you'll get lucky. And speaking of looking, care to make a purchase?
See, he says things like that, and I'm like, words that I would never say, like super sus, come to mind.
You wish to make a purchase? I'm skilled at all sorts of weapons modifications.
Big question about the Duke is why he saved Ethan or how he found him. I think I'm gonna have to play Shadows of Rose for that, because I get the feeling that once again it is one of those integral things to he's got his own agenda and we're just not supposed to know. So I don't want to necessarily go too far into that, because that's called people are gonna spoil the DLC for me.
Have a wonderful adventure.
And a lot of what I've got are just like a hypothesis type deal going on. I don't have answers. I can't in this office do the official VR. If the official VR is PlayStation VR, I cannot do it. I do not have enough room in this office to do that. I'd have to have like a whole new setup in my living room and the system out there with the computer to capture it out there and to stream it. I have to change up everything just to be able to do that. I cannot. PSVR depends on the camera tracking your motion. I can't scoot back far enough to do that. I tried it on several occasions. I think Five Nights at Freddy's, one of the VR ones I tried in this one, there's only one video of that because it didn't work out. Now I can play Five Nights at Freddy's in VR with like I've got the Quest and the Rift S and the HTC Vive. Like I can do PC VR because they use camera tracking, so I can be in a smaller space. I cannot do PSVR because it uses a camera that has to be so far away from you and then detect the sticks. So but when I did live in my old house and I did have an office big enough, I did start playing it, and there is a video of me doing Resident Evil 7 VR, the official VR. And I will not be pointing you to that video or mentioning it again during this stream because I'm so glad Joy isn't here. She's got the timestamp and the link and everything else ready to go. Find it at your own whatever. I'm not helping because boy howdy did it maybe scare me a little. I'm not purposefully putting out there when things made me squeal. Are you kidding? That is I was gonna say that's bedroom talk. Things make me squeal. What's wrong with me? Shut up, Steven. All right, Steven. Thanks, Steven. You're welcome, Steven. High five. So, all right. One of my flavors is about to chase me. Hold on. Excuse me. And then we need to get the show on the road because I beat the other Resident Evil in 4 hours and some change while talking, and I'm Not gonna even come close this way. Hey, Larissa, what's going on? Wait, Joy's here? Wait, no. Oh, you said Joy. Okay, no, I got scared. If that's the one I've got one up in VR and PSVR, and I could not get the controls to work. If Help Wanted is the one where you've got you can play all the different Five Nights at Freddy's in VRs, then yes, it would be that one.
I haven't cut open a man in a while. Let me string you up.
Hey,
slice
Larissa.
your jugular, and just watch. Taking a live, dead witch would throw.
I also enjoy this game. I'm re-enjoying it so I can be fresh out of it, and then be like, bam, Shadows of Rose, and then this is telling. But I'll take that all into consideration later. He's back. And he's been back. I mean, I don't know. I was gone for a weekend, a little change. But I was back for 10 days straight streaming. I need to reorder my front page of my YouTube channel because I don't know. Am I back from just the 10 days gone? Is it back from that? Because I was here every night before that for like 2 weeks. I missed a day. I did miss a day. Uh-oh, wait. I just remembered where I was. Getting to the Duke after this? Oops. Hey, Free J Free, what's going on? So glad you're playing this. Chance for me to see Miss Thickums again, aka Lady Big Luscious. Just for anyone who thought I had weird names for any of this, I would like to point you to Free J Free. Me saying Lady Double D and flavors doesn't seem so bad. Hey, Angelica, I don't know if I said hi. All right. I think I did a dumb, and I put myself in a place where I didn't save it up with the Duke, did I? I didn't. I'd have to do that little jog and run again. When's the last time I saved it? Crap. Okay. No. Excuse me. Excuse me. My door. Alright, this is not my door. My door. My door. You can't have it. Nope. My door. My door. My door. My door. What'd I just say about this being my door? It's my door. My door. My door. I'm gonna say something that might not make people happy. On Village of Shadows, the easiest part for me, honestly, and now that someone pointed it out to me, people that say honestly, it's like, were you lying the whole rest of the time? Honestly, if I'm gonna be for real, no cap, I have a whole list of things to say. I gotta go pull it up. No cap, no lie, whatever. The final boss with Miranda I found to be a little disappointing for how easy it was compared to everything else on Village of Shadows. Just like I found Heisenberg's fight on Village of Shadows to be a disappointment that it didn't amp up or add anything. I found both to be like a little... It didn't feel like it fit with the rest of the difficulty. That was my assessment of it, but your mileage may vary because you're not me, so we all have different opinions, and we are entitled to them. But I was kind of... I was of the opinion that Heisenberg's fight and Miranda's fight didn't scale like everything else seemed to scale hard. Because it really, in my opinion, it feels like it goes from, yeah, the factory feels very hard. It does, especially if it's your first time playthrough. You're done with a lot of the bosses that if you're doing it as a, and I did it both as a new game plus and just new game. And then Heisenberg's fight is the exact same as every other difficulty. It's the same weakness, and you take the same amount of damage for every... It doesn't make sense that it's the same mechanic. It's just that you need to get it perfect. And since I basically only take one hit ever anyway from Heisenberg, his Village of Shadows counterpart was no problem. And then Miranda's biggest problem for me was the spider, and it also... was the biggest problem, but also you had enough health items by then. So it just kind of felt like it ramped down right when it should have been like, I've been stuck there forever type deal, and I cleared it way too fast. So that was just personally for me though. I don't know what it is about it. I like difficulty curves that continue to curve and don't plane off. And I very much don't like it if I can feel like a decline, a very pronounced decline of any sort. And if I can do that, then I might end up having words about it. For no other reason. Oh my god. I'm really going to be doing this with these items? Okay, I'm an idiot. I have to clear this fight with what I got. Okay. I mean, I can have all the health items I want, basically. Okay. I'm pretty sure for YouTube I completed it the same day it came out. And then I mean, I'm not trying to make things a pissing contest. Don't get me wrong. People complete games at their own pace. I am just as glad someone got to enjoy a game if they decide to buy it now as the day it came out. It does not... I beat it the day or the day after, whatever. For YouTube, since I had to record it, it is harder to record, make the 4K upload and do everything all at the same time. But with that said, the only reason me as a YouTuber, for any reason care about completing games the day they come out, is so that no one can accuse me like they did in The Last of Us of I cheated or that I watched somebody else and that's how I was able to beat it. I don't know why that bothered me so much back then, But it bothered me enough that I do complete games on purpose now quicker because of people thinking that I must have cheated back then. I don't know if anyone knows that, but that a lot of people in my Last of Us playthrough believe that I could not have, or did not, whatever. That I had to, like, to be able to see what I saw, I had to have cheated. So I go through, like, a lot of hoops to try to complete games fast. But it's for a way too specific of a reason.
Going, little.
Feel no pain. My body is breaking.
No. No, 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 no.
Move your hand.
No! We're stuck in the death loop! No! Alright, buckle up, boys. We're in the death loop. I have notes somewhere about how to kill her and not have to worry about it. It's about pushing her or parrying. I don't remember how to do it. That you can actually push off the other zombies and everything attacking you. If you can do that perfectly. I don't remember. And I'm not about to go look it up. So we're just going to sit here and suffer. Buckle in.
I can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess.
Yeah, I know it has something to do with guard.
I won't forgive you. Bastard. Ha! Move your hand. Keep that eye.
Can they all attack me at the same time? I can't see anything. Can't see anything. I'm alright. We're really gonna be here. I should have just gotten the freaking dragoon. Hey, Rowan? I apologize for the next 15 minutes. I'm probably gonna be screaming a lot. All right, I got my bases covered.
Can't believe Cassandra caused all this
I know,
mess.
Cassandra caused all this, man.
Where are you going?
I won't forgive you, you bastard! Like this.
hands! Impertinent man! How dare you bare your teeth at us! I'll slice your throat and stuff it with worms!
That felt good. Right into the point I died. The shotgun is shooting a little slow. I mean, it's way more powerful for the small ones, but for her, I feel like I could pump a few more shots. No. This fight is still dependent on the idea that you dodge, parry. See, I just tried it and I forgot what it was. Maybe I should practice on this until I can refigure out what it is. Oh my god. I have never seen that death animation. Am I the only one that's... Nope. Ooh, dropped an herb. That was painful. Okay. Maybe throw that stick of dynamite.
I can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess.
Ugh.
You're tonight?
I could just remember how to make the rest of them.
I won't forgive you, you bastard! Not like this.
Uh-oh.
Give up! Move your hands!
I don't want to move my hands. You guys are being very aggressive.
Impertinent man! Your teeth at us!
No.
I'll slice your throat and stuff it with
No. No. No! He's screaming. That's just screaming. Baby, I love the way that I'm your prey. What? I'm sorry. So I've now seen 2 new death animations because I've never tried to just bum rush that one real fast. You hit him in the legs, it knocks him off their feet like that. Surprisingly enough, I have done this game in knife only already. It is in my playlist. Can someone confirm that for me? I did already do this in knife only. And it was not fun at all, if I remember. If I remember correctly, I was not a happy boy during it.
Can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess.
I think I need to wait until the other ones get in there so I can blow them all up at the same time, because the freaking other extra ones are really doing me in. Okay. No. It was gonna work. 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 It might not have worked. But probably. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. But I don't want to aim down when it comes to her.
Can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess. Your turn.
My body!
He was scooting on the ground. He was scooting. I saw his body scooting. Yes, this is lore based. People ask me to do Village of Shadows. It doesn't change anything. What's your point? Do you have a point? Do people... The lore based one, you put it in quotes. Would you like to expand on your point? I did Madhouse difficulty. I don't see anyone saying, oh, the lore based one run in quotes when I did Madhouse difficulty on Resident Evil 7 earlier today. I can type words too and make it sound like it's a point because I put quotes around it. Your comment was useful. Quotes don't... What's your point? Still a lore-based run. That's why I'm doing it. Why I'm playing it this time. I can play it on high difficulty and it'd be a lore-based run.
Your tonight.
Ooh, ooh. No, 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 no. Yeah! Ooh, I got it. Don't you stab me. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. Did you know that actually that's a really kind of illegal move only because of the way you're supposed to sweep the leg? You're allowed to take someone off their feet.
I believe Cassandra
Like, I always think of Karate Kid, and when I think of Karate Kid, I always think of the idea of like sweep the leg being like, oh, it's an illegal move, you can't do it. No, you can actually do that. It's everything else he wanted him to do in the fight, but everyone remembers sweep the leg. I don't know why that always in my back of my brain goes tee-hee, but my brain really does a tee-hee thing about it. Like, yeah, you go ahead, like sweep his leg if you need to do that. Like, it's cool. she's not happy. I'm just gonna pour that on me right now. I know better than to do this ever again. I did it knife only. I did it new game, no infinite. Why am I doing this again? Like this. Probably because I forgot to bring the other weapon. Why am I doing it like this? I know better. I know better. I've learned. I've grown. I'm an older, wiser person. Doing the same dumb things.
I can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess.
Well, for me, it actually isn't all that frustrating. The thing is that I see like people really sometimes the viewership drops when I get stuck on some things, and I'm fine being stuck on it. People aren't fine watching me being stuck on it. So that can make something that wasn't bad all of a sudden bad. I killed their little minions.
Bare your teeth at us! Give up!
Oh, God. All right. We're good. All right. Ta-da! Everyone write that down, that I should just go ahead and go in with something else. Because I'll forget it. Everything, all the other flavors should be much easier than this. All the other sisters, whatever.
I'm gonna let you in on
Whoa, God, I didn't have a pause.
Comedy. Bad things aren't funny when
I'm
they
a rock.
happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
Power of the 69.
But it was. But it was. I felt its presence even before you gave it to me. I knew it was coming. And I played accordingly. Thank you, Amarok. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I always feel it coming. The power of the meme numbers like 69. Which flavor do you kill right? That's vanilla, right? So I have to choose between chocolate or strawberry. This is like Neapolitan ice cream. Like, I view the sisters as, I just basically said they're Neapolitan ice cream, didn't I? I'm not going to go back on that. Because it doesn't matter which one you try to have. You always remember that the other ones are there. And no matter what order you try to get them in, you kind of get the other ones. It turns into a mess. And then depending on which way you go about it, you get which flavor. Who was the dumb one that ever was like, you know what? I have kids that always disagree about what flavor of ice cream to get. I know. Let's make them all equally unhappy by making sure no one gets as much of the flavor they actually wanted, and we'll put it in one thing. And also, we're going to make it so that the typical ice cream scoop is just big enough that it will always scrape the other two flavors. What should we name that? I don't know. The thing's too small. It tries to act bigger than it is. It tries to be more than it is. Sounds like it has a Napoleon complex. Did you say Neapolitan? It's a complex. All right, let's do that. I said Yeah, sure. It's that too. Or it's that. And now we have that ice cream that somehow is still stocked. How is that sold? Who here? Fess up. We're outing you right now. We're going down the list. We're outing those that actually have bought Neapolitan in the last month. We're going for Twilight fans that actually pick Team Jacob or Team Edward, and we're going for the bronies last. We're gonna get all y'all in one fell swoop. All right, let's do this. Who bought Neapolitan in the last month? Out yourselves right now. Bye, Darkstar. Thank you so much for being here. All right, I gotta go through here. Yeah, I mean, I had it as a kid too. I thought that's when it stopped, that you got older and then you never had it again because your parents respected your taste buds. Not in the last see, look at this.
I've expanded my services. Please, come take a look.
Oh yeah, my family called it, and
Well, then,
I think
feel
everyone's
free
called
to
it
peruse.
Napoleon ice cream. Ice cream? I kind of want to keep the torsos again as my, we'll call them medals. We'll just, yeah, I know you want to do,
Securing goods is
but you
more
don't get it.
important than
You don't get no satisfaction.
Good day then.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't know who still buys it because all of us here can agree we don't buy Neapolitan ice cream, but we've all had it. So we all had parents that got it, but I'm a parent. So what point of time do I just suddenly have to put it in my grocery cart and just look at my son and be like, I don't know why we have this, but we have it now. And is it because he like brought friends over and I panicked at the store? Do I have to have an existential crisis in the frozen dairy aisle one day? Is that what has to happen? I don't know how we have all tasted it, but none of us has bought it. I just know that. Like, I'm just saying, we've all tasted it. You got me, bought some this week, but also live with roommates. Christopher, we got one. All right, Christopher needs people. Out yourselves. Do you actually have a preference of Team Jacob or Team Edward? Say it now, and there is a wrong answer. There is a wrong answer. All right, we've out. I mean, if everyone doesn't ask for it, doesn't exist. Exactly. All right, so we got a Team Edward. So we've got one of the wrong answers. Bronies, right now. The unholy trifecta. Do it. Where are you? How do I sort? Hey, KG. My brain forgot what I was doing for a second. Oh yeah, I was trying to run around the castle. I was gonna scream about it. I think the Duke had a heart attack. I had lime sherbet growing up. That's fine. Sure. Or sorbet is sorbet. I have to remind. I. You know what's gonna be very weird when I say this? I pronounce it sherbet because it was spelled that way. Or not, not that it's spelled that way, but because my brain always wants to put the R there. For everyone who's ever said sherbet, it's not. It's sherbet. There's no second R. And just there's sherbet and there's sorbet. And just face with me like I do every time I go down the frozen aisle the hard cold truth that we've all somehow said it wrong for a long time. Yeah, I know. I want it to never be that, but it totally is that. I don't want it to be sorbet. I got the wine bottle. I needed to be over there. James, everyone says it wrong. I'm just saying, part of growing up, it's like, it's being born, drinking milk, learning to walk, saying your first words, screwing up your second words, saying sherbert until you're 32. And then when you become the official age of an adult at 33, it clicks and it's like, there's no second R. Oh my God. And then the rest of the adult world looks at you and goes, ha 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 ha. And then if you get past the age of 32 and you're actually 33 and an official adult, which is the official age for adults, by the way, then yes, you're left out of the club. I'm sorry about leaving you out of the club. Didn't mean to leave you out. What's the item I just got? I already forgot. I was thinking about bronies. Courtyard key.
Shall I give you the tour?
Austin Powers had nothing to do with it because my childhood was filled with people who said it wrong. And if I recall correctly, I am older, and my childhood is older than Austin Powers. Austin Powers... Who's older? When did Austin Powers come out? Hey, Vegeta. Hey, oh, hi, Alyssa. I was like, did Vegeta leave? Come back? And they came back. Hey, James. When did Austin Powers actually come out? I forgot now. I blame it on my mom. I blame a lot of things on my mom, but it feels not right. It doesn't feel right. Hold on. We're gonna take a short commercial break. Yeah, I know it came out in the 90s. I'm asking specifically when it came out. Like, hold on. I need to take a quick short break. If I don't hit the ad button, the ad gods will hate me. I'll look for the answer as soon as I get back. And I'm gonna make sure my child is fine because I've been in the office the whole time he's been, since school's been out here in the office. That was the sentence. It was English and suck it up. Right? Cool. Oh. That was English. Wait. Wait, where's my be right back? There you go. There we go. Okay, so I don't know if anyone else has had this happen to them. I got up and I had a very specific memory from a very specific scent that can't happen. But it was like overwhelming, and I just had to stand there and just keep sniffing until I tried to sniff something that sniffed like it. So you just stand there like sniffing the air, sniffing the ground, like sniffing everything around you. And then it just goes away, and it gets frustrating because you're like, I know I smelled it, but now you're the crazy one. Has anyone else been through that? Because I swear I smelled specifically unused cat litter that has the baking soda Fresh Step. Wait, you smelled that? Oh, you've had that happen? Yeah. I swear, Rowan's at the door. He said he's had the same thing. I specifically had the smell of unused Fresh Step with the baking soda and the blue crystal cat litter just pop into my field. Was there for 10 seconds when I got up to use the restroom and everything and check on my son, and then was just gone. And I think I just yellow boy. Yeah, well, it wasn't that way for me. I remembered what it was. It was I just sniffed like a whole bathroom trying to figure out where that smell was. It didn't work. I couldn't find it. Yeah, Amarok, I'm not muted. So yeah, now I know what a bathroom smells like. My son's in the one in the hallway in particular. But I do not know why I just had that happen. Well, I mean, I've had a cat. I've had 2 cats in my lifetime. My cat that I grew up with, Millie, her urn is right there. It was my brother when I was 22, 23. That was like, he can't handle burying his cat. So he's the one that called a company to have someone pick her up. Because I couldn't handle the idea that I was going to be moving around too much, trying to buy a house, being in college, doing all this other stuff. I couldn't handle the idea of burying her somewhere and then leaving her behind as like my life moved on. The idea of that was driving me crazy, and my brother took care of it for me. He just called the place and was just like, I got it. I was like, okay. Because I was devastated. I drove up from southern Georgia that night when my dad said, I don't think she'll make it through the night. He woke me up at like 2 a.m. when I thought I slept right next to her, and he's like, she's gone. Okay. I've had her and I've had Kane, and I miss both of them. But they've both been gone for like, Kane's been gone. Oh, crap. Sheila's been gone for 1.5 years. 2.5 years since I last had it. Over 2.5 years since my cat's been gone. My cat did blind a pit bull mix in one eye. My Millie, my cat that I grew up with, she blinded. She had kittens, and the dog was dumb enough to get near kittens, and I was scared. And my mom was like, "You can't go out there," because it was actually a dog that was in attack mode. Because of Millie having done whatever. It was chasing. And I remember the scene of, in the duplex I was living in, this backyard of like the dog chasing my cat Millie, and I was like so scared. I was like crying, like, Mom, do something. And my mom was like, it's okay, it's okay, Millie's okay. I remember them going around the corner of the duplex hearing arr, arr, just like the whole like shrill bark of a dog getting hurt, and then it is a dog running for its life from a little black cat. And later I figured out, like, yep, she had like waited till it turned the corner, jumped on his face, and just both claws right down one side of its face, blinded it for going after it. Yarg, thank you for the continued support. Good afternoon. So yeah, I was aggressively sniffing my house because there shouldn't be any smell of cat. It almost made me excited. Oh wait, someone's got to be angry. Hold on, angry lady incoming.
What have you done to my daughter?
I just had a talk with her. I just had a talk with the daughter. I don't know what she's so upset about. She's saying it like, you know, her flower. Wow. Her flower? I know where my brain was going with that comment, and I do not want to finish it. Hey, Davies, why does my knife stick in that animation? No. Is that Dommy Mommy? Hey, Lonnie! Dommy Mommy. Fernando, I'm glad they could help. I don't remember this puzzle. Probably you. Yeah, that's it. Hey, look, it's an indoor. That's an indoor bathroom. There you go. I don't play fighting games really. Oh, I got these. Wait, I got these. Caught the mute button fast enough. Thank you, Yarg. I appreciate that. Thank you. I caught the mute button fast enough. God, my shoulders hurt every time I sneeze. Okay. Yeah, buddy.
What the hell?
It's a reboot? Oh, yeah, because they've had so many characters die, come back, die again. Go evil, go not evil, go semi-evil. Like, what is Liu Kang?
Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishness. 5 in the fishness. Can I get a 5 in the fishness? Can I get a 5 in the fishness? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Thank you, Yarg. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ow! Bootleg. Crystal skulls are actually disappointing. They're worth less than if they just drop money. Where'd you go? Hi. Money. Money, 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 money. Money. Are you joshing me right now? What? I refuse to heal from that. I'm stubborn. I'm gonna auto regen from that. No. 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 Bull. Call bull. Liu Kang is a god. Cool. He was undead for a while, and he was evil for a while, and he was the only good guy for a while. Just whatever. Nathan would pick up another another Mortal Kombat game or Street Fighter game. He's like, no, these people are bad and these people are good now. I'm like, it's like, does it matter for which one I pick for when you're gonna kick my ass anyway in this game? He's like, nope. I was like, all right, if it doesn't matter, then I'll just go ahead and pick my character now then. I mean, my brother just straight up told me, wait, that's about the point. It's a fighting game. Do all these facts about what they're doing when I'm not gonna play the single player determine whether I will win or lose? No. Alright, well. We have now determined my level of interest. It has been downgraded from need to know to do I need to know? Instead of a quick turn, let me just do the... Wow, why am I getting such a late call from Madison, Florida? That's a random ass place to get a call from. How do I like this game so far? Hey, Fernando, you must be new to the channel. I've played it quite a bit. I don't know exactly how to answer it other than it's still a good game that's playable. Yeah, and I'm on Village of Shadows too, because everyone asked me to be. So, you know, we're doing that as well. Was it Xbox, I guess, on stream? We've beaten this game into the ground. What are these saves from? So these are from a while ago. This is from, so that's 2 years ago. That's more than 2 years ago. I mean, what was I playing it back then? Hardcore? Village of Shadows? That was a year ago. Did I actually play Village of Shadows on this one? Yeah, I played it after. This one, of course I did, but it was after. See, that's Village of Shadows. Heisenberg and then finished. I was wondering if I did that on this or Xbox or PC. Which one did I actually beat all of the things on? Because that's always a weird question for me. I have to, since I play so many games on so many systems, for you guys' entertainment, I have to try to remember what I did on what system for what reason. And sometimes I kind of forget. Every now and then when you flip between these two, you get the fabled 2 right hands. It's nice. Forgot how to make it happen, but he's got 2 right hands. You didn't know. I don't agree, Undertow Soul Slayer, but to each their own. I really... For anyone who's watched me play RE3 on Inferno, you'll know that actually my biggest problem with Nemesis is beating Nemesis on anything other than Inferno. I'm so used to fast dodges now that we played it on like Nightmare not too long ago. Yeah, I mean, it was a few years ago. I played it on Nightmare. I played on Inferno. I beat it knife only Inferno the whole game. And then I tried to downgrade and do like a challenge run back on Nightmare or something like that, or Hardcore, some other mode, and he moved so slow that I kept getting smashed into the ground. I got so used to the fast movements and doing very quick dodges that I just dodged into death over and over when it should be the easier mode. So I can basically only beat Nemesis on... Inferno. Oops, like... Shut up, it was not assisted for that one. I wasn't that bad. That one wasn't an assisted run. No, the assisted run that got me, that everyone quotes way too much, wasn't Resident Evil 2 early on? I got screwed over in Resident Evil 2 because I kept really thinking that the enemies should be different, and I just kept... Oh, shit.
There all this for a child who isn't.
I screwed up so bad.
What the hell do...
You ungrateful, selfish wretch! You come into my house.
This is for everyone that was talking about
Man hands on my daughter.
Lady Luscious.
And
You get your
steal my property. Dare.
All right. There you go.
Rest while you can.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say.
And I will
Usually much
break
smarter
you.
than the things that I say.
Tommy, Mommy, Tilda.
Go ahead, do your worst.
Ed said "Dummy mommy" and then "Go ahead, do your worst" immediately from Ethan. They're not completely random though. Undeterred, if that helps. It's maybe I should play it again for people if they ever get stuck. Nope, there's an absolute pattern, and you don't have to actually take a single bit of damage in the whole fight. Thank you so much, Lonnie. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. It's time for Ethan to not learn the lesson of please keep all hands and limbs inside of the ride. The castle is not responsible for any dismemberment caused by leaving your hand too long on a switch and letting a woman cut it off. Delayed reaction much? I think so.
You'll be sliced to ribbons
So.
before you ever see a child. You will learn what it means to insult our stomach class.
Hey. So how do I get that box in? Oh, I had to get that box before. Ah! Not cool, game. Just run. You know, running seemed to have got me everywhere. By the way, how are the volume levels again? Are they fine for everything? I'm not too loud for the game. The game's volume's good enough that you can hear it just fine. Okay, that's good.
Good. Man, screw this castle.
1997 for Austin Powers. I'm assuming that's Austin Powers. Thank you, Kevin Pitts. Ow. Okay, we gotta get another flavor under our belt. Probably not the best way I could have ever worded that, but what's going on over there? I gotta go at a big bathtub and get a big lipstick. Ladies' lipstick. I wonder what lip she's using it, or that sentence, it has no recovery anymore. So I'm not gonna try. There's no. Nope. Yeah, 97 means that I would have been 11. Probably. My birthday is in February. Uh-oh. I have a very big desire to do a watch along with you guys for a movie or a show. And I know it would require people to have Netflix or Hulu or whatnot, but basically do 3, 2, 1 countdown and like timestamp it and be able to talk about a show and know that everyone watching it is talking about the same thing. Because there's some shows that I really want to mention every now and then. I'm just like, oh, you guys should see it. And then I could know that most of the people have seen it. So basically the entire time I could just put it up as a video later and it'll just have the timestamp and I'll say what I got it off of so you can sync up the time. Yeah, well, the thing I was thinking about was Psycho Pass. I was absolutely thinking an anime because I was thinking I wanted to make another reference about like Psycho Pass. But it's one of the things, that and Parasite the Maxim, I never want to spoil for people. I don't know how many people would like something like that, but being able to like watch that show and then actually talk about it, I would have fun with that. And then being able to put it up later for people to be able to see with a timestamp. So if they want to know what the hell we're talking about or watching, they can always do that later. Yeah, well, Discord watch-alongs are way different than YouTube ones because Discord, I would have to just broadcast it. And Discord gets there's a little terms of service thing in there. Well, they'll tell on you. If you ever notice, there's YouTube channels that used to do watch along things, not on that they used to as a perk. All of those channels got rid of it. Discord tells on you because it breaks terms of service of the platform you're watching the movie on. You're sharing it for free, and that's illegal. So you're not allowed to do that. So I found that out. Someone warned me a few years ago. That's been a few years. Holy crap. That was a few years ago someone told me and warned me about that one. I forgot about that. Yeah, they told me that, yeah. What did I want to watch if it was a few years ago then? I must have been thinking of something. Hey, long time Elias, what's going on? I just think it would be nice to be able to watch it because I know it's an anime, but some of these are like, I like thinky ones. Plus, I like some of the most thinky ones that like require conversation afterwards that you just like Psycho Pass and Parasite the Maxim, like spark conversation. And I know now that I believe for people that don't want to read subtitles, and luckily for people who don't want to read subtitles, the actors for the dubbed versions of both Psycho Pass and for Parasite are on par, if not better, depending on which one you're talking about, as their Japanese counterparts. So there's no reason why you can't just watch the dub. I mean, even just the for Psycho Pass too, the Ginosa, Kogami, and Akane are all three like a trifecta of powerhouses of voice acting. But they all like require conversation. I want to talk about them. I want to say things. And if I watch it with people, then I know that you've seen it so I can say shit. Oh, I love Parasite the Maxim. I go back and watch it because there's good morality tales in there and stuff like that. There's good, like, it brings up some good points. I actually really, really like things that make me think hard, if you couldn't tell. I like it more if it can make me think hard. Let me just... I don't know which one you are. I forgot. It was my first guess. I like ones that make me think hard and also are ambiguous enough that I have to really...
see you safe. How were things?
I'm never encouraging people to watch on Tubi. Does Tubi... Tubi...
So sorry it turned out that way. Well, you'll find your way to her once you're out of this castle.
First season's still on
Do you have need of
Hulu or
anything for
Netflix,
the
one of the
road
two.
ahead?
I know it was
expanded my
expiring on one of them, but
services.
first season
Come
is on
take a
Netflix or Hulu. It's on one of the two.
Oh, yes.
Nope, keeping that. I was so quick to sell one of my
This is all in
trophies. No, I'm not getting the Dragoon. I'm about to get the Snipper Riffle.
Please come.
And by the time you get the Snipper Riffle, it's kind of over for the enemies. It's a little OP. I just have to remember what I'm doing. Like right now, please. Brain, please. We need to talk. I'll do the talking, you do the listening. Oh.
Wait long.
Mama, ooh, didn't mean to make you dry. What's she thinking about doing to me? Why is she looking at me like that? 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 I don't like that. Mama, you just killed a man. Put your finger through his head. Made your wine and now he's dead. Mama, his life had just begun. And you've gone and stripped it off for a sangria. I can't keep that up. Because I can't keep calling her Mama. It feels like if you guys say anything about it, it has to be Mommy. Alright. Excuse me. And then it feels like you guys sing the next part really wrong. Mommy! Ooh! See, it doesn't work anymore. It falls apart. Just on every level that a song could fall apart, it chooses all of them. Is like, can I pick all of the above? That song really doesn't have the same impact if you just switch out the word mama for mommy, does it? It doesn't. Never really thought about that, but Mommy, life had just begun. Oh, wait a second. I gotta see how bad it gets. Because my eye is hurting, I can't concentrate. Okay. Yeah, because he doesn't really. Well, when it goes to talking about mommy and then I see a little silhouette of a man, I just realized that actually really fits. Like, you talking about mommy D and then she's talking about saying you, I see a little silhouette of a man. All right, it works, I guess. I should not sing it. I just realized it's like, oh, it's both perspectives. Okay. The second my brain said, it makes sense, I went, I can take any serious song and make it unserious. One simple step. Mommy! Wait, what's another song that has mom in it? We have to try this on multiple songs. It's a hypothesis. We have to test it out. I can't. What at KG? Like, what about season whatever? What are we talking about? I heard things. I have not seen Cyberpunk or I haven't seen a few things. You know how long it took me to realize that people are just saying charisma and saying Riz instead, and that really, like, lost me. Oh, whoops. Let's make it look like I don't know how to play music. It's on my list of things to watch. I just haven't sat down and done it because my brain gets in I'll call it a mood. But I don't want to use the word mood because it's overused. It gets in a funk, let's say, and I usually binge shows or videos I've already watched before to try to recalibrate my brain, if that makes sense. So many times I don't go off and watch new things when I could have, because many times I'm so mentally exhausted that without watching something that I'm used to and having to pay attention to something new, it's counterintuitive. It's no longer entertainment. Now it's like work. And my brain has been so exhausted lately over just one thing after the other happening that I've realized that I've been doing that more and more often, that when I sit down and I could watch something new, I have this tendency of I'm just watching what I've already watched before again. So I end up binging the same shows I've watched just because I either that or I'm just gonna feel like less of a person. I don't know what to do. She said there I am. I'm reading her book while we're at it. I have all the documents. All right, run with the document. How many hours do I have in this game? I'd have to go check on all 3 systems. I have no idea. It would be hundreds again. It by far doesn't mean I'm perfect at it, if you can tell. No.
So you finally...
Oh, it's my favorite. I hate killing her.
So mean.
And she speaks so sweetly too. This is my favorite flavor, and I hate having to kill her. It's almost like she doesn't want to kill you, but she's gonna do it anyway.
Why are you doing this?
Like, she's questioning you, like, oh my god, why are you doing... Yeah. Like, this one feels just mean.
Why? Why would you do this?
Don't be angry, Strawberry.
Cold.
I have to for story reasons. Now, if you kill the other sister first and then come back for her, there is a special scene where Dimitrescu is on the stairs talking to the last sister, because I don't think she talks to this one. I believe she talks to her. I believe Dimitrescu is talking to her, so I think you have to kill the other ones first. I think. I haven't gone off and tried to look for it in a while. I think you have to kill him the other way around.
Everyone else was so happy.
Do you have to do them in that order? How do you get that cut? Nah, I'm not gonna ask that. That's an open-ended. Do you? I'm looking at the Hall of Joy and blah blah blah. Opera Hall, Hall of Pleasure Armory. No, you can do the other fight first. Yeah, there's no reason why you can't. You have to do this fight first. You can go and do the other fight. And if you do the other fight first, when you come back out to the main hall, she's talking to her.
Be a part of me forever.
you have to do vanilla first, but chocolate and strawberry are at your discretion. By the way, vanilla is not the plain flavor. You have to flavor cream, otherwise it's just sweet cream. Just want to put that correction out there for people who think vanilla is the plain flavor. Like, vanilla is boring. No, it's you're boring, and you don't understand vanilla extract and vanilla beans. Why does vanilla have to be the boring one? I can't. Ethan is a married man. He cannot call her strawberry shortcake. But I definitely don't like killing her. I mean, she's my favorite. She talks sweetly to me. When she's not hollering and screaming, she is like very sweetly killing you. The rest of them just act angry, but she's all like, oh. I'm like, oh. So like we have a mutual understanding, I think. Plus, she's pitching a fit that I can get behind. If this is the biggest fit she's gonna pitch.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to hit this lever again. No, I don't want. I don't want you to die either. I'm sorry. Pink when you turn off the lights. Well, I don't agree because I don't really like chocolate. So what does that make me when I have to defend? That is one thing. I don't know why that was always a childhood discussion. I always had to defend that vanilla was a flavor just as much as chocolate is a flavor. And I didn't understand how other kids didn't know. Like, I guess they had never had to make homemade ice cream. That literally there's no flavor unless you put chocolate or vanilla in it. Both of them are flavors. One of them's not more plain. It's just a different flavor. Because those who don't actually make their own stuff or cook their own stuff get the very big misconception that you always add vanilla to make the rest of the flavors. Most of the stuff that I make, if I make chocolate something for something else, doesn't actually have vanilla extract in it at all because I'm allergic to vanilla extract. I need imitation or I need the purest stuff in smaller amounts. If I smell it, I'm allergic. It hurts. But I don't, says the guy who makes chocolate chip cookie dough and now makes gluten-free chocolate chip cookie dough and is just like, no, this is meant for consuming. But I'm going to make it small chocolate chips so you don't have to actually deal with the chocolate all that much. Where is the last thing I'm supposed... Oh, this drawer? Oh, whoops. Yeah, that was everything. Whoops. Yeah, I don't like chocolate ice cream. I can't remember a time in my life where I've ever... Chocolate, I've had moods where I can enjoy chocolate and like dishes where I can enjoy chocolate. But I've never had a point in my life where chocolate ice cream, I found a flavor where I can enjoy it. Now, mint chocolate chip ice cream, yeah, I actually do like that. But specifically Breyers. I like Breyers mint chocolate chip ice cream. Or anything that's close akin to that. But it's just one of those weird things. I should have done more studies about that when I was in college. Why did I study boring things like how people's brains work and how to help people deal with their brains? All that boring stuff when I could have been doing studies on ice cream. Studying borderline personality disorder and other abnormal personality disorders, and then going into freaking industrial organizational psychology with business under my belt and things like that and all that. Why did I do all that stuff? I could have just been studying ice cream. I miss out on the important things in life. I'm a failure. chocolate is versatile to people who use chocolate a lot. My uncle was a French and Italian chef on the side of being also a child's rights lawyer. That was his specialties in cuisine, and I learned a lot from him as well as my parents. And you'd be surprised at how little chocolate gets used in most of the things. When he was learning, when I was learning from him, when he was learning in culinary, everything. Chocolate just is not the thing that's used the most. It's used, it's just not. It seems to be a very much, and I don't want to like hard stereotype. It seems to be a very much, and I'm even gonna put it down to being Southern American mostly, and getting towards the UK side of things. Because when I started learning like culinary dishes and how to cook and how to do dishes from different cultures, chocolate just didn't pop up the same. So I mean, by the way, speaking with me, for anyone who's not used to it, I'm somebody who knows a little about a lot of things, but not perfect at many things type deal. So I apologize if it sounds like, oh, I sound like I'm now an expert on this subject. No, it's just it's another thing I learned something about that I now can utilize, but you know, whatever. Because I tell a lot of things about life and whatnot. It sounds like, oh God, he's done so many things. Some of them are just straight up stories though of, you know, the past. Like, you know, my Uncle Mike's been dead since 2012. So it's not like it's a story that can be anything other than the past. Hi. Hey Marco, ice cream isn't a treat, it's lifestyle. Pecan, pralines, and creams is my favorite. Friend, what's your college major? Me, sorbet. Did I really rock your world that much? The developers didn't bank on it. Why are they more memorable? Do you want the real answer to that? I have an actual real psychological answer of why. There are two outstanding factors to that, and it's real psychology, and I could throw that at you real fast. And it's what the game developers would not have taken into account because they said they did not know they would be standout features. So like they did not plan on like them to be. But I do know the answer to that on at least a very practical general basis. Is that a question that was asked in sincerity of like Undeterred Soul Slayer? Is that a sincere question that I can give a sincere answer to, or is that just like a, oh, why is this a thing? All right, the one, when it comes to human beings and learning, especially when it comes to repetition or learning about something new or understanding about a worldview or anything like that, we're most likely to remember the beginning and the end more than the middle. And it's because a human being's ability to be able to determine like a best course of action is not usually found in the middle. Is determined based on where it starts. For example, if it's a detriment, if it's a danger to, blah, blah, blah. And then where it ends, where does that leave you if you go down that path? The middle is what you learn because of your interest of the beginning and the end. And so there's a lot of psychology behind the idea that human brains will be able to pick up certain ideas. And it's the same psychology that talks about stuff like when people are asked for, you know, to give eyewitness testimony, they're usually very wrong. Eyewitness testimony is one of the most wrong types of testimony out there, and it's usually thrown out of almost all court cases. And the bystander effect and the ideas of if someone has a weapon in their face and they're being mugged or robbed or anything like that, if they're not used to being around weapons, they usually can describe the weapon better than the attacker, so they're not able to focus on that. It goes all in the same group because it's the idea of the first thing that's presented to us is the thing that's presented as the benefit, the deficit, the pro, the con. And so it's the same. It sounds like it's not along the same lines as like a fight or flight or freeze response, but it actually is that you would, let's say in a situation that something goes awry, you might actually remember your assailant if you talk to them first and then things escalated. And you'll hear a lot of stories of when there's escalation, people will talk about they met somebody, something happened, and then they can't describe how things escalated, and they can tell you how they ended. Somebody ended up on the ground hurt. I was punching somebody. They aren't able to describe the middle of the conflict because they remember the beginning of how it began, like where it came from, and then they just know it escalated, and then they know the outcome of it. And it's because the middle of it doesn't matter as much as what you do with the ramifications of your actions and how you even got to the middle part of it. Before there was a middle, there was a beginning, and you always have to start somewhere. The brain starts logging, cataloging a lot of your sensory input. And when you even play a video game, some of that actually still comes into play. When you're introduced into a new world like this one, you are given things that are genuinely, you know about, there are senses that you're used to. So you start and you boot up Resident Evil 8, Resident Evil Village, and you're introduced to something that's on the box. You've known that lichens should exist. It's your first introduction to the village, but you've seen Mia before. It's a different hairstyle. You haven't seen the baby, but it's not given the spotlight. You've played as Ethan, you know his voice. You know who Chris is from previous Resident Evils and whatnot. And when it comes to all those types of things, your brain isn't really cataloging at a faster pace. Then you get into like some of the first fights, and you remember, everyone remembers usually about the game, the first village scene, being able to do that. If you ask people to dictate what happens between that part of the game and getting into Castle Dimitrescu, that's the first gap you're going to find in people's memories, because it is the first time of like there is explosive action where things that are new, like the lichens, are introduced, and then the next time where something new is introduced that ends the last thing, which is the bridge of crossing it to make you feel like you're not fighting lichens anymore. And that in between part is harder to say step for step what happened. And if you go back step for step, like what I just played, then it's like to say, like, yes, there's a girl with her family and they try to save and you went over there and blah, blah, blah. But it takes a little bit more work to remember that than you were ambushed and then you ended up at the castle. You had to get 2 emblems. You drove a truck through a wall. You climbed up. People burned. You used a screwdriver. Like, step by step is harder. When it comes to actually the game as a whole, though, the castle scene, all these other things, none of them have like any standout attributes until you're introduced to this first family. You're introduced to a whole cast when he's first abducted, and you get to see that she is speaking against somebody else who abducted you. So you get to see your main cast of characters. And for when it comes to the idea of ability and all that stuff, memorabilia and stuff like that, when something is memorable, it comes to the idea that this is the next point in which, in the story, when you try to recall it, that you're given a cast, and then who should you focus on because the story started with somebody. And you are given Heisenberg and Miranda in the background. You're given a doll in the front of you, but it is Heisenberg and Dimitrescu arguing with each other. And while Heisenberg might chase you to the castle, this is exactly what he's doing. He's chasing you to the castle, and then your first interaction with any of the 4 lords is Lady Dimitrescu. But unlike the other 4 lords, she has underlings that have personalities. And because of that, it's actually more sensations to know. And so when it comes to remembering the game as a whole, think of it more like this. Your first real interaction with a fully new, full-fledged everything is actually not 1 character, but 4. And every other character after that is 1, 1, 1. So what are you going to remember best when it comes out of it? The 1 character, Lady Dimitrescu, what do you remember about her? She has 3 other people who have a very strong introduction. And then what do you got to remember about, like, Moreau? He's a fish? The dam? Really? Like, all the dialogue that you had with Moreau? No. You have, like, 2 lines of dialogue, and there's no other supporting cast for him. You're going to really remember everything that, like, did I say Heisenberg? But Heisen says, like, you're not gonna remember everything he says. He doesn't have a supporting cast behind him, and then Miranda, and then Donna is a creepy castle. She's not even a person. She's not even really given anything but Angie as the doll. The other reason is that it's a cast full of ladies, and it is, no matter if you're male or female, your brain is more attuned to be able to remember females than males in general for a few different reasons. And that is because in society speaking, while males might have dictated, it might have been a patriarchal society amongst most of the world's countries, and those societies that we found that were matriarchal, we found out the reason that they fell very quickly was because they tried a lot of old civilizations that we know that fell, that human beings tried to build. Many times they sent women out as being hunter-gatherers, and that doesn't work when you're also having a baby. That put up the chance of complications of problems with having a baby and death and complications during pregnancy. So a lot of those societies where it could have been matriarchal, more or less, fell because matriarchy, where women take care of everything like men do, and a lot of patriarchal societies in history, they fell because the women kept dying. But even if societies have been ruled mostly by men in history, females are lauded for two reasons, and one of them is the idea of you don't get more people without a female. You can have 10 men in a room, but you're only popping out one baby at a time. You can have 10 women in a room, that one male can make a baby with all 10 women. So there is a reason for each female to know and to be able to get along with the idea that it is a group effort to be able to like raise a child, raise a baby. There's the idea of lactating women can actually help each other be able to. Men basically can't do jack when it comes biologically in history. That like if one man could have done it, 3 men can probably do the same type job. But if one woman could do it, 3 women could do it better. So it's easier to remember that kind of deal. So there is a reason that and blah 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 blah. So it comes down to the idea of you're more likely to remember women, and then like it's a cast of characters that are more fully fledged out. You spend more time in the castle, they have more lines at more times, and they just didn't see the idea of mixed sexuality with the sex and gender of them, with the idea of that they are a cast and crew all of to their own, and you made them more memorable than the rest of it because they snowball into everything else that ends in the ending, which is harder to remember. So they really didn't think about the psychology of the people that are going to be playing the game, and they admit that. They straight up admit that. So I don't know if that is just a random aside that no one cares about, but there is actual psychology behind why would you remember this, and it's not just the setting. It is actually there is actually something to be said of it is Lady D with her 3 daughters, so it's not just one standalone. It's the first one you run into. They're fully fleshed out characters that you can choose to learn as much as you want to, but when you're first introduced, one stabs you, says man meat and whatnot, and you get the idea that they all have something a little different about them. They don't have the same voice lines, so you have to kind of learn separate personalities. And then Lady Demetress acts as if it's all one coherent whole. Now compare that to Heisen. Why did I want to say Heisen Magneto? He's basically Magneto. Compare that to Magneto, like his soldats. Okay. Soldat, what, the French word for soldier or German? French? Soldat, French. So of the same class as a soldat is French for the same thing that would be in the U.S. Armed Forces as a private, I believe. Oh yeah, that cast of soldats really makes it so Magneto has the same memorability as Double D and gang. He is literally Magneto with his powers. Magneto's magnetism is ferromagnetism. So is this guy's. That's why you get to beat him up with something that is basically plastic made. Magneto's power isn't over metal and all magnetism. There are 6 different types of magnetism. Magneto can only control one of them, ferromagnetism. So he is Magneto. I mean, for all intents and purposes, he's Magneto. He can only understand ferromagnet. Magneto, even in the one of the X-Men movies, he's like, I can't stop them all. And he's talking about the bullets. It's an older one. I can't remember. Future Days Past, whatever movie. he's working alongside and saying he can't stop all the bullets, and he's telling the truth. He can't. He can only stop ones that he basically had to choose like he said, I can't stop them all. He had to choose weapons that weren't polymer and that the actual round had iron in it. He could not stop them all. He had to basically scare them all in one scene by using the idea that he can only control iron-based metals. And so he had to scare a whole crowd of people by very specifically choosing which weapons are affected by his power. Heisenberg over here, which I'm just gonna keep calling him that, is the exact same. His control is over only ferromagnetism because you're driving a tank that's got a chainsaw on it, and the chain should be controllable by him, but it's not, and is specifically described as being a polymer something else combination, but there is a metal in it, and the alloy is not of a iron base, so it's ferromagnetism. Literally the same powers as Magneto. Day of Future Past. Yay, good. I got the movie correct. So yeah, anyway. Ever wondered if you could know way too much about stuff that doesn't matter? Wonder no more. Yeah, well, I just wish Donna and Moreau were more impactful, but I agree with this. It make a lot of sense. I never thought of it that way, but yeah, I would, because Donna really actually brings a lot of the vibe. I think that people were hoping for, like a horror game, like bringing. I think this game leaned more heavily on action because it just shows that Ethan is a man of action. He's not gonna sit back. So, and with involving Chris, it had to go more towards action. And Donna just feels the part of what people were hoping was expanded upon and was not. So I can absolutely see that one. Moreau, I think, is appropriately expanded upon. I don't actually like the idea of, so he's supposedly a pseudoscientist when there's already a scientist afoot. It would be hard to characterize him without taking the spotlight away from Miranda and the reveal of Oswald E. Spencer's involvement. So I think Moreau's involvement is fine. It's Donna that gets to me. Oh God, it's right there. Are you kidding me? He clipped through the wall. I was talking way too much anyway. Dadgummit. All right, let's go blitz it a little harder so we can get through this faster. Yeah, I'm not interested in being here all day either, so let me pay attention to this for 2 seconds. I think the dynamic of Heisenberg, his fight overshadows a lot of people find his fight very hard, and it overshadows his characterization was done decently, and then he was criticized way too early. Dadgummit, why did I start talking again? I knew I'd die if I started talking again. I think his characterization was critiqued a little too early for people when it was revealed that he had the same voice actor as Nikolai, which actually makes sense with just a budget standpoint. But anyway. Moreau is the one out of all of them that I think actually needed to take a backseat, and they needed to just put more dialogue like they did in his Wolfsbane. Where you find the Wolfsbane and you find that dialogue, I just think they need to put more of that in there for Moreau. Moreau is a pseudoscientist who was given free reins, but he lost his mental faculties when he was experimented on. So he basically did crackpot experiments that led nowhere, while Miranda is an actual scientist that knows what she's doing. So having two scientists written at the same time, each character kind of has their own thing. I'd call it a gimmick, but it's their own personality quirk that sets them aside. So you explicitly know it's them when they appear on the scene. I don't think Morose could have been being a doctor, but I think Morose could have been more of explaining the world around you through very warped perceptions of thinking he's a scientist and not understanding, but you get the idea of more of the idea of like, you know, you find out the lichens are basically, he figured out to just inject literal wolf's blood into them. See what happens. Like he just started doing some shit and it worked. I would have liked to see more, not of him, but more of like his mind before he transformed and during it, to see like a view of what Miranda's characterization more or less is to somebody else who is not necessarily, is at least somebody who's trying to learn, trying to experiment, trying to do something of value and benefit. Because Miranda did end up using what Moreau does. I mean, she lets there be a theory in the village, like their lichens, what werewolves are around, and that's Moreau's doing. So I would have liked to have seen that. Heisenberg being an ally, on the other hand, I'm not sure. I just wish he wouldn't have been so black and white about like not anti-hero, but these are like nitpicky things. I really actually like this game. I like it, and I like what was done with it. So I like, if I had to be nitpicky, I could start being like that, but I would literally have to sit here and try to be to be contrarian. And when you have to, when your goal is to strive to be contrarian, you probably did something wrong. So I don't want to necessarily fall into that. Oh god, Magneto's actual backstory. I just saw that. Magneto's life and history in Germany. Jesus H. I don't want to get into X-Men lore after that, because of that one, because yeah, his whole thing about not liking human beings is very much justified. Where in their universe, with everyone else that was rounded up during the Holocaust, so were mutants. And that gives him a lot of legitimacy of being like, well, screw people. Which I don't like saying, because he does a lot of bad things. You don't want to usually be in the camp of being like, you know, Hitler had some good points. God damn it, why am I talking? You don't want to be in that camp. Because it always goes bad places. And with that said, it's like Magneto's is one of those that's really hard to avoid that, of like, not Hitler, but the bad guy had good points. And he didn't have good points for good reasons. Like, Magneto's just a person that, oh god. I'm talking about Magneto because of Heisenberg. Okay. Diversity in a sense isn't bad. Confusion is a problem though. Have you ever played a storyline and you feel like it's so convoluted that you can't come back to it? You drop the game and now you can't come back to it without playing the whole thing, because you don't remember like your setup, your gear, what part of the story you're in, like you don't remember the dialogue. You're like, I don't remember any of this. Did I do this before I saved? Is this where I stopped? Like, everyone's been through that to some extent with a game. Where they like, and then they don't feel like picking it back up. You're talking about diversity. You're also talking about, when it comes to video games, you do not want to do that to games that are horror or action oriented like that. You do not want people dropping your game and not wanting to pick it back up because they feel like they are underknowledged about it, And that is the balancing act you have to play when you're like game developing like that. A lot of people will play this as a one and done experience, or like the main story is a one and done, if you will. It's not the way you'd think. So imagine the idea of, I am not arguing that Magneto is a good guy because he wants genocide. Magneto's true goals, especially in the golden age of comics, is straight up genocide. He basically wants to do to the world what the Germans did to him in the camps, and make a world that's perfect. And he wants to kill anyone who's not mutant and lead an army, and those who are willing to bow down to him. The golden age of comics, he straight up uses the word genocide. Silver Age backed him down. Bronze Age brought it back, and now he's kind of like the middle. He's not a good guy. He's a anti-hero at best sometimes, who has come around. I cannot argue for Magneto's sake. When the guy wants genocide for everybody because of his experience, there's something wrong. The wrong thing is that the thing happened in the first place. And the second wrong thing is genocide. Yeah, diversity is a good thing in games until you're... No. His first goal was not. No. His first goal was not to make a world that was protecting from mutants. No. His first goal was to lash back at the world for what it did to him and genocide against anyone who was not a mutant. No, that was changed. He slowly became someone that wanted to protect and still wanted to kill anyone he thought he didn't approve of. He basically wanted to become a god inside of that world too. So no, he's bad. I mean, he has a redemption arc, of course. There's several writers for comics and things like that. Blah, 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 blah. He does have a few different... In Days of Future Past, he has the redemption arc. In a lot of his older stories, he has parts where he is trying to work with Xavier, where he agrees with the morality of, like, helping them, but sees the world is not accepting. So basically is, I won't accept them first, so they can't hurt me. But he's just straight up bad at first. He's portrayed because there had to be a clear villain, and on top of that, he's got a broken power. So he's a clear villain that's hard to defeat. And then you have 5'3" Wolverine that becomes a fan favorite. Everyone else, remember when his comic book counterpart, his main colors were yellow and brown? I do. I remember reading the comics where he didn't gain his blue yet. He was yellow and brown. And yes, canonically Wolverine is 5'3". Everyone get Hugh Jackman out of your head. He is not tall. He is a grumpy furball of rage. Yeah. Yeah, in the eras of comic books, it's all changed a few times. So comic books in general, like, I mean, that's a whole different topic. People are gonna get me on a side note I can't recover from. When it comes to that, it's hard to describe because there are 3 ages of comic books before the age we're in, and they're referred to as the golden, the silver, and the bronze ages of comics. And there were no rules, and comics got blamed for a lot of violence in teens and violent acts and whatnot. And so comics tried to stipulate rules on themselves and pulled way back to where that's where the Joker became a jokester. The original Joker straight up does a lot of the bad things that we would later account to, like video games like Injustice, where I believe one of the timelines of Injustice, video game or comic, can't remember which one, is that Superman becomes dictator of the world because the Joker kills pregnant Lois Lane. He leaves for a while, comes back and says that the world can't fix its own problems. He'll become the leader, straight up kills a few people who won't go along with him, and leaves an army that now is dictators over the world. And it's because the Joker kills Lois Lane. Guess what? In the golden age of comic books, the Joker not only kills Lois Lane and a child and many children, but he also ends up killing Superman. In the golden age of comic books, the Joker actually tricks Superman, and there is a very sad panel of Lois Lane, I believe, holding his hand as Superman dies in a bed while the Joker is smirking that he got away with another one. Like, it's just because there's comics injustice and there's video game injustice. The original Superman had no code of not killing people. The original Superman threw people over buildings and killed them straight up. The original Batman did not have an aversion to firearms, nor did he care about killing people. The original Joker was sadistic as like Heath Ledger's Joker is probably the closest we've gotten to the big screen to the Golden Age one, where it's controlled chaos, but it's cruelty for cruelty's sake many times. It's just basically awful. There's no explaining his actions. It's probably Heath Ledger's Joker's closer to the Golden Age, but just worse. Yeah, Joker kills Robin, yeah, but that's not in the Golden, Silver, and Bronze Age. That's later. And my brother voted for the Joker to kill the second Robin. Yes, I know. My brother saved up for that comic. He got the postcard. Yeah. The Joker killed Robin because American voters, because it was first published in America, voted to kill Robin. Yeah, you got a postcard in the end of that comic book. I still have it. My brother has it. I don't have the postcard anymore. My brother sent it in. He got it. He got a stamp. He got it from an outlet mall that still had the postcard in. He sent in his vote to kill Robin. Joker does kill Robin, yeah. But that is because we voted. The second Robin, yeah. What's his name? He turns into the Red Hood. So Dick Grayson's Robin is, wow, why are we talking about so many things? Dick Grayson's Robin was beloved by many and had a complex against Batman himself. Dick Grayson as Robin only came into his own once after he led his own group and then had to get over the idea that he would never be Batman's equal in the way he wanted to be, that he took on Nightwing and finally became the person he wanted to become. Because he had always basically, as a Robin, aspired to be a Batman. As in, he was supposed to be like Batman, but like Batman +1. And so even in Teen Titans, which is a comic series before it was a cartoon, there is an idea of him turning against all of them because he is correct. And then I love how the original Teen Titans actually did it, where he's hallucinating about Slade. Thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate that, Undeterred Soul. Bolsky, welcome back to the family. Soul Slayer, thank you. Thank you. I left part of the map red. So they did that in the comic books, and the way it plays out is basically he takes on Nightwing to be able to get out under the pressure, and Batman is actually the jerk in all of this. Batman just keeps taking kids that need loving homes and is like, hey, you want to help me fight crime, put yourself in constant danger and possibly kill people, but I have a rule against killing. Okay, like, I know it's supposed to sound good, but like Bruce Wayne has no, he does not have a good moral compass for when it comes to like morality like that. It's bad. So Jason Todd took over as Robin, and he was just annoying. He couldn't be Dick Grayson. He had to be his own Robin. He wasn't as skilled. He didn't have this backstory of the parents. Dick Grayson has two different backstories of how he lost his parents. One, the circus accident. The second, just the Joker took them, basically. Orphaned, whatever. He didn't have all that. What am I missing? I would like to leave this area now. Like, he just didn't have all of the like the thing that catches the viewer's audience. His costume as being for being Robin wasn't as good as Dick Grayson's costume. He was considered the inferior one, and his dialogue was really just kind of, in the comics, they did him dirty. I mean, there's no better way to put it. They did him dirty. And so when it came down to, oh my god, I broke this so many times and I forgot to break it, and now it's gonna be blow. And so thank you, Soul Slayer, I appreciate that. Batman is when it comes to that. Batman actually can be considered a bad guy in many ways. And so when the writers basically found themselves in a corner that Jason Todd was not a likable Robin, and Batman is always supposed to have a sidekick, they didn't know what to do, to the point that they didn't even know what their audience wanted. So they did something that hasn't been repeated since. They just did a poll. They did a very simple poll. They published a comic book. The Joker had captured Jason Todd, and the Joker had captured, I believe, Jason Todd's mother as bait to get Jason Todd there. And at the very end of the comic book, there's a bomb that's going to explode. And there was a postcard for you to send in where you can go look it up. You determined his fate, and all you needed is a stamp, and you checked yes or no, and you sent your postcard back in, and it was America voted whether Jason Todd lived or died, and that's how they were going to write Robin's storyline from then on out. By a slim margin, America voted that Jason Todd dies. And one of the most tragic scenes you'll ever find outside of the golden age of comics, and outside of like the last 15 years, is that they went ahead and killed him off. There is the iconic scene of Batman holding his shredded body. Like, it's a kid's body still. He's still a teenager. His costume all ripped up. They played up the whole scene where he's hearing his mom's voice in his head. The Joker's making it. You didn't know which way the pole swung because there was no internet to check up on it. So it was just a case of you had to find out the old-fashioned way of you just found out. And after they played it up for so long in the comic, yeah, he just gets out. He's killed. He's just straight up killed. He was a very annoying Jason to or Robin to read, I'll say. In reading the comics of borrowing a lot, going to outlet malls to be able to read a lot in the outlet malls while waiting for my mom to be able to do something like next door while she's working. Like, I used to go to outlet malls just to read comics with my brother. My brother mostly read him. My brother was already a speed reader. And so my brother would tell me, like, hey, couldn't you, like, spare, like, a few quarters for this? Because I was the one already mowing lawns and he wasn't as much. So my brother every now and then asked me to spare, like, you know, a few quarters for him to buy a comic that really caught his eye. And I remember, I do have one of the comics that I remember I bought for him, because I bought the comic that caught my eye that day, which was one of Gambit's first spin-off comics. And I still have that. Gambit's first one-off, just a Gambit special for X-Men. I have that comic, and it's worth quite a bit of money, but it does have flood damage on it from my parents' basement flooding. With no flood damage, it's worth thousands and thousands. But oh well, who cares? It is what it is. Hey, Kelsey. Jason's mom selling out to the Joker. That all starts building his story, if I remember correctly, for why he turns into the Red Hood. Because he can trust nobody. So that starts his whole other, like, story thing. Because Jason Todd they do bring him back.
Please come take a look.
Jason Todd does come back later. He is a character that comes back. It's found that he did barely survive the incident, and that he's looking for vengeance. He is an anti-hero, and when Batman is put out of commission on 2 separate occasions, he is actually called upon, and more prominently is not after Bane broke his back. It's the other time where Batman's put out of commission. Because when Bane broke his back, Dick Grayson just didn't want to take up the mantle of Batman, and so it's the imposter Batman. It's the one that actually had the rule of he will kill. And Batman's first job of coming back is actually having to take out the Batman that took up his mantle. That whole comic series is really weird. The Broken Bat, or like the Bane, the one who broke his back, whatever that series is called, him having to go after his predecessor and Bruce Wayne having to take down the replacement Batman is weird. I'm glad it wasn't a joke, whatever. But there's twice that Dick Grayson has to lead the other Robins, and the second time is when finally the Red Hood comes around and he's willing to be a part of the group. And it's really weird to see it because it's Dick Grayson leading like 3 Robins, and the youngest of them being Damian, Bruce Wayne's actual son. So it's a really weird thing to watch him like have this like kind of camaraderie with the rest of them. But one of them's his biological son who used to be an assassin. One of them is the one that we actually like that wasn't Dick Grayson. One of them's Jason Todd, and one of them's Dick Grayson. So if you like this random side note of comic book lore, thank my brother. I never really read comic books. Nathan did. I liked some things. I kept up with him. Nathan talked to me all the time about comics, but that was my brother.
Spend like kings.
Not me.
These hands are more dexterous than one might think.
Whatever. We don't need anything else.
Till next we meet.
Azrael. That sounds very familiar. Thank you. Yeah, Bane is actually a tragic character too. He's a test subject. He doesn't want much of what's going on with him. Depending on which Bane you're reading about. God, do they all get convoluted. It is hard to keep up with comics because for anyone who's actually a more avid comic book reader, there are more or less 5 distinct eras of comics.
Play with me some more.
Oh shit. And it is really hard. Uh-oh. She tasted me. She'll never get enough now. But having 3 distinct eras of the same character, much less that people who don't read comic books might not realize that comic books, like, authors are giving license to basically write for their character, and as long as it adheres to the generalized lore of the character, you can have differentiating timelines, and that's why the multiverse was ever created for like DC and Marvel. So many different authors writing for so many different characters that there's no possible way it could all happen. So in DC, I know like it's world 100 something that or world that or 60 something that all the main timeline stuff that when you think of Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, all that stuff, that it's that world it all happens on, and there are other worlds that are fragmented and whatnot that's come in and out of that picture. And you know, like Red Sun is actually on a world, one world where Superman lands in the USSR, not in the USA. So Red Sun is a really good comic and it's considered on one of the other worlds, and it was given license to be written and all that jazz, and it's actually a really good book. It's really hard to talk about it because it's like, which one are we talking about? Like which Batman, which Robin, which era, which version, which villains, which story, which parallel story, which parallel universe, which multiverse, which author, which author taking which timeline, because some authors do divergent timelines. I mean, the author that was doing the best timeline for like what Batman could be had to take a hiatus and finally came back to it. When we got I was gonna call it the Morbius chair because he's morbid out. When he got is it called the Morbius chair? When the timeline, when the chair that has all the knowledge, and Batman finally, in all of comic books, Batman is rated the highest intelligence of anyone ever in all comics. Second to him is Lex Luthor. Then for some reason Superman was moved up to 3rd. Then it's Brainiac, I believe. Then it's whatever. But when he's given access to the chair for one author's timeline, one of the questions he asked to test the chair is, who is the Joker? And then it ends off at a cliffhanger. And when you read the next one, you find out the answer is there's 3 Jokers, and that's why Batman can never catch him. That there are 3 people masquerading as the Joker, and that's why Batman was never able to catch him. And the author's whole thing was he was going to take basically the gold and silver and bronze timelines of the Jokers and condense them into one storyline where Batman was always fooled, and his greatest nemesis was 3 separate people wearing the same mask, basically the same makeup, and looking enough the same, acting enough the same, but enough different that he could figure it out if only he had access to something that could tell him. So it's really more so it was really, really cool for like that. And then that comic book line got paused, now it's picked back up. And now it's like, does he know that there are 3? Yes, he does. But does he know only in that reality? Yes, only in that reality. The other ones, it's not written. He doesn't know who it is. In the other realities, he's been threatened by Joker. In that one, he hasn't yet. In the reality where he's finding out there's 3, he never got the passive aggressive warning from the Joker where he is it Robin's cowl or is it Batman's cowl? Basically, he floats a mask down Batman's cave to let Batman know the Joker always has known where Batman resides and where the Batcave is. And in the main continuity timeline of the main world that you're used to, the Joker has made known to Batman he knows exactly where he lives, exactly who he is, and he does not want to actually go after him. The Joker finds fun in cruelty and being able to figure out how to get around Batman. He doesn't want to kill him, and to prove he doesn't want to kill him, I don't remember what he floats on. It's a mask, I think, of some sorts. But he floats something into his own cave and basically says, I know where you live. And then the other one where he gets to sit in the chair and be like, who is the Joker? That never happened. So it's weird. Talking about comics is weird. DC versus Marvel, they were all the same company until Stan Lee had to make Marvel stand out from DC because on the racks where you could buy comic books, they let him and Kirby actually write and illustrate comics and make new characters, but they kept shelving them behind DC main lines like Superman. So they had to break off and be their own thing. But DC and Marvel used to be all the same, which if you're confused on why there are divergent timelines where some characters that are DC and some characters are Marvel used to actually interact, it's because they used to actually interact. They were not separate. Like the creations that Stan Lee and Jack Kirby made after splitting from DC and making Marvel don't always interact with DC, but was one of the reasons why Spider-Man interacts with both. Because while they were splitting away, Spider-Man did actually interact with both. He interacts with Marvel and DC characters. So you are just as liable to see Spider-Man written in DC universe in older comics as you are with Marvel universe. It gets really, really convoluted and confusing. Oh boy. Let's get me talking about comics. Thank you so much, Vamp Nemesis. I really appreciate for anyone who's willing to stand any rant like that. Side note, people when I say rant say it's something negative. And me going on a side note that long. Thank you so much. Retro Raymond Ultraviolet Plays. Welcome back. That Kid Wolfie Andres. Is that welcome back? Bro Sexy Dwayne Johnson. I can smell that you have a shield now. And Kemexi, what's going on? William Lee, is that welcome back too? Thank you so much. Vamp Nemesis, I really appreciate that. Thank you. That does a lot for the channel. I really appreciate that. So anyway,
I was worried my sisters had gotten first.
I'm a weird person. I have diverse tastes. I died. Hey Nash, what's going on? I probably should have healed before I went in there. What? I did save it, right? Oh, whoa, oh. I was like, why am I heart pounding? I thought I was in the middle of the boss fight for a second. What? That scared me. All right. Died to the Lord of the Flies. Oh. Make the piggy squeal. Sucks to your ass, Mar. Hey, Nash. God, reading Lord of the Flies in high school was I think traumatizing. Sucks to your ass, Mar.
I was worried my sisters had gotten too close. You've ruined the hunt!
Poor Simon. I'm almost positive I was traumatized by that. Would you swing? Before you take a swing, I wonder, what are we fighting for?
You're done!
Oh, God! When I say out loud, I want to get out of this. I wonder, is there anything I'm gonna miss? I wonder how's it gonna be when she fucking kills me. How's it gonna be when I'm not there? How's it gonna be when she's got no one left to talk to? Because between you and me, I killed her sister's dead. How's it gonna be? Well, I mean, Spider-Man is kind of integral to both storylines, so, you know, what are you gonna do? And I don't want to get into their controversy because there's a lot behind what actually happened for Disney trying to get the rights and losing the rights. Because there are contracts, directors, a lot of, when there are more hands in the pot, it gets way more confusing. And there are a lot of hands in the pot for them to try to get the rights back to Spider-Man. For Disney to obtain those rights, Tom Holland's career was on the line on whether if they got the rights back, he can't be Spider-Man anymore. He signed on for a different company. So like Disney trying to get rights back had a lot of ramifications. You do not want the Spider-Man movies on Disney Plus. You do not want that. You do not. Let me say something really clearly though. For the directors involved, if you like the idea that Spider-Man is being created at all and written, you do not want Disney owning it. Disney wasn't fighting just for the rights to broadcast it on Disney Plus. Disney was fighting for the rights for future installments, future cameos, future anything of the franchise. And if every single time Disney and its subsidiaries have gotten a hold of comic book characters that you like and help make movies, they usually are the culprit for why you don't like it anymore. It's usually Disney's fault. You do not want Disney ever to... It's convenient to watch all the Spider-Man movies on Disney Plus. Tom Holland will never be Spider-Man again. You won't get any more Spider-Man movies or any other, crossovers for a while. You don't know what you're asking for. It's not as easy as what platform do I watch it on? It's who has the rights to keep creating. Tom Holland's contract was intrinsically dealt with the idea that if they cut Spider-Man there, he doesn't get another anything. Disney lost $800 million this past year, and buyers up for selling Disney IPs. Yeah, Disney isn't doing. Sony hasn't done comics dirty yet, mostly. So I'm all right with that. No, my son's. You're not a boomer. My son's favorite Spider-Man is Tobey Maguire. My son's favorite that my son has watched and binged all of the Spider-Mans, almost all of them now, and my son's favorite is Tobey Maguire. So that's not a boomer thing to say. my 10-year-old son ranks them as it's Tobey Maguire, then Tom Holland, then Andrew Garfield. Is his last name really Garfield? Andrew Garfield. The God, I didn't want to get on that topic. Disney's problem is the idea that they push big IPs and bank a lot on big, like, some projects, and then want you to invest in the entirety of everything else. And because they do that, they have big writing teams and big good ideas, but they have to capture the whole market to do it, or they have to do standalone ideas. And by that, I mean that if they had the rights again to Spider-Man, yes, he could be included in some things, they couldn't be included in others, but they would end up butchering another version of Spider-Man that people would want to actually invest in or look into or see stories written for. And it would make it so that you'd have to have, again, another kind of like another backstory where you build up and you get to where you are now, even with Tom Holland. And it's just not the best. So, it's Disney's, to put it just easily, Disney has done well in their lane, and they know that their lane is shrinking. And in a marketplace where you either become the big conglomerate or you are swallowed whole by another, Disney is used to being the one that eats others, as Pixar. Disney is not used to failing fights. And when it came between Disney and Sony having to fight, they have gone at it before, and this is another time they went at it. Except for Disney doesn't have the ability to fight for everything that you want. So no matter what you think you want, keep Disney what it has, the things that you like about Disney, let it keep that, and it needs to just slough off the rest of the IPs. It doesn't do them justice, because if it doesn't make money for them, they don't hire good writers, much less script them, much less shoot them, and if they do, they're like straight to DVD type deals. Disney doesn't care about your affiliation or your, like, if Spider-Man is what you grew up on and it's not going to make them bank this next year, they don't care. But if they think that a straight to DVD would do something, they're going to butcher it. And they're just going to do it because they need to make ends meet, because you should see why you don't want to invest in Disney. There's a reason why my portfolio has never, ever included anything to do with Disney and what they touch as much as possible, because it's kind of all over the place. It's a real big crapshoot. It's just they don't care about splitting up basically family IPs. And so when they try to snag, and you brought up the other part, when they try to snag everything about Spider-Man, it's the idea of there are two things. There is the ability to trademark and license, and there's copywriting and all that. Those are actually two kind of separate categories, and one of them is the ability to distribute what's made, and one of them is to create something new. You have to actually obtain a lot more licenses than people think you do to create new stuff. Hi there, Nuclear. And long story short, Disney had no intention of obtaining all those licenses. If they had obtained Spider-Man, Spider-Man was dead in the water. You do not want Disney obtaining things for a profit unless they plan on expanding on it. If you ever want to see something new on it, hope that they own all the rights to it, or they're going to shelf it for as long as need be. So, like, Disney did not necessarily care about making more Spider-Man movies. It cared about making bank, because Far From Home, or whatever the latest one, all three Spider-Man in it, is the 6th highest grossing film ever now, I believe. Yeah, Disney wants a part of that. No Way Home. I believe 6th highest grossing film, is that ever? Yeah, Disney doesn't want it so it can take your beloved character and make it better. It wants it for the money. Do not trust Disney with your IPs if you want more of it. Trust them only with IPs that they own everything surrounding it. and they will never grab all of like the things you want to see them in, like Avengers and all that. They're never going to get every part of it that you want them to get a part of. So nope, you don't want them having it. It's bad.
My sisters had gotten too curious.
That is true. Disney's copyright origins of basically that was their job.
You ruined the hunt.
Do I think Disney ruined Star Wars? My son doesn't, so why would I? My son's watched more Star Wars than I have. I think using very polarizing terms like ruin something for something that's already created is already trying to imply that it's something that happened dramatically. I don't think anything dramatic happened to Star Wars. I think it's a franchise that has still potential, and people who want the most money have been the ones that have the biggest voices, and those who could actually produce it didn't necessarily treat all of their stuff with respect, and it cost the franchise a little bit because it cost the fan base. But for everyone that, you know, grew up the same age I did, midichlorians much? Did Disney ruin that? I don't think so. Whose mind was that out of? I believe that's Lucas, not Disney. You guys want to have a discussion about midichlorians? And talk about who ruined what? Yeah, I remember that too. Thank you for that. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. 20th Century Fox was perfect via X-Men. Yeah, wasn't X-Men actually? It was even better than that. X-Men actually got a very good startup because it wasn't just 20th Century Fox. If I recall correctly, it was 2000 Fox Pictures, which is not the same as 20th Century Fox. It's a subsidiary of 20th Century Fox. 2000 Fox Pictures, I believe, is the name of it. They're the ones that produced that and other movies that you might have liked. There's some people out there that have heard of it's a side project. Let me know if you've heard it in the live chat. I would have to check my bookshelf. Most people haven't heard of the movie. It's called Fight Club. And it was written it's a book by a guy named Chuck Palahniuk, and it had like this Brad Litt guy or something. It's not a big movie. And so I don't know if anyone's really knows what I'm talking about, but it was around the same time that same subsidiary was making X-Men movies. They were popping off. They did a lot of good projects the right way. Yeah, it's 2000 Century Fox subsidiary, 2000 Fox Pictures, I believe it was called. Is the one that produced Fight Club and the X-Men movies and everything. Did what DLC get canceled? I don't know what's you're talking about on that one, but... So... You forgot the actor's name. How dare you?
No!
How dare you? It's Patrick Stewart, yeah. No big. Yeah, Kokoki, you're correct. Yeah, I forgot. He was such a bit movie person that they called him that. I haven't really seen him in anything major. I can only count to 6, so I've never seen 7. is such an annoying boss. I had a conversation about Fight Club not too long ago, and I realized most people's understanding of Fight Club is way off, but kind of on, and the internet gets it really wrong. This is about to sound pretentious, but I only know it gets it wrong because I do know that the creators took creative liberties, but Chuck Palahniuk actually did help make sure that the story was on the big screen was done justice. And so Chuck Palahniuk made sure that, you know, Fight Club came to life on the big screen the right way, making sure that you're supposed to get certain references and stuff in Fight Club. And boy howdy, there are so many facets of Fight Club that I actually just went over not too long ago with and talked about in like private life and everything, that that's a whole can of worms in and of itself. Because Fight Club is a very misunderstood movie, I think. First rule of it's ingenious too, because it is straight up cult indoctrination, which is so creepy. But on top of that, it shows like a lot of things that people usually talking about it like just as a theme of, you know, toxic masculinity and anti-feminism and things like that. That's actually not at all of the themes. I mean, toxic masculinity is part of it, but the book makes a few things clear, and then the movie really makes it clear to you. So I mean, I'll just I think it's ingenious that Chuck actually wrote the rules for Fight Club, and rule 1 and 2 are don't talk about Fight Club. One of the most ingenious things in the movie that is passed up, but isn't by far the most ingenious, is that when people keep being indoctrinated into Fight Club, if you believe it's actually a real thing and not a figment of the narrator's mind, that when people keep being indoctrinated into Fight Club, there is no excuse for why they would know about Fight Club, but obviously you want people to be indoctrinated into Fight Club. You want new recruits. But what's the first rule of Fight Club? Don't talk about Fight Club. What's the second rule of Fight Club? You don't talk about Fight Club. It's to reinforce it. Charles Manson used to do the exact same thing to some of his followers. A lot of things where I say something, you parrot it back. We're supposed to be thinking on the same wavelength, walking by one of his followers, asking them what they're thinking. They're supposed to tell him what he's thinking instead. And there's interviews of them and other things. Basically, there's ways of indoctrinating people. But the person who indoctrinates has a whole different psychology behind him. And the brilliance of the first 2 rules is the idea that the rules were meant to be broken, but by making the first 2 rules the exact same thing, it asserted dominance the second you found out about the actual existence of Fight Club, if it actually existed. And the book and movie do leave it ambiguous whether Fight Club actually exists at all. Rewatch it if you didn't notice that one. Because they meet on a place called Paper Street. Would everyone like to Google what Paper Street is real quick? The house is on Paper Street. Does everyone know what a paper street is? Was I the only one that grew up having to learn terms like a paper street? But anyway, since the whole movie occurs and on the premises of like the hideout on Paper Street, you have to decide whether Fight Club even exists. But if it does, it's ingenious because it meant someone had to break a rule, but they can never admit to breaking the rule because they had to follow the rule, because there's no mishandling of the rule. Because in most times when you indoctrinate or you try to bring someone into the new thing, they try to bend the rules. And the first way they try to bend the rules is by finding a loophole. But there is no loophole when the first 2 rules are the exact same rule. So there's no loophole to why there should be more people, but you want more people to be indoctrinated. So it's basically to say, if you're a part of Fight Club, you can never get out. So the things that happen become more and more snowballed severe to the point of you're agreeing to do things that you never would have done because you're bound by a code of conduct that says you can't know about what you're doing. You can't talk about what you're doing. And the second thing is, we all know that this is a rule because it's also the second rule. It's a very ingenious way of saying they're breaking the rules, and he wanted them to break the rules, but he wanted them to follow his orders to a T, and he never wanted them to question his authority. And by making two rules the same thing, it becomes iconic, but it's also iconic in every single cult following, and every single deadly anything you've ever heard about, where the first two rules are basically the same thing. In fact, when you want to talk about the occult and you get a degree like I do, like a minor in religious studies, you have to start talking about all religions as if they could be cult followings at some point of time. And then you talk about the 10 Commandments, and the first 5 all say the same thing, basically, of God is first. And when you start talking about it like that, and then you realize Jesus broke it down to of love God first, and then love yourself as your neighbor, it's like, oh shit. Okay, I see where they're going with it. Let's not call it a cult, because there are other things that go along with a cult. But the occult, people treating religion like a cult, and then cults are all kind of intertwined when you learn about religious studies. But Fight Club really is ingenious with that. And then let me just hit you with a bombshell. Go watch the first scene again of him appraising the car wreck, and look at Bob's shirt that he's wearing at the first meeting they hug. Go look at the car wreck. Go look at a paper street or paper road is a street or road that appears on maps but has not been built. Yep. Their headquarters is on Paper Street. On top of that, go rewatch the movie with this in sight. I'm gonna blow a few people's minds who have watched Fight Club and they really think they've seen it. Go watch him reappraise the car wreck, where he's talking about his job is to assess whether to pay out families or do recalls when they know that there are deficits in technology like cars, and that he knows somebody was charred to a crisp in the driver's seat. Go look at the crisp shirt in the driver's seat, and then tell me what shirt Bob is wearing at the meeting that he goes to when he says that's the only place he can cry. Go tell me what shirt Bob is wearing. Go look at those two scenes back to back and realize something really, really fast of what's happening in the narrator's mind and how unreliable he truly is. Go look at the shirts. They're the same fucking shirt. And then go look at who's talking to Bob and who interacts with Bob. No one. Sorry. There's your first just road down the actual story of Fight Club. If you're wondering why the protagonist, why your narrator needs to go to these meetings to be able to just cry, and he's crying to someone that everyone else at the meeting ignores and happens to be wearing the shirt of the last traumatic thing the narrator just saw that he appraised, and he tries to get over it with consumerism, toxic consumerism of buying the perfect house to make him forget that he is destroying people's lives by his own job, only to have his own house destroyed in a way that only really he would know how to do, because the whole apartment complex wasn't destroyed. And it just so happens the only remaining piece of his apartment is the business card with Tyler Durden's phone number and name on it. No. No. Also, go tell me who interacts in those cancer treatment meetings with Myra, and why the men's groups don't immediately kick her out. Who's actually there? The whole movie is a facade. What is real and what is not is half the picture of that movie.
I should be able to get out with you.
You remember me talking about those scenes a year ago and immediately watching those scenes to get your mind blown? Yeah. Those first scenes will start you down the road of, yeah, that movie you've probably watched. I wouldn't say wrong, and that's why I said I don't want to sound pretentious. It's not what you think it is. It's not quite what you think it is. Whoa, that's her butt. Because Chuck Palahniuk, I mean, it's very obvious what he's going for, and it's very disturbing what he's going for, and it's very hard to like comprehend and just wrap your head around that this is ideology that it's just horrible. But he does pin some themes really, really well.
The entire bloodline of House Dimitrescu is done in.
But even answering the question of is Fight Club real? And did it ever happen? Last time I said something that wouldn't have blown your mind. I can tell you a divergent point of exactly in the storyline, where the narrator is fighting Tyler Durden out in the parking lot. Go watch Fight Club again and notice that that is going to be the divergent point of somebody else witnessing an event that happens with him that might not be the way the narrator recounts. Now go look at the very end where there is a fight between the narrator and Tyler Durden, and see that the cameras do pick up the idea that he is being dragged by someone. Why is it that spectators can see what's happening in the first case, and the second case, technology is actually documenting that something is happening that shouldn't be possible? Why is it we're shown an angle where a camera is showing something that should be not possible? Then remember, technology is an enemy in that universe of Fight Club. Technology is one of the enemies. It is consumerism, and the whole plot of it is to bring down credit card companies. That if you bring down technology, so like, there's a few more things. Oh, Lonnie, I believe that was tongue-in-cheek.
I'm skilled at all sorts.
Oh, Lonnie, that wasn't tongue-in-cheek, Lonnie? Yeah. If you watch it with fresh eyes, I implore you to please watch it and then watch it a second time, maybe with director's commentary or something on. Just watch it and see just who actually talks to who listens to who informs who about what, how the story is unraveled, and who tells who about anything. Like, basically, who is involved with anything. Really pay attention to who does what. And you realize that the story is more about the psychopathy of, like, not necessarily a group. You can kind of just start focusing on one.
Thank you for your patronage.
Oh, Fight Club. I can hype Fight Club all day, every day, twice on Sunday, and I know it won't let people down. Fight Club is one of the few movies I know that if you don't like it, we're just gonna have a difference in opinion on probably life. We're not gonna like anything. we're going to disagree a lot. So Fight Club can be, you can just say it's a modest, mediocre something, you could, because it wasn't quite your cup of coffee. People that say they don't like Fight Club, I've never really met a person that says, I hate Fight Club, and I'm like, and I'm also your friend. That's never been a thing that's happened in my life. I've never like had long-term friends that were like, I hated that movie. I've had many a long-term friend who went, that is one of my favorite movies ever. It is, I can talk it up all day. What's my opinion on Tarantino films? Depends on it. I mean, Tarantino films my brother liked. It wasn't always my cup of tea, but I liked some of them. I mean, if you're talking about Kill Bill, yeah, of course, let's do it. Let's watch some Kill Bill. Why not? If we want to watch when he did the ones that he even said he could have done, but like there's some, it's hit or miss. Tarantino kind of is. I view Tarantino kind of the same way I view Stephen King, and that Stephen King's a trash writer, and trash writers by definition aren't writing trash. It's that they actually write so much work that there are by default good works they have written, but there's many things that can be considered less than good, or just filler work, if you will, just work for work's sake. And Stephen King is a trash writer by definition. He's not a bad writer, he's just a trash writer. I think Tarantino of the film world is kind of like the same. He's just, sometimes he's putting out work for work's sake. So I mean, like Tarantino, like, what is it? Stephen King started under the pen name of Richard Bachman. When I was younger, I read a few books under the pen name Richard Bachman and didn't realize I was reading Stephen King. There, like, for every, like, something like there's gonna be another one that you've never heard of. Like, there's not everything can be it or Dark Tower is not, is it? Oh god. Or god, I just mixed up authors for a second. But anyway, Kubrick. That's a different discussion. Kubrick is a magician with movies. Kubrick's mistakes for continuity or like congruence or anything, or like something wasn't done on purpose, you can count on 2 fingers mistakes he might have made. Yeah, there's Stephen King movies you can't say. He's a trash writer. He writes all over the place. He writes a lot of different things. You can not like some things and it's just fine. That's how it works. Quentin Tarantino, I put in the same kind of category. He's a trash writer. He writes a lot of movies. You cannot like some of them. There'll eventually be one of them you probably are into, and it's just, that's kind of Quentin Tarantino. Okay, and then I kind of move on with life. I don't really have to think about it more than that. You get up there. But yeah, I could talk about Fight Club and be pretty confident in myself pretty much every single time. Just like when I talk about, on the other side of not live action, when I talk about Princess Mononoke. Even the late Roger Ebert agrees with me. Princess Mononoke was one of Roger Ebert's top 10 films of all time. And the guy saw tens of thousands of films. Jesus H. If a dude that's seen tens of thousands of films says that it's one of his top 10, you might just want to take a gander at it just to see what he's talking about. Like, it doesn't have to take up all your time. You could disagree with him, but if a dude's job is to watch a lot of movies and he makes a top 10 list, maybe look at it. Princess Mononoke is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's another one where I've rarely met anyone who's actively watched Princess Mononoke, and I was still their friend somehow after they said they didn't like it. That doesn't happen. Princess Mononoke has too many good motifs and too many life things, and there's no like I love asking the question of Princess Mononoke, who is the bad guy? I love asking that question because I know it's not going to come out the way that, you know. I love asking that question.
Shall I choose something for you?
What's my absolute favorite movie of all time? I really can't answer that one very easily. It depends on my mood. Like I said earlier, sometimes I have to recalibrate by watching things. There are some movies that are like that for me. That doesn't make it my favorite of all time. It just means that for me to keep existing and have a sane mind, I have to recalibrate and watch it. So there's a part of me that doesn't separate my genuine appeal of movies and also my need to watch something that helps to calm and ground me when I'm not doing my best mentally.
As always, a
Hi there, the trickster. What's going on?
Exchange.
With that said,
Hey then.
oh, I have Mononoke on everything. I have Princess Mononoke burned onto a CD because I was afraid my DVD was dying. I have it on a DVD. I was gifted another Ghibli collection DVD. I have a digital copy of it that I bought that I could put on everything. I have Princess Mononoke on everything. So Princess Mononoke is a biggie for me. You've never seen Princess... Okay. Go into Princess Mononoke knowing it's a slower start. Also, there are famous... the voice actors, since the dubbing things were getting a bad name back then. The reason why there's the dub versus sub thing that's still active to today, TLDR, a lot of people tried to be elitist very early on and make it sound like anything that's dubbed is unworthy. And that's just not how it works anymore. To beat that stigma, Ghibli was smart enough to hire mainstay actors to actually be the voices of Princess Mononoke's characters. So like it is Billy Bob Thornton as a character. It is what's her face that plays Scully from X-Files as one of the main characters. It's like everyone that you can just start pumping through, like everyone in the late 90s, early 2000s that was a famous voice that you'd recognize. They're in it. They're a voice somewhere in it. To get rid of the stigma that voice actors and they're not real actors. Jillian Anderson, thank you. So to get rid of that stigma and not allow people to put it into that, they did the very smart thing of being like, no, we hired actual actors. Like, you can't argue with this. Like, you can't say our voice acting's bad because we're not true actors. We're literally true blue actors. And we do voiceover work for our own stuff in studios. You know, as part of an actor's job is sometimes to go back in the studio and revoice a line when it's another person's perspective. It's their job to do that. So like no one could like crap on the film just because they like wanted to crap on the film. And I thought that was ingenious. God, I'm gonna be stuck doing this fight. Let me make sure I'm gonna take my medicine and make sure my son's in bed. But in doing that, it really created this very good air of you want to watch it and believe that these actors wouldn't be involved in it unless it's something worth being involved in. And let me tell you, I do not care if you think you will never like anime in your life. Just don't consider Princess Mononoke anime then. Consider it a live action film where the actors couldn't be present for all of the shooting of the film, and just go with it. Just go with it. It just really isn't. Princess Mononoke, yes, I agree with Typhus, is in my humble opinion, and in the humble opinion of Roger Ebert, one of the most prolific, if not the most prolific movie reviewer of all time. It was one of his top 10 movies of all time. It's one of my top 3, for sure. And I can't think, when I have to think of movies that can beat Princess Mononoke, I have to think of a mood I'm in and then think of a movie, and it goes that way. Good night, Amarok. Thank you for being here and supporting. Princess Mononoke, if you've never seen it, watch it, and then start asking yourself, okay, so you will be introduced to a protagonist within like 2 seconds, Ashitaka. Okay. Ashitaka will be in there in the movie. Protagonist by definition. Let's remember that the hero and the villain of a story is different than a protagonist and an antagonist of a story. So your protagonist is the person that the main viewpoint of the story is being told from. That's where the term anti-hero comes from. Because if your protagonist is a bad person doing, what they do, John Wick is kind of like an anti-hero. He has his reasons for doing what he's doing. The story is told from his perspective. That doesn't make John Wick a good person. That doesn't necessarily make him all intrinsically bad. Deadpool is not necessarily a good person either. He is an anti-hero. He's the protagonist of his stories. So there is protagonist and antagonist. The antagonist works against the goals of the protagonist. All right. So that's the definition of a antagonist. Now, a hero is someone who is doing what's considered in the movie's perspective to be the righteous or good or morally correct thing, while the villain is seen to be disruptive to the good, morally right, whatever that thing is for that movie. So if it's a villain's like upbringing story arc, like whatnot, it could be someone doing something actually good and they're the villain because they did something bad to the protagonist and hero of the story, who later turns into a villain, but the actions of the other person could have actually been good actions, but it turns them into a villain anyway, so therefore they're the villain, even though they did something good. Basically, hero and villain are based on the story you're telling and the universe you're looking at. All right, so now that we got definitions of protagonist and antagonist. Protagonist is the viewpoint you're telling the story from. Antagonist is those who are trying to obstruct the goals of the protagonist. The hero is the one that's doing the morally right thing, and the villain would be the morally wrong thing in the universe. Go watch Princess Mononoke. The protagonist is Ashitaka. Try to tell me after that. Don't try to tell me who the hero is. Try telling me who the antagonist, villain. Just try it. Give it a shot. It's not going to work, but give it a shot. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. You know, that's one of the things I love the most about that movie. Try after watching it. And this is given someone, there's somebody who has not watched it. Lonnie, you have not watched it. Good night, Kelsey. Thank you for being here. I need to take my medicine. It's an honest thing for anyone who wants to go watch it. Try after, as you're reflecting on the movie, try telling me who the antagonist is. Try telling me who the villain is. As you're watching it, as you're going through it, after you watch it, all that stuff.
Much smarter than the things that I say.
It's like
usually much smarter than the things that I say.
Thank you, Lonnie. I appreciate that.
I'm here for all the recommendations. So
yeah, I mean, I can. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I need to make sure my son is asleep, and if he's not asleep and he gets in bed, I need to take my own medicine. But Princess Mononoke is the quintessential. When I played The Last of Us, for those of us who have watched me do my playthrough of The Last of Us, on the second to last part, when I used to have to take my obligatory breaks because my syncing of my console and my syncing of my capture card and of my video camera and of my microphone were all off, and I didn't realize it was because like the console was 59.94 frames per second, the video camera was 30 frames per second, and like the mic was trying to sync with the capture card at 59. So actually my camera and whatever. When I used to take my obligatory breaks, because the only way I knew how to fix it was every 30 minutes to stop recording so my voice didn't desync from my webcam too fast. There is a time when playing The Last of Us when there is a morally ambiguous choice that is being made toward the penultimate conclusion of the story of The Last of Us Part 1. I haven't played Part 2. I don't know anything about Part 2 still. And I take a break from my playthrough. And I'm not going to spoil anything. I take a break from my playthrough because I'm just like, it's a lot to digest. They throw a lot at you. They throw a lot of moral, like, insight into you of, like, you know, what is right, what is wrong, who is the protagonist, but more than that, basically, who is doing the heroic thing, who's making, like, the tough choices, and who's being the villain standing in the way of the good, righteous thing. And I took a break after thinking that I was very confused, and I came back to my playthrough pissed. For anyone who's watched that, I was pissed because I actually, after taking a break, realized that I had not taken all viewpoints into account. And by not doing so, I was super angry with one thing in particular about the storyline, realizing that there was a way to basically call out the actual villain, the person who's doing something intrinsically wrong for a very specific reason. And I was pissed mostly at myself for not catching it so fast. What did I quote right before I left? And then I quoted when I came back as what made me realize that my logic was wrong. I quoted Princess Mononoke. I walked away saying that I could not pin down my real thoughts on what was happening in the game. And I quoted it as saying, it almost makes me feel like Princess Mononoke. Like, who's the antagonist? Who's the villain? When I came back to the camera, I was super pissed because I overlooked a small detail, and I realized it was so close to being like Princess Mononoke, but it's not. I know who like is in the wrong. That there is not anyone intrinsically in the right, as my son has now put it. There's not someone intrinsically who is correct necessarily, but when I did my analysis, when I was playing the game, I figured out that someone was intrinsically not necessarily that there was someone that was right and wrong, but there was someone who was definitely not right. They were doing something that was so morally ambiguous that you could see it as villainous. And it really upset me that I didn't catch it, because I tried to chalk it up to the same like standards as Princess Mononoke all across the board, and it didn't. It doesn't fit the mold. I've never seen another film, another movie that does that to me. Princess Mononoke is the only one that I mean, I can tell you who there is one person who does fit the bill of being antagonistic or villainous, if you will. But if you think of the whole overarching story of Princess Mononoke, no. It's like I can try, but it doesn't work out. It's the only one where I know the protagonist. I know who the protagonist is. And everything else is just, it feels more like it's a fantasy world that's set so much in like real life. Like, it's like, oh, this person did this thing for this reason. Well, was that the right or wrong thing to do? That's the wrong question. What choices did they have? And after what choices did they have, what did they choose to act on? Can you really say a choice is right or wrong every single time? No, you can't. And Princess Mononoke really, really, really pushes the envelope on the idea of try to call someone out for doing something intrinsically wrong. Every single time you're like, ha ha, I gotcha. Princess Mononoke comes back and says, actually, there's a reason for this. And you just didn't know about it. And you're like, shit, I'll get it next time. And then it's like, ha ha. Like every single time you have that moment of like, I found them. It's just, oh, it's the idea of things, whatever. The world doesn't, it's not all, it's just, like, I can't think of another really a movie that's ever done it that perfectly, where it is circumstances make people and things collide in Princess Mononoke, and you get to see how it works out, but you never get to intrinsically blame someone for making the world spin type movie. And by the end resolution of the movie, I feel like there is a universe that continues to move forward, even if we don't get to see it illustrated, and it makes it one of the best films I've ever seen in my life. Definitely one of the top 3. Graveyard of Fireflies or Firefly Graveyard, whichever that is of a Ghibli film, if you start going down the Ghibli rabbit hole and you watch Howl's Moving Castle and you watch Princess Mononoke, I'm gonna tell you, like, Graveyard of the Fireflies, I think is what it's called. Don't. If it's daytime, you have a loved one or a cat or dog you can hug, and a few boxes of Kleenex and a week to be depressed, maybe a month, watch that movie. But don't go down the rabbit hole so far that you watch that one. It's one of the best movies ever, but Spirited Away, yeah, that's in that category too. But beware, user beware. If you go down the Ghibli rabbit hole, do not watch Graveyard without knowing what you're getting into. It is, I've watched Graveyard of the Fireflies twice, and the second time was not front to back. I couldn't do it. It is an amazing movie. I would almost put it in my top 10. I desperately want to put it in my top 10. I need to see it again to put it in my top 10. I can't do it. I want to watch Graveyard again of the Fireflies. I really, really badly want to watch it. I want to re-experience it, but I don't know. It's a storyline of a brother and sister that are younger, trying to survive after the atrocities of World War I. Is it World War I or World War II? They're just trying to survive and live. It's like, oh God. It is, if you watch most heartbreaking or like most heart-wrenching, if you go look at people's top 10, 20 list of hardest to watch movies because of like, you know, like the bombshells of emotional damage, Graveyard of the Fireflies will almost always be in the top 10. In fact, right before I take my medicine, I'm gonna play ads, but I'm also gonna Google. I'm gonna put my money on the top 10 most devastating movies. Okay. Are they gonna let's see what it just comes up with. Oh, it's doing all live action. It won't do anything else. Okay, Requiem for a Dream and Green Mile and 7 yet. Okay. Okay, first leak. Link. There it is, number 9. Grave of the Fireflies, 1988. Forgot it. There it is. First link I clicked on. 10 movies that will leave you emotionally wrecked in the best way possible. Number 1, Requiem for a Dream, from 2000. 2014, Still Alice. 2014's Whiplash. 1993's The Remains of the Day. 2016, Arrival. 1999, The Green Mile. 2008, Dear Zachary, A Letter to a Son About His Father. 2006, I agree with this one, The Pursuit of Happiness. 1988, Grave of the Fireflies. That's the one I'm talking about, Ghibli. It's number 8 on the list. 2016, Manchester by the Sea, and 1985's Come and See. Yep. Let's go see top 15 most emotionally devastating movies that are heavy and impactful. Tokyo Story is 15. 14 is Lost in Translation. 13 is My Girl. 12 is Lion. 11 is Forrest Gump. 10 is Marriage Story. 9 is Moonlight. 8 is Leave No Trace. 7 is Grave of the Fireflies. 50 most devastating movies, IMDb. Let's just go down the list until we hit it. Why not? I know IMDb is a totally different beast because they make you pay for it now. The Wrestler gets above it apparently, so we're just gonna say fuck it to that. Do they count it on IMDb? I clicked on it thinking, oh yeah, of course, IMDb isn't that far gone. Oh, it has the butterfly effect on it. No, we ain't going with that. Let's click right back off of this random person's list on IMDb. And last one, let's just click on movieweb.com movie list saddest movies that are certified tearjerkers. Grave of the Fireflies. There it is. It's the third one I scrolled on to. Taste of Cinema, 10 most devastating movies of all time. How many lists is it going to actually show up on? Grave of the Fireflies is just not. It's not. It's. Ooh. First comment on it 5 years ago. Most devastating on this list, they said, and you didn't include Grave of the Fireflies. Best comment on that list is that they didn't include Grave of the Fireflies. It's just. Grave of the Fireflies is hard. It's hard. Don't do it. Did I make my point poignant enough? So many. I actually had to pause it because I couldn't even hear the movie over my own sobbing. 32 devastating films to get the tears flowing. Okay, the only reason they wouldn't have it on Bridge to Terabithia is on there. There we go. The only reason they wouldn't have it on this list is they haven't seen it. That's way too many movies. Schindler's List is on it. Cool. Okay, whatever. Just looking at random people's like lists and see like what did they look at. Pursuit of Happiness is on it, so they've watched at least some good things. Please watch anything that maybe is not what Interstellar's on there. Yeah, I could see that. It hurts. Is it on their list? Did I find a list? Nope. Number 29, Grave of the Fireflies. It's on there too, and it's a BuzzFeed list, so you know it's got to be good. You're not gonna find a list that doesn't have it on it, except for that random IMDb one, where apparently is done by rating. It's done by genre than rating, so it has to have been rated the highest. Yeah, no. Grave of the Fireflies. Don't. Lonnie, I'm warning you. I'm warning you. I'm taking my medicine. I'm warning you. You watch Grave of the Fireflies without someone to hold on to in a month to be depressed. Not my fault. Not my fault. Whatever happens to you, not on me. I take no responsibility for that. this is not hyperbole. Don't watch it. Yeah, thank you. Don't watch it alone. Like, it's not hyperbole. I'm not kidding. Don't. It's not a normal tearjerker. I need to take my medicine. It's not a normal tearjerker. It's not your run-of-the-mill. Ghibli films are never like trash films ever. They're not box office like money grabs. They're not like, when they go hard, they go hard, and you probably haven't run into one that goes that hard. Like, it's Modern Warfare where Ghost dies. Modern Warfare made me cry as well too. All right, hold on one second. I'll be right back. Let me take medicine. It's 8:12 or at 10:12. Jesus Christ. Oh. I hope I didn't say anything very incriminating. I'm just putting my son to sleep. He was on the couch asleep, but hey noob, what's going on? I see that the conversation. I will say it one more time, and then I'm fighting Lady Dimitrescu. I'm gonna say it one more time, Lonnie. Trying to warn you, and anyone else watching this. Green Mile, very good movie, very depressing. It's an extremely good movie. I can watch Green Mile if I had the time, and someone really wanted to watch Green Mile. If I really just had the time, I could watch Green Mile any day. If I had the time, Interstellar, like an hour and a half into Interstellar, there's a scene where there's like a movie montage that can get tears jerking for me. I can watch that any day of the week. The movie The Pursuit of Happiness, that movie is one father struggling to keep himself and his son afloat, and it's Will Smith, and usually you wouldn't think of Will Smith as being in serious roles, or it's like Will Smith playing Will Smith as like Hickok or something like that. Like he had handcuff, whatever it is. It feels like a one-trick pony. The Pursuit of Happiness, he actually has his own son playing as his son in the movie, and guaranteed I'm gonna be crying in that movie. There's a moment where he's got nowhere to go. He's with his son in a bathroom, in a public bathroom, so his son can get some sleep. He's putting his hands over his son's ears and telling him a story about like him being somewhere magical, somewhere that's not there, to like try to pretend something good. He's got nowhere to go, and someone's trying to bang on the door and get in, and it's him putting his foot against the door, trying to jam the door so no one comes in, so his son can sleep on a public bathroom floor. Just it's not like it's just a room with a bathroom, not like a bunch of stalls, just one room in near public transit, just so his son has a place to sleep while he sits there and cries that he is a failure of a father. I can watch The Pursuit of Happiness whenever. I probably can't watch it like over and over and over. I can't watch it every week. It's a great movie. I can watch The Pursuit of Happiness. They're all emotional train wrecks. I can watch all of them. I can even watch the movies that get a lot harder. I can watch Schindler's List. Pan's Labyrinth actually is a very good movie. It also emotionally wrecked me. I can watch Pan's Labyrinth. Pan's Labyrinth is actually one of my top 10 movies as well. So I can watch Pan's Labyrinth. I am telling you, just as a warning, it's your own life. Do what you will with it. If you are trying to liken the depression that comes from even Green Mile to any other movie, to that of Grave of the Fireflies, you are sadly mistaken for ever thinking they're comparable. It is not. That movie is just all of those things I said do not even feel like an emotional, like, it doesn't feel like I should have even a single tear coming out of my eye for any reason ever, period. Green Mile, a joke. I think Pan's Labyrinth ending, whatever. Let's laugh it off. Like Pursuit of Happiness, father struggle, who the fuck cares? Grave of the Firefly, it's been 18 years of me trying to bring myself to watch it one more time front to back. 18 years. And I cannot do it. I've watched it a second time, but I didn't do it front to back. 18 years. I think it's been about 8. I cannot do it. If you watch it, just really heed the advice of don't do it alone. Don't do it if you're in a bad place. Literally this isn't even like me joking around at this point. Please have somebody around that you can talk to if mentally it makes you feel bad or unstable or unwell in any way. That movie can really just fuck you up. And it is It's a great movie, but it is so bad on that scale of how bad it can mess you up that I would dare say it is a dangerous movie to watch alone. Especially because, as stated, yeah, it's almost autobiographical. It does not make it better. Yeah, of like Boy in Striped Pajamas and Marley and Me. Yeah, Marley and Me. Ha! Who cares? Grave of the Fireflies. I mean, I don't usually like playing the comparison game. This is just me trying to show the gravity of what I'm saying is no joke. Marley and Me is as a comedy compared. It's not even in the same category. It's just, I'm not exaggerating. I don't like to compare except for to try to warn you, don't take it lightly. If you like sad stories and you like sad movies, I do too. I actually have a thing against happy movies. I actually have a big thing against this intrinsically happy movies. Life doesn't end with a happy ending. So I don't like rom-coms and things like that most of the time unless they have really good comedy in them. I don't like those things because they feel fake and manufactured. It feels like nothing. It feels like I wasted my time. It's just 2 hours for me to have watched something that wasted my time. So I don't like happy endings per se. I don't like movies that just have everything wraps up in a perfect bow. I like movies that give you all the answers that, you know, it presented. Like Chekhov's gun. You put it in that, you put the gun up on the wall in Act 1, it better be shot in Act 3 type deal. Like movies like that, yeah. You know, and then, you know, life moves on. Like the movie Interstellar. There is obviously something that happens at the very end of Interstellar. You never get to see, and it's very important that you feel like you want to know about it. Being run over would probably hurt less than watching Grave of the Fireflies. If you could tell me that I could come away financially stable, but while being run over, I would allow, as long as it didn't cost me my custody of my son, I would, other than watch, like if I was emotionally anywhere other than the best place I've ever been emotionally in my life, if I didn't have someone to hold, I would say between someone making me watch Grave of the Fireflies when I'm mentally anything other than 100% the best I've ever been in my life, between that and being run over by a car, I'm no joking saying I could sacrifice, as long as I don't lose my son and financially lose, I would probably choose the car. I would not risk the idea of the mental strain that Grave of the Fireflies would put on me, as opposed to just realizing I got hit by a car. I would get hit by the car, knowing I survived, knowing I fully recovered, even if it broke both of my legs, as long as it didn't, you know, make it so I don't get to be a dad. Even if it took me, because I know Grave of the Fireflies at my worst could possibly put thoughts in my head that could lead to me not being alive anymore. It is that much of a doubt. It's not to be taken lightly. It's bad. It's a great movie, but it's just, you have to realize by the end of the movie, it's not fiction. The movie is not fiction, and that's the problem. By the end of the movie, you are going to realize you watch something that is devastating, and it's the last 2 minutes, I think, if I remember, maybe. So 3 to 5% of the movie is what you could consider fiction, and the rest of it is very real, even if animated. It is not okay. And yes, after watching it when I was younger, it has taken me all of this time. After 18 years, I've been able to watch it one other time, but I had to skip parts and I had to skip the end. I couldn't do it. I realized that I was in a mentally bad place. I realized that if I continued with this movie, that there was a real chance that the next time I got behind a wheel, I might just want to swerve into the other lane. Like, it sounds like I'm being hyperbole, but that was me. I was in a low place when I tried to watch it again. And I thought I was in a good place. And I realized that I was still in a very low place. This was probably when I was, I was probably, I want to say that I was in my early 20s when I tried the second time to watch it. Early to mid 20s. I thought I was in a good mental place. I started watching it. I actually was like, yes, I remember. Like, this is a really well done movie. It's a Ghibli film. And then I skipped a part that I won't say, because if you choose to watch it, I just won't spoil things. And then I started realizing I had to skip more and more parts. And then there just came a time where I got up and I thought I needed to use the bathroom and I threw up. And I realized that my mind was already racing toward the end of the movie and I wasn't handling it. And when I got closer to the end of the movie, I realized I hadn't talked to the therapist on my college campus. So I was out of college. So I hadn't talked to her in a while, and I called her that day to ask if I, even though I was out of college. So it was somewhere between me being 23 and 26. So like 23, 24, 25, somewhere in there. I called her and didn't finish the movie, told her that my mental stability had I realized how bad it was. And the trigger for me realizing that I was still that bad was that movie. And that's the reason I haven't been able to pick it up again. I've wanted to watch it for all this time since then, but I've never found myself mentally in a stable enough place with somebody that I know could consistently be there for a day, week, month, while I recover from watching a very, very good movie, like a great film. And that's the hard part about it. It's one of the greatest films I think you could watch, especially on this subject, but it's devastating. It's devastating. And I don't know how to put it any other way than that. That I called my therapist. I was afraid that my mental stability was going to the point that I was afraid that I would make bad choices about my own bodily health. And yeah, that movie did that. There's only been 2 or 3 times in my 20s that that's ever happened where those thoughts actually were intrusive enough that I thought I might have made a bad choice. That movie absolutely showed me that I was not as good as I thought I was. In the same token, I remember the reason I even tried to watch that movie again was because I watched The Pursuit of Happiness again. I have it on DVD. I watched Collateral, which is Jamie Foxx and Tom Mission Impossible dude. I just forgot his name. Oh my god. Did I really just forget the main character to Mission Impossible? Tom Cruise, thank you. It's Jamie Foxx and Tom Cruise. I remember watching the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. No, it was Pursuit of Happiness, Collateral, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and another movie that was sadder. I watched those within like a few weeks of trying to watch it again, and because those movies like just felt like really good entertainment. Yeah, the shot of the wolf in Collateral was like, it's a dark movie. Yeah, and the shot of the wolf was actually a happy accident, and it fits perfectly because they shot it in New York. So the shot of a wolf in New York, and it's a real wolf, a real wild one, running around New York City. The chance that they caught that is just crazy. And it fits perfectly into the narrative. But I watched a series of movies that I own. I own the DVDs and everything to them, and I thought it was good off, so I tried Grave of the Fireflies. Oh, I believe I ordered it on Netflix when Netflix still sent you DVDs. And so that would have been right when I was about 25 is when they stopped that. Hey, Christian. Coyote. It was one of the two. It was a wolf or coyote. It was one of the two. So I was in a good mental space because I was watching movies that usually upset me. And this is a real story of mine. I really haven't really told this to anyone. The only person that should know about this story is my ex. My ex had to sit through the idea that like she already knew me. I guess that makes me older than 21. My ex knew me and was very worried about my mental safety. I tried to get through it. I couldn't explain to her why things were very, very wrong. I called my therapist from actually my college campus I used to go to. I tried to reach out immediately. I did everything I could. I very much underestimated my mental health that time. That's my fault. Not everyone's mentally as bad as me. As good as I might seem to appear because I speak, my mental health is very much not the best. And it's been a lifelong struggle for me. So, take it with a grain of salt of I'm someone who's mentally, I wouldn't say fragile. I'm very strong against strong opposition when it comes to chaos and conflict. If you put me in the middle of a car wreck, if you put me in the middle of a life and death choice and situation, in the moment, I can handle it and I can move on. But when reflecting on it, I become very much weaker of the idea that I could have done things better. And I berate myself to the point where I can't sometimes recover from my own berating of my own personal actions. The review that popped up on IMDb. I was warned this movie would be emotional, but I had no idea just how understated that was. By the end, my friend and I were huddled together, pouring out tears. I can only warn people so much. It is not a emotional. I don't. It's not an emotional movie for the idea of emotional movie. Like Schindler's List is an emotional movie. Like there's a lot of movies that are up there that are emotional. There are some that are psychologically damning. There are some that are everything. It's not those. It's a movie that I can tell you would never be able to be made if it was live action. Never. It would never get greenlit. And if it was greenlit as a live action movie, to do what they did in Grave of the Fireflies, it would, you just would never have heard. It would be an underground type of like, almost like a, what are they called? I wanted to say a smut movie, but there's another term for it. There is a live action of that? Are you kidding me? Who the hell let that happen? There's a live action of Grave of the Fireflies. Hold the fucking phone. Are you kidding? What? No. No. 2005? No. 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 No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's not the same. I'm reading up on it immediately, and it's immediately not the same. I'm reading it. It's a drama adaptation of Grave of the Fireflies made in Japan. It's a live action TV drama adaptation. I've watched a lot of Japanese adaptation. I've watched a lot of also things that I watched when I was a kid. I've watched a lot of those things. I've also watched a lot of telenovela. I don't want to usually admit that, but I can name off way too many telenovela. Usually me saying Amore and Maria probably named off right there 50 telenovela. But I've focused on the show. Unlike the animated version, however, it tells the story from the point of view of their cousin. Yeah, no, no. I knew it. They could not greenlight that set from the same perspective. It was not going to happen. Two young kids, and from their view, nope, it wasn't happening. It's not the same. It's not. Nope. They changed it around so it could actually be greenlit. No fucking way are they making that movie. No fucking way are they doing it. Yeah. I found what you said, Typhus. Yeah, it's done from the point of view of the cousin. They changed plot points. Yeah, I can understand. They're not greenlighting Grave of the Fireflies as written. No, they're not making that live action. I mean, that's not to say it wouldn't have an emotional impact. It's just this. I'm already speed reading the whole thing, and it's not Grave of the Fireflies. I mean, it's there's a lot of the same story beats. Blah blah blah. I'd have to watch it, but I don't. Like that's already one big change thing. Like they're dead. Oh, that is the same. But it's from the it's the kind of retelling. This is cheating. This is Grave of the Fireflies like toddler edition. Okay. All right. How do they end it though? I'm not crying, you are. I don't like seeing it written out because technically the ending is close to being the same. But not quite. And it made me think of the ending, and God forbid I actually picture the ending. It's not safe for me to think about that. And it's not even done in the same, it's a flashback. Image of a military interspersed with okay, yeah. Commentating on the dramatization, the director noted that the drama was liberal and deviating from his original work, but also said that it would nevertheless remain thankful if it could convey the brutality of wars to people of the present day. The drama is liberal and deviating from the original work. The author will be grateful if my novel, being adapted now, 60 years after the war, could convey the brutality of wars, even just a little bit, to the people living in the present day. Yeah, they adapted as much as possible just to convey brutality of war. They did not tell the original story. You can't. It's just not, it's not okay. It's not okay. They made a live adaptation. I do agree actually with that. If I, you know what? I might actually check out the live adaptation. It is, the brutality of war is very much personified in Grave of the Fireflies. I think it's a really good film for that reason of it's that emotionally impactful that it left a scar. I'm going to say from somebody who watched it and someone who's seen war up close. And I don't want to say why I've seen war up close. I'm just from someone who's watched it and someone who's seen real war with his own eyes. People live, people die. People beg for their life and they die anyway. Seeing bad guys win, good people lose. Children die just as easily as women, just as easily as adults. As someone who's seen that with their own eyes, I will commend Grave of the Fireflies for, if you would like to have in you the idea of the true brutality and scars that war will leave on you, go ahead and watch Grave of the Fireflies. If the TV version film that they did can convey the same point without leaving as deep of a cut, I would actually be cool with that. Because the cut is just too deep for Grave of the Fireflies for me. It's just too deep. I can't do it. I'm by far not mentally stable enough to do it again right now. And if it's a good movie, if the live adaptation is a good movie, I'd actually say the toddler version for most people is still probably worse than, like, you know, Green Mile or anything else for them. War as hell is an understatement. It stays with you no matter how long you've been home. Damn it. Yeah, and I know I have to get off the topic now because I need to just play the game. Because for those who have heard my stories long enough, I can't let go of that. The movie of Grave of the Fireflies is based on the kids' perspective, and one of my most traumatic things is kids in the middle of war, and I am not okay. Okay, let's just play the game. Yeah, but the movie will do a good job of telling you exactly. Fucking... Thank you, Vamp. I really, really appreciate that. I really do. Ninja, Skip, Small Raccoon, Saying God, Martin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Christian, it's just... Thank you, thank you.
Everything!
Well, Mommy Milkers is gonna get mad now and turn into a monster. That's alliteration for you. Welcome back to the family. God, I can't shake the end of that fucking movie. reading about it was just about as bad as having to reimagine the end of that fucking movie. It's such a good movie, but god damn it.
Looks like your outside matches your inside. Son of a witch.
If you're strong enough with your rounds, like I will not be, you can make her not attack like this. But, oh well. No, you're all right. I was getting close to tipping that scale over and over because I was talking about experience, which is always a bad thing for me to do. I don't need to mix the two subjects. I don't need to be talking about one of the subjects. One day, if I become a bigger YouTuber, people might try to go do things that I would find very invasive, like go look up some of the stories I've talked about. And I find that not only just insulting and invasive, but just it's the reason I need to stop talking and bringing it up. Not only is it insulting and invasive, but for anyone who finds what they're looking for, I don't want your pity. I don't want your, oh, if you can ever look me up and find the truth, I don't want to hear any shit you got to say. I don't want to hear it. An era of my life and a part of my career came to an end, and there's a part of it that there is nothing you can say that can fix it. And I'm afraid if I get to be a bigger YouTuber and people can actually find it and uncover it in an age where they're taking physical documents and converting them to digital, and I'm finding more and more traces of my past being erased, I am afraid that people will find out that what I'm saying is the truth, and they will find what I've left out the entire time. And if it comes to that, I don't want their fucking pity, because I have a side of that story too, and my hands aren't completely clean. And I don't like talking about it most of the time for that exact reason, because I told my son, and it's the reason I learned one lesson in life. One lesson that war had to teach me something. If someone gives you two options, if somebody, anyone in this world, in this life gives you two options, they are somehow not being completely straightforward, honest, or they're ignorant. If someone gives you two options, either they don't want you to pick a third, or they're ignorant to a third choice. There is no such thing as a choice in this life where there are strictly two options. And it took death and war to teach me that one. And I don't want anyone's fucking pity, because I gave in to the thought that there were only two options, and I took one of them. And if I had taken the third, maybe I'd be dead today, but good people would be alive. And so I don't want some goddamn pity from somebody learning about my past and trying to think like they know what it's like to go through that shit when they don't know shit about me when it comes to that. They don't know fuck all, and they're gonna go look it up. I've had probably about a dozen people already find out who I was at one point. And all of them have somehow been blacklisted out of my life except for one. There's one person who has found out who I am, and they are still allowed to show up to my streams and say anything. You have no right to my past. You have no right to that other than what I share. And if you find it, you have no right to feel sorry for me or to pretend like you know what it's like. You could have been in something similar. You could try to relate to it. You don't fucking know what it's like at all. It's one of the times where I can guarantee you don't know what this is like. So I teach my son. I teach my son an important lesson. If anyone ever gives you two choices in life, either they're ignorant of the third choice, or they don't want you choosing it. And the example I gave to my son was coming up to a T intersection, like where it looks like your choices are to turn left or right. And it seems like the too obvious, but the other there are two other options, technically, or three rather. You can stall your car out and park. You never have to turn left or right. You can stop in the road. You can make a U-turn and go back where you came from, even if it's a one-way street. Or you can drive straight forward into the brick wall that is stopping you from going forward. If it's a left or right turn, you can still slam your car forward. Even if no one told you making a U-turn, stopping your car, or going straight forward were choices, there's still choices. Someone doesn't want you to hurt yourself. They didn't tell you to gas it into a brick wall. Someone doesn't want you going down a one-way where you came back from. They're afraid for their own life. They don't want you to stop your car in the middle of the street. That doesn't mean it's not an option. And when I give that to my son as an example, it's just an example of something that's very obvious, that it makes sense that there's no such thing as a black and white binary, yes, no, this, that. There's gray areas all over in life. But when it comes to life and death fucking situations, and you believe that you're about to make a binary choice of yes or no, and you realize too late that there were other choices and you can't bring people back from the dead, shit gets real fast. And people who have tried to confront me about it do not end up on the other side of that very well. And I will be honest with you, I've reported 3 to authorities because while it is on me for telling that story, because legally I'm not supposed to talk about anything to do with that, that is called being slapped with what people would call a gag order. I have also not disclosed the true full names or locations or anything of what I've been talking about. So while I have not adhered to the full rules of it, I know I'm not necessarily getting a knock at my door because I need to be taken down and I need to be held liable for what I'm saying. With that said, while the world might think and read on paper and think I did nothing wrong, I will never look at myself as a good person from that day forward, because I cannot see myself as a good person for not seeing that there was another option. And that's just the long and short of it. So as the longer I do this YouTube channel, the more you'll hear me not make the connection between me and knowing anything about stuff like that, simply because I don't want your fucking pity. I don't have a sad story. I have my life. It's called my life. And when I have nightmares and I wake up and I scrub in front of a mirror because I thought I'm in different clothes in a different country with other people's blood on me, and I scrub my skin raw because I believe I see something that I didn't see. When I walk past a mirror and I get scared that I see an enemy behind me, that I see the people that I could have saved in front of me. When I avoid mirrors, I avoid situations, I have ways to go. And then you think that you read something and it's like, oh, Steven's the good guy in it. No, you don't know shit. Just because I followed an order does not make me a good person in any way. And I will fucking rail anybody who decides to go out of the way, because the only way you find that record is you just did something illegal, and I can guarantee you did. You can find part of it, you cannot find all of it. And I found that out 2 years ago. A year and a half ago, actually, I was informed by an officer. I was informed by an officer that no one can no longer legally find that. And if I do find them, I could report them. And I have done that. So if you decide to go look after me, be warned, I will actually take legal action after you. I don't shit around with that. I don't want your fucking pity. I'm not someone to be pitied when it comes to that. Anyway, Grave of the Fireflies. Beware of that movie. No, it never goes away. Ever, ever, ever. Honestly, I think the only way I'd hate myself more is that if the day it goes away, I don't think I can consider myself human anymore. The day that I could look in the mirror and realize that it's all gone, I believe, I don't think I could be human. I need to stop the oversharing. I need a sticky note that says don't overshare. I just need to stop all of that. As the channel gets bigger, it's going to be harder to tell people that it's a serious matter and to not go off and do stupid shit. So I need to just not overshare. No, Marco, I'm going to stop you right there and say how many people that goes away for. I really don't want to harp on this subject. I hate to break it to you, Marco, about how human beings work. I really, really hate to break this to you. There are some people who take pride in some of the things that I can't look in a mirror about. And there are some people who would have made the choice I did and feel proud about it and live their whole life never once having a nightmare over it. I really, really wish that were true, that it makes us human. But also, those same people that I say are like that are some of the same people that I've said in my past that I'll trust my life with, that I can turn my back and know I'm not going to be dead. And I can't sit there and dehumanize them because they would handle it okay. Morals are ambiguous. This reminds me of when my therapist asked me what made it morally wrong to cheat on your significant other. And I said, because it's wrong. And he told me that you could take me around the corner to where swingers meet and they exchange partners all the time and they have healthy relationships. So what makes it morally wrong? And he told me, my morals don't dictate the earth. My moral compass doesn't dictate the world, and I have to accept that. Yeah, you're right, Christian. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah. Whoops, I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention to her dive. Thank you, Vamp.
All right, hold on. I got an idea.
I didn't even notice it was this sound bit.
Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out.
Thank you
Hear me out.
so much.
Hear me out. What if?
I appreciate that.
Hear me out.
I really do. I had it paused for a while.
Oh my god! Oh god! Oh god!
Scorsese would actually sample that soundbite and think that's perfect for my film.
There is nothing we can say or truly understand. I have lost friends who have served. We love you.
Thank you, Vamp. I really appreciate that. I really do. I really do. The Dying Light Fall is good. It's late enough that I feel like I could say one thing and then no, I should save it for another I know why I keep bringing the topic up. It's because I feel guilt that I never finished the story. There is something that I never say. I never say it. And I guess part of me wants everyone I want everyone in some way to hate me. And I'm trying to calm down, realizing why I'm getting so emotional, and I'm just saying it out loud. That since I'm on a public platform, there's a part of me that wants to just say what it is so that you can't look at me as a good person. Because it's almost, and I don't know how to describe this, but if I can convince you I'm not a good person, then everything I went through and everything I did wasn't right. And it means that there are good people who are gone that shouldn't be, and that things could have been different. But if I'm a good person, and I can't basically make you believe that I'm not worth it, that I'm not the good person you think I am, if I can't end the story for the thing I'm not supposed to say, how am I supposed to convince you that I'm alive while people that are much better than me died and I'm in their place right now? And it's something I've never been able to reconcile in my head. And the worst part is the part that I'm not saying, because the part that I'm not supposed to talk about is intrinsic to the idea of there is a reason why that part of my life is dead and gone, and why it had to go away fast. And it's because of my actions. Strictly speaking, I can say I followed an order, but that order should, in my opinion, should never have been followed. And anyone hearing my story and thinking that it's okay that I followed that order, which led to the idea that I could no longer have that as a career, it's almost ingrained in me. They should intrinsically, it should snap inside of them. It should click that I'm a monster. That a human can't do what I did. And so it's almost like I keep repeating the same track every now and then when the topic comes up, because I desperately want to just say the end part so someone will just blurt out, "You're an awful person and a monster," and I'll feel better. And I know that's the weirdest thing ever maybe to say, but when you've lived a whole life of when you weren't allowed to talk about it for over a decade, you open up and someone out and out calls you a liar about it. When people finally recognize who you might have been, when someone outs you on fucking YouTube of figuring out your past because they recognize who you were and recognize what you were, having to actually admit to some parts, and then having no one to talk to over it, really, and then everyone that finally you lit into it tries to make it sound like you're still a good person. There's a desperate cry inside of you for someone to just... It sounds weird, but there's a desperation of, I just want to tell you something so you'll condemn me and hate me like you should. And I know it sounds like it's detrimental, like I want self-loathing, but no, I don't know how to describe how it would finally feel freeing that somebody would hate me. So, because it means that maybe they actually do see it from my side and know that that maybe if someone could hate me, that I could be free of it. But people keep saying comforting things, and that doesn't work. I just want someone to say, there was a third option. I didn't have to follow an order. Things could be different, and you're a monster for doing it. And I know my only chance to get that is to finish the damn story of why that's not my career and part of my life. And I know if I broadcast it loud enough, someone will absolutely hate me, unsubscribe, and never watch me again. I know for a fact somebody will turn their back on me for what I did, even if it was ordered for me to do so. For as many people that would want to blame a superior officer or somebody else or the circumstances, there would be somebody who would finally type the words or say the words that I feel like would finally set me free of saying that you're an awful human being. And it just feels like finally someone recognizing I'm not that I'm not some saint, and the opposite, I'm in some people's eyes a devil. I would finally be able to say, okay, I am that, and I'll grow from that, and then I'll get better, but no one will do it for me. That I can't talk to. That's why I have to stop the ramps, because I either have to finish the story one day and risk breaking not civil law, but military law for what I'm allowed to say. All for the idea that possibly somebody will give me the condemnation I've been searching for years. Anyway, let me fight Miranda again.
Looks like your outside matches your inside now. You're such a witch.
I don't have any weapons that are strong enough to make her stop and play her trick. Okay. Future funds for other things. Yeah, I can't get so close to her insects to swarm me. But only sometimes when they feel like it.
can run, but you can't hide.
The shotgun and sniper, sniper, I've tried both. Neither on even with infinite ammo, neither on just new game will stop her charge. You need more upgrades. Your sniper rifle won't stop her charge down the stairs, unless I've really missed so many shots that I wouldn't know any better. But I've tried every weapon that you have access to. Because I had to do Village of Shadows, you know, basically with nothing when I did Village of Shadows new game.
Just give up. You're done. This is punishment. Take it.
I forgot which way she lands after that. That way. Shotgun's nice thing is that you don't have to have pinpoint accuracy. And I don't right now. The shotgun actually in this game is programmed to be like a normal shotgun where you have shots. As in, there's pellets that come out of it. So out of the circle that you see, there's multiple places where it can hit. And to get a perfect shot, you get the circle completely on them. And you can get a perfect shot off on somebody with the shotgun in this game, but that's how it's programmed. Shit. Did the same thing. The perfect shot on someone with the shotgun actually gets all the shots off on them. And so the reason why the shotgun is worse, one of the reasons why it's worse from a distance, is that the spread makes it so you can't get all the shots off on them. Because the circle doesn't do it anymore. But if you look at it like this, like, she won't go away. Yeah, you can't do anything to make her go away with the weapons you got now. Thank you, Vern. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I got one. I got three. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishness. 5 in the fishness. Can I get a 5 in the fishness? Can I get a 5 in the fishness? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Thank you, Vern. I'll leave it, since Christian has actually said what feels like the right things of like exactly what I know should be said. I'll leave it to the idea of, if Christian wants to answer that, if I can't say something that I feel is intrinsically a part of me that is like that, would you not agree, Christian, that it's hard to say that? It would be hard to admit to others, or to admit the idea that you've been your true self the whole time. Wouldn't you feel like you have basically lied to people? Or is that just me? By people not knowing something that you feel that is so vital to what has made you come to this day, does it not make you feel like you've lied just by proxy of they don't know? That's what I've fought with for a long time. I don't know if it's just me. It makes me feel like, yeah, I'm glad I can be as true as I can be. But as far as having a career on YouTube, I have to. There's something I wish I could tell everyone. Because there's things I wish I could tell people about thinking about their future and thinking about what they're willing to fight for, what they're willing to die for, what they're willing to stand up for, what they think the world looks like and what it acts like, how it operates. I wish I could say more because I could tell them a truth that I learned because of me. And it's, I guess, my own personal truth, but I feel like a liar. That's, Like I faked you all. I guess that's what I'm getting at.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Uh-oh. And it's not the same as like you went to the restroom 3 times today type deal. It's for me, it's a harmful version of the lie I used to do in South Georgia. I'll say this story. This is a lighter story, even though it deals with racist motifs. So in South Georgia, I gained my what I call white guy voice. In South Georgia, when I was a photographer, I had a big problem with one. I had the whole thing of everyone changing their reviews on me and making me look like a street photographer, just so that they could try to get free money out of me. When I had just won awards and have like my original website that's no longer, is defunct now, had all these like accolades of like, hey, hundreds of people say you're amazing, and then a few like were able to turn the tide on me and create something toxic and bad. But anyway, hold on, where the fuck are you? Hey there. When I was in South Georgia, I had what I call a white guy voice, and when I would answer the phone, it would be, "Hi, this is Steven Jackson. How may I help you?" And it was a higher pitched voice purposefully, because I had actually lost jobs and clients to people who did not want a black man at their wedding. Legally, I might be white, I might only be half black, but I was in Southern Georgia. So you know, twice I allowed brides to back out of their contracts because their dad was paying for like the wedding type deal, and then their dad finds out the photographer they hired, so it's the bride signature I've got, and can hold them liable. They paid a deposit, and then I hear that they're in tears telling me I can't be their photographer. That if their dad won't pay for the wedding if I'm the photographer because they won't pay for a black man to be there. No, I moved. So I had dads force their daughters to back out of contracts, and twice I allowed that when I found out like the dad actually, it wasn't them making an excuse about money or anything. It was the dad. Absolutely, in both cases, the dad refused to pay for the wedding if a black man was at the wedding. The thing is, both cases, the father had spoken to me, and they didn't know the color of my skin. It was because of in both cases, it was because of my portrait session, or my engagement session with the brides. That when I did engagement sessions with the brides, I never had a picture of myself online for you to see. Like I had my portfolio and a lot of things and a PDF you could of expecting what to download and things I could correspond. I'd be on the phone with people, but I had this higher pitched voice because I know that there are notes about a darker person's voice that you can tell if it's a little different and if you present it a little differently. And so it might sound a little weird for me to speak like this, but when I'm on the phone and answering and saying, "How can I help you today?" And, "Oh, it's your wedding coming up. Congratulations. I'm so glad you contacted me. What made you find me?" All I'm trying to do is basically, in those who have vocal cords that are from darker descents, usually you hear a little bit more of a downturn and a rash that if you have a ear that can hear it, you can hear that most everyone that's American European ends off statements by actually turning the pitch down on what they're saying. So they stop what they're saying on a lower note. They stop a statement by finishing it down lower. So if I'm like me, I'm gonna finish the statement at me. I'm gonna finish the statement at this note. And it sounds like I'm making it dramatic, but that's actually a cadence of how most people speak. And that is an upward inflection for a question of how was your day? Somewhere in the question, usually not the last word. And your day and did you do all right? Sometimes it can be the last word. So there are inflections about how people speak English and how people communicate. And all I was doing as my white guy voice was basically trying to get rid of the darker tones in my voice. And there was many times where people would have not hired me had they known that I was actually, you know, when it comes to wedding photographers, you spend a lot of time with the bride, and so they're usually looking for a female photographer in the first place. So you have to make them comfortable that you're a male photographer, that it's not some perv. And then the second thing you got to do is get around any stigmas. And so I had to get around the idea that my skin color would denote my personality somehow. And that's how I did it. And I viewed it as, let people give me a chance. I don't want to lose jobs just because they put me in a box of some sort. And twice I lost jobs because I did the engagement shoot. They met me that day, and, you know, they described who I was, you know, surprised a little bit. They didn't expect me to show up as a dark-skinned, afroed, sometimes clean-shaven, chin hair, you know, somebody who is of a darker complexion. And if I've been shooting a lot of summer weddings, I am pitch black dark complexion. To show up at their engagement shoot, but I'm wearing like a button down and slacks and everything, and we're doing all these photos. And so twice I had the brides tell their families, and the dads put their foot down saying no black guy's going to be at my daughter's wedding. And so I lit the brides out of there. In those cases, I would equivocate that to intrinsically I am half black. Do I like communicate with the black side of my family? No, actually they're abusive and they're toxic and they're bad, except for my half sister and my half brother. I should probably get in contact with them. The rest of them, I don't know what to make of it, and I'm scared to make anything of it because they used to abuse me, and why would I actually go try to reach out to that when my biological father, who's black, abandoned me and then let me be up for adoption enough that, you know, my stepdad stepped in and said, I'll adopt you as your real dad. So in that case, I am lying about intrinsically something about, it's not about like, oh, I took 3 bathroom breaks today and I didn't tell people. It's when people called me on the phone in my business, they thought they were speaking to a white man, because I did have 2 other competitors that were white gentlemen in my area where I was trying to get leads and get brides to hire me instead. And I lost a lot of jobs at first, not doing my white guy voice, to the other 2 white gentlemen, if they were okay with the male shooting. There's a guy named Wes and a guy named Javon. I lost jobs to them because they went with a white gentleman, and I had brides strictly tell me that their family was more comfortable with somebody who they admitted it, like race was an issue for them. And you know, I can't sue them for not deciding to hire me because they decided to take my race into a factor. It's their wedding day, and there are laws that protect them for being able to they don't have to hire you just because you have a portfolio. But that felt like a lie that was actually beneficial in a way, because it made people realize that came into contact with me that I was very different than what their stereotype could have ever painted me out to be. I was going to probably act like the whitest guy they know. Just to be honest, I used to have a running joke when I was younger that a very, very light-skinned guy named JD was my black half, because that's how white I am. Someone else came up with a joke, I let it slide, and it was just a running joke that that's how light-skinned I must be. Because I acted, I speak it, I have all these mannerisms, like it. I had 2 white parents that raised me. What do you expect? And so I view that almost like lying about who I am, but it was the idea of the same reason of like, you should give anybody a chance. Like, I shouldn't be judged by my skin color, because intrinsically my skin color doesn't make me a bad person. So why should I be judged for them being able to pick up lilts in my voice that give away that I might be of a darker skin color, and they try to go figure out who I am, want to meet me in person before they sign, figure out I'm black, and then don't want to sign with me anymore. That to me felt different than me keeping a secret of, like, now take that whole analogy and make it that I didn't put on a white person's voice persona. I put on a persona of somebody who had a violent past, and I did everything I could to hide from you about, let's make it even worse, that that's been a sexual offender, and I am trying to get hired by a bride being a sexual offender against other females. I'm doing everything in my power to hide that I am a potential danger and threat. And I could be remorseful about my past. I could wish it never happened. I could be a true blue, I changed my ways criminal. And I never want to recount those things. I will never do them again. They were a mistake and it'll never happen. But I intrinsically lied and they found out about it later. That would feel like a betrayal of trust, of morals, of all these things, because instead of it being something about skin color, of me being hired, it's something about something intrinsically of who I am and what I did. And for me to not, you know, let people know about that, potentially people that could feel awkward or victimized by that information, would feel like an intrinsic lie no matter how you chalk it up. I would feel every time I went around the brides like I was lying about who I was, because at one point I might have done something wrong to them, but now I won't. But they should have the right to know that I am capable of doing something wrong to them. When it comes to service of things like military and you do things that you feel are wrong, even if it was an order, there is a part of you you will not get rid of. That if you take an order and you have your own compass that says it was wrong, no matter what you were told to do, from then on out, it feels like you are lying to people because you were capable of doing it. I hope that makes better sense. It's not the idea of I put on a white voice so people gave me a chance, so they didn't chalk me up as another black guy and they didn't want a black guy at their wedding. They gave me a chance as just a person, like MLK's dream type deal. The difference of what I'm talking about is not about bathroom breaks. It's I'm intrinsically not telling you something that, have you known, you would feel betrayed because it is a actual part of who I am that you can't see on surface level, and it's not that it's wrong to judge me about it. In fact, it feels the opposite. It feels like it's correct and right to judge who I am based on the idea that I could do those things. And so every single time I don't reveal what it is that ended that part of my life, even if I didn't on the books do anything wrong, me knowing that my own morals now that I hold dear say I did something wrong, it means that I feel like I am lying by not giving people the chance to judge my true character. No matter how transparent I am about 99.9% about the rest of my life, that 0.1% is so significant, it makes it feel like you might as well throw the rest in the trash. I lied to you about everything I've ever said. Because now you have to view everything I said through a new scope. And I know that's not true. A lot of people wouldn't view anything differently from it. Some people would actually realize what I'm describing, and without being able to understand what I'm talking about and without pitying me, they'd realize it actually doesn't change their perspective based on their own moralistic views. But I do believe that there are certain people who would run across my story and realize what happened and would out and out condemn my actions. And not only that, but the person who was capable of carrying it out, whether I was ordered to or not. And because it is something of that magnitude, it's not like faking what your skin color is so you can get a job. It's not like not telling someone to use the bathroom. It is like being a sexual predator that's a reformed sexual predator, not telling females that you're working with that, you know, maybe they have the right to know that at one point you assaulted an unwitting female. You know, it feels like to that magnitude of something egregious that you would intrinsically feel like a liar for not disclosing. And I don't know how to explain it better than that. So every single time I don't just say it, I feel like I am lying once again. And I know everyone can do things and they do things they're ashamed of, but it's not the same. It's not the same. I can sit here and tell you, people have died by my hand. And there are ones I do not regret in the least bit. I gave up a part of my humanity in those moments because they weren't human. And I have no remorse over those parts. There is certain parts of what I would talk about. There are things that never had a nightmare about it, never had a second thought about it. And it made me think, am I a monster for being able to just do it so easily and so well? But then again, every time I heard someone stop screaming, I realized I didn't get to them fast enough and they were killed. They died. And my choices in those situations were take care of the monsters, people, the human beings that looked they were humans. They're wolves in human clothing. They were monsters themselves, and I didn't get to them fast enough, and innocent people died. Why should I feel bad about that? That's different. What I'm talking about is not just a simple thing of one person lived, one person died. I took a life, they didn't take mine. That is not the same thing. And what I've tried to explain to some people, if it helps again, is to say the difference between me and the people that I ever fought against was that I reclaimed my humanity when they refused to. They hid behind their visage of their religion or their beliefs to say what they were doing was right, with their to rape and murder and steal was correct, that they were justified in doing it, that they had not excuses, reasons for why they would kill innocent people for no reason, for other than they were inconvenient to keep living. And for me to stoop to their level for a moment and think they don't think of other people as human, therefore I cannot picture them as being a human being, and I will be a monster to destroy a monster. The thing I've tried to describe to people over the years is the way I cope with that and the way I have not had nightmares about those moments is that the difference between me and them is I fucking helped bury their asses. They were just doing what the fuck they wanted to get what they wanted from broken reasoning for greed, pride, power, off of butchered and bastardized doctrine and beliefs, to be able to butcher innocent people. And I took them down. And at the end of the day, they would have left me to rot in the sand. And at the end of the day, I sat there and helped dig them, because at the end of the day, I gave up my humanity to do my damn job. And at the end of the day, I took it back by saying, and they were still human at the end of the day, as much as I despised their existence on this earth, as much as I had to do something to save other innocent lives, they also were human. Every single one of them that are lying now on the ground that will never move or breathe again could have been a reformed person. They could have one day realized what they did was wrong. They could have had blood on their hands and mourned every day of their lives. They could have had a chance for their own redemption. I took it away, and I feel no remorse for that, because every time I had to go to another goddamn hallway and realize that screaming, hearing people scream for help in a different language was what you wanted to hear. You wanted to hear it, because not hearing screaming meant they died, and you were too late. You failed them. Innocent people died because you're too slow, you're too weak, you're not good enough. I don't regret that. So we're not talking about issues of things like that. My moral compass is pretty dead set on that. I'm human because at the end of the day, I looked at them and said, you still deserve something, even with the shit you did, even with the things you think are right, even with the innocents that are dead on your hands, with the kids' bloods, with the women's bloods, with the people that couldn't protect themselves, blood on your hands. I'll fucking bury you. I'll give you dignity and respect as a human, even if it's the last thing your body gets in this world. And they wouldn't do the same for me. And that's what makes me different from those assholes. That's not what I'm talking about. There is something beyond that. And to not speak about it and not let people judge me on it feels like an intrinsic lie for who I am, period, into discussion, unless I tell people. Anyway, I don't need to die to her again. I'm breathing, I'm playing the game. Alright, and once again, maybe it's becoming more and more obvious why as my channel gets bigger, I need to not talk about these things. Because, God forbid getting Article 15 or court-martialed. Rather not. Do I like Lady Double D? Yeah, Mommy Milkers is alright. I like her flavors better. It's the only Neapolitan ice cream I'll take in a video game, metaphorically speaking. I might be at this point. I'm not too worried about it though. I can't edit this video. It's been 8 hours, 17 minutes. I'll have to go into editing settings. This one might have to be unlisted or removed because I've talked a little too much. I might have to hide this one. It's not like I really got anywhere, so. Come on. No. Same mistake. Same mistake. Every time she does that, you have to run or you have to guard. You have to start off guarding to every son of a. Can I please not be an idiot? Every other boss after this gets much easier with, especially with infinite ammo. Why? Why would I do this? Can I pinpoint her fast enough to be able to do that? Nope. Because her bugs in Village of Shadows are annoying as hell. I can at least get a body shot partly with this. Anyway, we should all watch Psychopaths.
You can run, but you can't hide.
I know the new movie's coming out. It's the last movie they're doing for the series. They're kind of wrapping a lot of things up with Psychopaths. It probably needs to be wrapped up. I honestly have been waiting for the dub for Psycho Pass 3 because Kogami's voice actor and Akane Tsunemori's voice actress and Ginaza's voice actor are like a make or break deal for me half the time. Hold on to that thought. I was saying a thought, but I can't live and think at the same time. I need to watch RWBY. I've been told over and over, and I know one of the voice actors for it that like has berated me over and over for a few years ago. That is a few years out because I've asked for how to get into the industry. Who's actually in that show? Has been like, you haven't watched this show? You don't even know what it is you're asking. Like, I know. I don't know them on enough of a personal level to like name drop them, but I do feel bad. It's like, hey, please help me get into an industry. By the way, I've never even watched a show that you're like in that I first learned about you. Feels bad. Feels bad having to admit that one. I know you've been in a show. I know it's important to you. I know I'm asking for references based on the idea that I know about you having your first credits and liking that. Kogami's voice actor is the same as the English voice actor for Reina from Attack on Titan, I believe. For some reason, as Kogami, he fits perfectly. I think Kogami, and I really actually have attributed, I've watched it both subbed and dub, and I need to see, when I hear Kogami, I really need to hear that voice actor. Because it feels like it fits so well. You're kidding me! You're kidding me! I was around the corner! I do need to watch it. Yeah, don't ask for ins in the industry and then tell them that you haven't actually watched the stuff they're in. They don't necessarily take it the best. You're very welcome, Turtle. You know how fast everything else will go? People will forget that this stream happened. So I'm probably gonna not just unlist this stream, but I'm probably gonna privatize this stream because of the topics I brought up earlier. Sorry if you weren't here. There's still me blitzing Resident Evil 7 earlier, and then there'll be me playing the rest of the game to get ready for Shadow of Rose. So it's not like people missed everything. They can just watch me play Resident Evil 8 some other time. Oh, and I'm dead. You can never get attacked by the bugs. There was
Looks like your outside matches your inside now.
I don't watch nearly as much anime as it seems like I do, and at the same time, I probably am more invested in a lot of anime storylines that more invested in those that I've come across than a lot of live action. But I think a lot of that has to do with my time of being involved in any capacity with Walking Dead and being able to see more behind the scenes of like how that goes. Being able to have any view of like Walking Dead or Stranger Things kind of started turning me more and more towards watching more and more anime for stuff instead of live action. Which is weird not to think about. Everyone demonizes Scott Gimple on The Walking Dead. And I'm thinking, I have to keep thinking to myself, did I walk in his house? When I was there, he bought one of the houses on the set in the neighborhood, because it's an actual neighborhood they were doing stuff in. And I have to keep asking myself in my memory, something I can only ask my brother or Kevin, I guess. Was I in his house? Was that his house? Anyway. Seeing how people work in live action and stuff like that, I don't know. Live action stuff, I like movies. I like some live action shows. But there's something about the medium of being able to take something fantastical. Like, Psychopaths is just the strict idea of what if the human person, the human soul, could be quantified by a number, by a measurement. What if you could tell someone's ability to be good or evil, or to commit crimes, or even have the ability to commit a crime, whether they commit it or not, and this is Minority Report, but then on top of that have a whole civilization based on those judgments, and have people that it's a fascinating concept. I think when it was written, I'm glad they wrote it for anime first instead of trying to mangatize whatever. Psychopaths to me is a very good... I know at the very end of season 1, Akane gives a speech that sounds very pompous and presumptuous, but it's not. It's very honest. And I've played it on the stream before of add a context just to show people what I mean of what, like, why I like it so much. And the speech starts off with the whole line of the law doesn't protect people, people protect the law, which sounds like a really like stuck up thing to say, until you realize that she's right. Wait, what? Where'd the bugs? No! I was so close! She smashed the other one! I forgot. I went the wrong way. Oh my god, how many times am I gonna die to Lady Dimitrescu? I would just pick up the Dragoon.
Looks like you're outside.
But I don't want to. At the same time, I'm about to just pick up the Dragoon to end it so I can go to bed. I'm very close. Okay. I just saw my own thing saying, and shaming him into guitar lessons. You guys realize it has been months since I've actually sat down with the guitar lessons I'm supposed to do, much less had the budget to actually go and take classes again. I have not been shamed into guitar lessons for so long. Shame on everyone else. That was a long-term goal. I wanted to be able to sit here and have some streams where we just, you know, chill out with guitar and I can do what I used to, which is listen to music I like to and play along with it, play a solo on top of it, harmonize with it, just shred out to it. But you know what? I need to be able to listen to a song and really be able to pick up its key, much less pick up which scales go along with it, and naturally go back to how it used to be able to do that, which takes practice. And I have not been shamed into the guitar for a while. Nightbot, you just keep doing your thing. I'm gonna change that message so it takes people by surprise. I was just before the stream over and playing Snuff and thinking I need to play stuff on streams more. Like I do need to get better so I can be more confident on streams, so I can play on streams, because I'm sitting there having fun playing Snuff and I'm like I would like to do that, please. Snuff is a great song. She's gonna land like right on me right there. I fired it in a minute. Ow. She hurt me. Mom. She's playing mean. Uh-oh. Let it in. Let it in. Oh wait, which way does she, I didn't pay attention to the flies. She's coming from my left, I think, dropping down, but I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, there she is. I gotta pay attention to the flies a little bit more. The flies tell you where she's gonna land, but you have to like look and pay attention. No, no, no! Ah! We're not going to talk about this. Nobody talk about this. Nobody, I don't want to hear a word from any of you. Nobody talk about this. This didn't happen. Nobody talk about this. Hey, Mortal Mel. This never happened. Nobody, no one has a word to say about this. I don't want to hear it. It didn't happen. Shh.
Looks like
I want to go to bed.
Matches your inside.
I want to go to bed. I want bed. I want bed. Actually, I haven't had nutrients today, so I need to stick some of those in me. And starting tomorrow, can't have anything that isn't basically a clear liquid until Monday afternoon. And at that point, I probably can't have nutrients like you're used to. Never happened. Never happened.
You can run.
Never happened. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it. I earned this. I've done Village of Shadow so many times. This was for me to get back in the groove anyway, just to play it. That groove shouldn't involve me actually being up past midnight when I need to be up at 6 a.m. I need to be up at 6 a.m. I need to be up in 6 hours.
Don't be shy. Show me your terror.
Don't be shy. Show me your bitch. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. Did you see anything? I didn't see anything. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. We all know what we have to do now. Listen. 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 Look at that waist.
You're the one who's cursed.
And then watch. There's a little trick that we can do. Don't worry about it. I got this. Watch this. You guys ready for this? I bet you're not ready for this. Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? I got something for you. Watch this. We're gonna end it off in a place. What's this weapon? This is so weird. I guess I'll use it for a few more. I don't know what this is. I've never seen it in my life. Saw her. I hardly knew her, or some line like that. Don't worry about it. This I'll deal with this weird weapon later. I have an idea for this. I don't think it's actually supposed to be part of the game. Don't worry about it. It's tired. We all want to go to bed. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got this. I got this. It's got one more good use. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna go over here. Fishies die. Fishies die. Fishies die. You see that? It's the best fish killer you'll ever see. Did you blink? You probably missed it. I killed the fish. Now Miranda is saying some shit. We don't care about that shit she's saying. We're gonna skip it right past it. Wow, there's a key right here. Maybe I should take it. It's a wing key. Wings. Maybe it's like Red Bull. Maybe it gives me wings. I don't know. This has turned into apparently ASMR time with DarknessJackson. While we forget that I possibly pulled out a weapon that I thought I was out of my prescription to fuck it, but I found another pill and I took it. So, but I don't know what this weapon is. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And that's one crow dead. Are we counting crows? That's 2 dead. You still counting crows? Well, I'm counting rounds and I'm out of them. That's a few thousand right there. Look at that. That's nice. That's a few thousand right there. Look at that. Just gonna go ahead and, I mean, while it's on me, it might be a glitch in the game. Of course, I wouldn't exploit it for anything that could actually, you know, be game-breaking, like beating a boss. And since the stream is going to be hidden, since I've said too much right afterwards, and we'll just pick up from this, it's probably best if I just, I don't know, just use the glitch as it is for right now on enemies that would be a pain in the ass otherwise. See that? We're just gonna. No, mac and cheese at ASMR. Don't even worry about it. That's a good fundraiser for bills. That sounds good. This has turned into the mac and cheese stream. Until I can pay my electric bill, we will see how many different versions of mac and cheese we can make. That's when you're flipping like baked mac and cheese and you're trying to get it like the special. Wait. There it is. When it does that suction thing, that suction of like trying to get it out of the bottom of the pan. Right onto the plate. There's a serving of mac and cheese. Before it ever gets in the oven, you've got to stir it. It sounds something a little like this. Stuck to the side a little bit. I can't pay my electric bill yet, so I have to keep going. Them's the rules. I heard from a reliable source that if I did that, I'd be able to pay my bill. Don't worry about it. It's just mac and cheese. Have you ever actually listened to like stirring of a pot of mac and cheese? In fact, Game Changers actually did that. So Dropout.tv has done the challenge of trying to sound like a pot of mac and cheese. Guess what? I sound more like mac and cheese than they did. I swear to Christ. Go listen to Brendan Lee Mulligan. I can't remember who he's with. Brandon, I think he was with. Yeah, I sound more like mac and cheese than they do. My mac and cheese. It's mac and cheese. It's just mac and cheese. I don't see the problem. It's mac and cheese. It could pay the bills. I could be one of those. Do I have to get one of those binaural microphone things where I can speak into each ear? I have to go back and forth and talk like I'm do that whole thing where I have to be like that and just weave back and forth. Where I'm like, I'm in this here, now I'm in this here, now I'm in this here, now I'm in this here. Like, do that whole thing that's really fucking annoying. I don't know. ASMR has never been a thing for me. So I don't know how it works for everyone else of being like all the goosies and stuff like that. I don't like ASMR.
There you are. I
Hey,
had a
dude.
feeling you would pop up here.
What kind of feeling? Did you think I was a sausage link?
Is that so? I assume you've picked up something of value.
Not sure if it's a value, but...
Why, you have your daughter right in your own hands.
What are you saying?
Dun dun
Take
dun.
a closer look. That flask seems to contain her head.
No. What?
Roses.
Don't say another word! This is impossible! This just can't be!
Your daughter's essence is still intact. Her powers are truly unique.
Who could even do this?
She can be saved, you know.
Saved? From this? Are you insane?
There's a house with a red chimney on the western side of the village. Go and seek out the man who lives there. Then we can continue our conversation.
Quit holding out and get to the damn point.
You don't have to trust my words. But do you have any better options? Your choice. The customer is always right.
How long?
After all.
How long has she been in that jar for the jar to already get
If I
dirty?
find out this is a lie. Fucking Joker.
He laughs about prey if you think that this is a lie. Well, okay. We have to take care of something really fast. Watch this. See, I don't recall ever having that weapon, and so I think the Duke might be able to take it off my hands. So we're just gonna go over here, and we're gonna keep these four for no particular reason, and I'm gonna just go down here and sell all the ammo. Yeah, that's right, all the ammo. Look at that. Oh look, I can sell this peculiar weapon that's just been in my inventory. I don't know what that's about, but we can just sell that.
I suppose you'd call this a farewell to
And it's like nothing happened. It's like nothing happened because nothing happened. You saw nothing. Nothing happened. Reduces weapon sway? Yeah, I'll get that.
You'll be slaughtering.
See, look at that. Nothing happened. It's alright, nothing happened.
To hunger.
And now we just upgrade all the weapons because we have all the money. The sniper rifle can't be upgraded again, son of a bitch. And see, look at that. It's great. It's wonderful.
Leave this.
And now when I save this, when I start it tomorrow, I think I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I kind of wanted to do Dead Space tomorrow, but when I save it and I come back to it, there is no proof because this video will be made private. And there is no proof. There is no tangible evidence that I ever had a weapon in my hand that was any different than what I've got right now. And what I have right now is what matters. Isn't it? We're just gonna chalk that up to being a little happy accident. I just there's probably there's just probably a little bit of a virus on my computer. Don't worry about it. Or my PS5, my with that said, all right. With that said, I've become Bob Ross. Yeah. Let me do credits, because it is going to be a late night. It's going to be a late night, and I plan on doing more. I guess I'll just schedule it tomorrow. Oh my god, don't talk about TwitchCon. I'm not a Twitch streamer. You freaking cocktease of a website keeps telling me about TwitchCon. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm sorry that today was a weird stream. It's a long stream, but I don't have it to push it to anyone else. Beneviento tonight. I thought you would want Visage tonight, or what? Okay. Subscribers, Jerricat, Razone, Sasha, the Trickster, the first on YouTube, and Starstain. Oh, crap. Micah, Gus, Jason, Jody, Peter, Stavo, Gabriel, Tiara, Benjamin, Aaron, Chuck, Bob, Ray, Frederick, Tech-Based Gaming, Davey, Steven, Yarg, Bolsky, Retro, Raymond, Ultraviolet, that kid Wolfie, Andres, John B, Bro Sexy, Dwayne Johnson, Kim Exy, William Lee, Ninja, Skip 2011, Small Raccoon, Saiyan God, Martian, with donations from Vamp and Courtney, Amarok, Lonnie, Riley B, and Kuhn, with super chats from Undeterred, Swedish Smooth, Argent Griever, Aaron, Yarg, Jay's Zero YouTube, and Vern Miller. Whoo boy! Thank you guys so much for being here. Hey, Poon Eater. That's a weird Poon Eater 69. Of all the names to leave it off on. Thanks you guys for being here. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope to see you back here in the next one really soon. That is just a hell of a name to leave it off on. I'm just gonna let you know that's not. When anyone starts streaming, when anyone makes a career out of this, whenever they do anything, just want you to let you know, they usually don't have to end their stream with going, hi. Think about if you like showed up to an office tomorrow and you had to look at a coworker and just go, hey, what's up, Poon Eater? Nothing much but liquor. What's going on? Anyway. Hi. It's